So coming in for the previous chapter, we saw Sukuna kill Gojo. After Mahoraga was able to further adapt to Limitless by altering his cursed energy and his cutting ability, Sukuna was able to copy that for his own cutting ability, essentially cutting reality and Gojo. But immediately afterwards, Kashima started to go after Sukuna. And we knew that Kashima was going to do this because he said he was going to attack Sukuna if Gojo lost. And this is important because this is Kashima's entire purpose in the series. Like, his whole motivation in life essentially is to just fight Sukuna. And coming into this chapter, before he's able to get to Sukuna, Urarame comes down from the sky with a giant iceberg. We haven't seen Urarame in a while, but we could have just assumed that they were waiting in the wings in case anything happened with Sukuna in his fight against Gojo. You know, as one of his many contingencies that he has, as was mentioned before by the sorcerers watching the battle. That was like the explanation as to why they didn't jump in to help Gojo sooner. But before Urarame could do anything, Hikari comes in as well and starts to attack Urarame and says, you know, I made a promise. And that promise, of course, is to Kashima. Earlier on in the Culling Games, Hikari and Kashima essentially fought to a draw. And afterwards, they were able to come to a ceasefire where Hikari basically promised Kashima that he would get him the opportunity to fight Sukuna. And he did. So, hey, good guy Hikari. But he's immediately activating his domain expansion, which is part of the course with him because his curse technique auto-activates his domain. Like, it's kind of one and the same. And Urarame is using their curse technique, Ice Formation. And I think this might be the first time that that's being confirmed, that that is Urarame's curse technique. I mean, we've seen them use it before, but I thought that it could have been possibly something else, you know, with Sukuna using the fire arrow and the way that Kashima alters their cursed energy to be like electricity. And considering that ice is elemental like those, I thought they could have been maybe altering their cursed energy, but no, this is their curse technique. And I wonder if they're going to use their domain expansion here against Hikari to, you know, like counter it, which I assume Urarame definitely has, since they can use reverse curse technique and they're like the right hand to Sukuna. I'm sure he wouldn't roll with anybody that can't use domain expansion, or maybe they're purposely not using it. I don't know. I mean, this is clearly just the beginning of their fight, but I also hope that this isn't like Hikari's final fight of the series, you know, but it is what it is. There aren't enough opponents to go around for everyone, so hopefully something happens to where Kenjaku makes more opponents so that everyone has like a satisfying final battle. But now that Hikari's domain sphere has surrounded them, Urarame's iceberg starts to fall, and from the bottom of it comes a cursed tool by the name of Kamutoke. And the narration says that it was made from 10,000 binding vows. So this is fascinating for multiple reasons. So if you follow the spoilers, you'll know that it said that Yorozu was responsible for making this cursed tool, or at least I'm pretty sure it did. However, in this chapter, pretty sure there's no mention of Yorozu. So unless this is like a roundabout way of saying that it is Yorozu, because 10,000 binding vows is pretty wild, and it reminds me of Kenjaku, and it makes me think like, oh, is that how many it took for him to make the Culling game and for it to ultimately come to this point in time in this specific situation? Meaning that, like, you know, those 10,000 binding vows led to Yorozu creating this cursed tool with her construction curse technique and giving it to Sukuna, or I'm just overthinking it, and that this 10,000 binding vows is something entirely different and probably happened during the Heian era, which maybe like 10,000 people gave their like souls or something to make this crazy curse tool or whatever. I could see that happening. That would be pretty cool, but I do think it's probably the latter here, because Sukuna says later on after he uses this, just like the good old days. So I think this means that, yeah, he for sure had this back in the Heian era 1,000 years ago, which means that this is probably like over 1,000 years old, and Urarame was just keeping it warm for Sukuna until he came back, I guess, because we have seen it before as well. I think it was like the cover of 117 or 119 when we saw Sukuna back in the day in his true form. He was holding this. So I guess this is that. Meaning that whatever Yorozu did with construction, whether it be a cursed tool or something else, maybe it's tangible, maybe it's intangible, whatever she did, it's still out there and still has to be revealed. So that's kind of cool. But as for this Kamutoke, it resembles the Vajra. And we've been talking about the Vajra on this channel because it relates to Kashima. Because at the end of the previous chapter, the narration called Kashima the god of thunder. And I think it's pretty evident that a lot of Jujutsu Kaisen is based off of Hinduism and other Asian religions. And in Hinduism, there is a god by the name of Indra. and he's considered the god of lightning as well as the god of many other things. And at some point, he receives a weapon called the Vajra, which is like a powerful lightning god weapon thing. And it looks like what Sukuna is holding here. And I thought maybe that would have been associated with Kashima, given the narration. But no, it's associated with Sukuna. And Kashima's curse technique has nothing to do with the Vajra. I thought maybe it would have been like a massive lightning bolt that destroys a city or something, but no. And speaking of that, Sukuna uses the Kamutoke here, and it produces what I assume to be a lightning bolt. It looks like it, right? I think it is, because, you know, we see the lightning coming from the blade, and also the narration that we get with how Kashima is going to survive this. But before we get into that, let me just also say that, you know, that confirms for sure that this is the Vajra, other than it almost looking identical to it. But also the narration saying that its effect was strange. That in itself is strange, because a lightning bolt from a weapon is not strange. It's pretty standard, you know? So it makes me wonder if this has multiple abilities. I wonder if this is kind of like the Wabbajack from Skyrim, if you ever played that game. Like, the Wabbajack comes from one of the elder gods in that game. And it's one of the most unique weapons because it produces like a random effect every time. And I don't necessarily think that the effects from this are random, because judging how Sukuna is, I don't think he would have a weapon that gives him a random result. He would need something that he can control. So I assume that if this does have multiple abilities, he can control them. And I'm also just curious what makes it strange, and what the 10,000 binding vows were that produced it. So cool, but also kind of annoying that it's so ambiguous. But that's not the end of the ambiguity in this chapter. Because going further, as we said, Kashima survives the lightning strike from the Kamutoke because his own curse technique makes him invulnerable to electric shocks. And that's fascinating because we didn't know this before. When Kashima fought Hikari, we knew that he was able to like alter his cursed energy to be like electricity. And we also knew that he wasn't using his actual curse technique because he can only use it once. And we're going to find out in this chapter why that is. But before that, Kashima asked Sukuna, like, did you become the strongest or were you born the strongest? And I think this is supposed to parallel to Geto and Gojo. When Geto asked Gojo, like, hey, are you the strongest because you're Gojo, or are you Gojo because you're the strongest? And I also think it's supposed to go into Sukuna's backstory, because Sukuna responds with, I don't know, I was an unwanted child. And speaking of backstory, that's like the most that we're getting into Sukuna's backstory so far. But I think that Sukuna for sure was not born the strongest the way that Gojo was. Like, he was definitely born the strongest with the 6 eyes and the limitless. But Sukuna, on the other hand, I think he had to really work hard to become the strongest. And it possibly involved killing his own brother, if he did have a brother. And that explains why he has like 4 arms and 4 eyes and the messed up face and 2 curse techniques. Like, it's possible that he underwent some kind of ritual or something similar to the bath ritual that he does to suppress Megumi's soul, where we see all the insects and everything fight in like this battle royale and produce all these juices and everything. It's possible that this happened with actual people at some point and Sukuna was involved in that. And maybe he had cleave or dismantle and his brother, you know, had the other. So that's why Sukuna has cleave and dismantle, because it's like he and his brother's curse techniques. And as for what the box and open is, maybe that's entirely something else. Maybe that's just mastery of Jiu-Jitsu, possibly. I don't know, we're just speculating. Or maybe the box and open and shrine is his actual curse technique. Because, you know, Malevolent Shrine, I assume that has to be a part of his innate ability for it to be his domain, right? So maybe that kind of debunks the whole cleave and dismantle thing, but it still sounds cool. But anyway, Kashima says that, you know, how do you relate with other people? Like, how do you love? You know, I wasn't capable of doing that because I just saw all other people as fragile and worthless. So tell me, is it lonely to be the strongest? Or is it the curse of being the strongest is to be alone? You know, always searching for a place to test your power. And Sukuna says extravagant. And I think Sukuna says that because Kashima hit the nail on the head. Like, this is what Sukuna is experiencing. And we've been seeing this mentioned recurringly throughout the last couple chapters. You know, Yorozu brought it up with showing him love. Love that he has an experience from the isolation of being the strongest. And it also came up in his fight against Gojo. Another person who wasn't able to show Sukuna that love. He wasn't strong enough to push Sukuna. Still, after all that, I guess Sukuna's trying to experience like the brink of death or whatever, or maybe even past that. But Kashima parallels to this because he was the same thing 400 years ago, like in his neck of the woods of Japan. No one was able to push him, and he lived an entire life unfulfilled, not even being able to use his curse technique. So once he found out about Sukuna from Kenjaku, he was willing to just give up everything and go to the culling game, you know, becoming a cursed object, being reincarnated and all that, just for a chance to fight Sukuna that he's getting here now. And he's finding out that he is relating to him as well. He's not just his ultimate test, but it's much more than that now. And Kashima immediately uses his curse technique, finally, and it's called Genju Koasaku. And it's pretty wild. So it says that it lets Kashima turn into any phenomena by using his cursed energy. Doing so transforms his entire body. And after the technique concludes, Kashima's body begins to disintegrate. And we'll go into what happens after that, but this is why he can only use it once. And it also makes me wonder, like, how does Kashima know? Because if he can only use it once because he'll disintegrate, I mean, regardless of the healing that happens afterwards, but like, has he used it before or has he not used it before? It's like, what's going on with this thing? But anyway, it also enhances his agility from the electric pulses in his brain, and the sound waves are synchronized with the vibration of the frequency of the material, whatever that means, and the electromagnetic waves vaporize everything that comes through. So what's happening here is Kashima is becoming something between flesh and cursed energy and electricity. And his body can just produce anything that he really wants it to. That's what the whole thing with turning into any phenomena, which goes back to what I was talking about with the ambiguity in this chapter. Thanks, Gege. But because we see Kashima like firing off like a blast from his mouth, which I guess is supposed to replicate like a sound wave. He also is firing off like a blast from his palm, which, you know, could be whatever. Shockwave or a ki blast or pure force itself. It doesn't matter because Kashima can fire this from his own body. So the way that I like to look at this is he's kind of like a Super Saiyan and Majin Buu at the same time. Instead of except being like pink matter, he's electrical cursed energy merged with flesh or something like that. And as for the contingency with this, it says that the body can recover without using reverse curse technique, but it can only be done once. So does that mean that he's done this before and that he has used reverse curse technique to heal himself? Because I don't think we've seen Kashima use reverse curse technique before. I'm not saying that he can't use it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he can't. So maybe somebody else performs on him, which is kind of rare, I guess. I mean, even aside from that, he can just heal without it somehow. Maybe it's like a built-in healing ability with the curse technique itself, but once he's healed his body that way, he can't use it again. So I don't know, maybe through training and tweaking he's figured this out, but yeah, he messes up Sukuna with this. Like, he's really, really powerful in this. Like, ridiculously powerful. Like, the way that he's hitting Sukuna with the speed and the force, he seems to be comparable to Gojo, to be honest. I mean, obviously doing way better than Ryu, doing better than Maki, doing better than Yuji. So Kashima in his Genju Koasaku form is really high up there in power. I mean, so powerful, in fact, that, you know, coming to the end of the chapter here, it says this time it was intentionally stopped, referring to his healing. And the transformation of the reincarnation has been restarted. And we see Prime Sukuna in his true form. The four arms, the messed up face, he's here. And it's like, how did this happen? Why was he waiting for this to happen? And it takes me back to the Yorozu fight again, because Yorozu said something along the lines to Sukuna that, like, hey, I'm sure you can change your face back anytime you wanted. And I thought that meant literally just the face, like he could just change his aesthetic, you know, from Megumi's body back to his face. I didn't know if that meant he could, like, change back to the four-arm form, because that's a little wild, you know, especially without all 20 fingers. I mean, it is possible for sure because he's altering his soul. We saw that when Mahito altered his own soul, he can alter his form. Even go as far as like having like a complete full-blown transformation. So I guess Sukuna is doing something similar here. But again, he still doesn't have all 20 fingers. And that's why, you know, he has the 20 fingers out there, because each has a part of his soul in them. So until he has all of them, he'll be with an incomplete soul, right? But now that Gojo's dead, I assume he's going to get it soon. And then he'll be truly at full power. Alright, so coming off of the previous chapter, we saw Sukuna return to his true form. He was able to do this because he has a way to repair his flesh besides reverse curse technique. And he had to repair his flesh because he was coming off of his fight against Gojo, where he was still missing one of his hands and, part of him was damaged. And he had to fight Kashima in that state. And since he was so drained from the Gojo fight, he couldn't really use reverse curse technique that well. So he's resorting to this, which it said he could do so by resuming transformation as a curse taking fleshly form, which he had purposely interrupted before. So I guess that means in order to achieve this form that Sukuna has, going from Megumi as a base, he had to resume transformation as a curse taking form, meaning that Sukuna might be a full-blown curse at this point, or at least a half curse, like a hybrid or something. But coming into this chapter, we're getting an exposition on his form, which is just so satisfying. I've been waiting to hear about this stuff. So it says that even when the hand signs are linked together, a pair of them are still empty. So we see that he has the hand signs with his 2 extra hands and his 2 main hands, and in his right main hand he's holding the Kamutoke, and then his left hand is open. Now as for hand signs, I assume it's to do with the domain expansion, of course, and maybe there's something else you could do with it too. Gege can't really do too much hand sign stuff because then people would just start thinking that he's ripping off Kishimoto. Kishimoto kind of has a lockdown on hand signs in anime at this point, since they're so iconic to Naruto. And going further, it says that without being a burden to the lungs, curse spells are still incantated without pausing. Apparently that's because he has a freaking mouth on his stomach. Something we've been talking about for years now, since we saw Sukuna's true form on the cover page of I think 117. We were like, is that a mouth? Couldn't really tell, but now it's explicitly being made clear here that he has a mouth on his stomach. And I guess it serves the purpose of using incantation so that his main mouth, on his head doesn't have to. And I guess it's not a burden to his lungs somehow. I don't know what air they're using. Maybe he has another set of lungs or something. That would make sense, right? Why not? And I'm assuming that he straight up eats people with this mouth as well. Why does he eat people? I don't know. We'll talk about it a little later because he brings it up again. But going further, it says that to a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer, there is nothing beyond the competitive edge of having double arms and double mouth. And that is very true. And I love it. Like, this is how far Sukuna goes to become the strongest. And to be honest, if you think about it, having double arms and double mouth is just an advantage to just being a human in general. Like, not just a sorcerer. And it also says that in addition to Sukuna having a bizarre body, there's absolutely no impairment to any physical function. And I'm glad that Gege's putting this out here, covering his bases, because while it does look very cool, and we kind of just suspend our disbelief and don't think too much about it, if you actually do think about it, like, just in your mind, picture what Sukuna's, skeletal system would look like at least just this, spine, and what having, 2 sets of shoulder blades attached to it, and how that works, coming down to where his rib cage is. I mean, it works, but it would just be problematic in real life, like a real life Goro individual. But we're getting some more information here, which is great, because it also says that with his body and the excellent use of the cursed tools Kamutoke and Hiten, and we see this flashback, which is blurry, but it's kind of drawn in the feudal Japan fashion, which is awesome because it's referencing the Heian era, of course. And we see Sukuna fighting with 2 weapons, as it says, the Kamutoke and the Hiten, and then he has his 2 hands open, which is just awesome. And he's fighting like an army, essentially. So Sukuna's just the ultimate sorcerer. 2 broken curse tools, and then 2 open hands and 2 mouths. Now, the Kamutoke we were introduced to in the previous chapter. It's based off of the Vajra, and it has some kind of lightning ability. We actually see another ability of it, I think, in this chapter, and we'll talk about it, but the Hiten is finally being revealed here. Now, we saw this on the cover page of 117, along with the Kamutoke. And this, staff spear thing that he has is based off of the Trishula Trident, and that belonged to Shiva. And the abilities that the Trishula Trident has, apparently it restores order and regularity, or also remove the negative energies and thoughts from mind and body. Now, it probably has more abilities or other powers that are associated with it. But it's really interesting that one of the definitions I was able to find says, remove the negative energies and thoughts from mind and body. Because in Jujutsu Kaisen, cursed energy comes from negative energy. So it's like, does it just drain you of cursed energy? That would be amazing. And makes sense that Sukuna would use it since, Sukuna only uses the most powerful and best stuff. So if he has a spear that drains cursed energy, that would be incredible. And just part of the course. And of course, that's not confirming it, just speculating. I have no idea what it does. But going further into that, it says that he completely wiped out Sun Progression, Moon and the Stars, the 5 Void Generals, who were under direct influence of the Fujiwara family, and he also drove back the Darkness Pacification Force formed by an elite of the Abe clan, including Angel, and remaining integrants of the Sugawara family. So yeah, he was a beast. Just took down all of these factions by himself. I mean, maybe he had Urarame there as like his corner, but I don't think Urarame was really helping him that much. He probably didn't really need it. Now, the Sun, Moon, and Stars squad and the Fujiwara family, we heard about these individuals from Uro, one of the sorcerers that Okkotsu fought in the Culling game. And I always thought that Uro was going to have some kind of connection to Sukuna, and I'm pretty sure that she does. And technically Uro is still alive out there, so hopefully she doesn't get killed by Kenjaku, who's currently cleaning up the Culling game, and we could see her interact with Sukuna or say something at least. Now, as for this Darkness Pacification Force, formed by the elite of the Abe clan, including Angel, that's really interesting. I don't think we knew about them before. Maybe she said something about that. I don't really remember too well, but we're getting it here. And it also reminds me that Angel referred to Sukuna as the Fallen One. Like, it's possible that Sukuna was a part of this Darkness Pacification Force, and maybe he went to the Sith. He went to the dark side of the Force, and then he went rogue, and maybe that's why she calls him the Fallen One. I don't know, just speculating. And then the remaining integrants of the Sugawara family is the most interesting because we have heard the name Sugawara before, and it's Michizane Sugawara, who is apparently one of the big 3 vengeful curses, but when he was alive, it was during the Heian era here, and he is a direct ancestor of both Okkotsu and Gojo. And since he's a vengeful spirit, it's like, is he still out there? Does Kenjaku have him? Is he going to come back into the story? That would be really cool. I mean, if you keep talking about this guy, just bring him out. This Sukuna starts fighting Kashima hand to hand until Kashima fires off this blast at Sukuna, and Sukuna's just like, nah. And he does a few chants and he's like, dodge this, and he fires off a dismantle, but it's like a giant shark fin slicing through the ground. And Kashima points out that this is the technique that killed Gojo, the cut that divides the world. And it's like, yeah, this is what that looked like, and it's amazing. This is the upgraded dismantle that Sukuna was able to develop from the data that Maharaga gathered from adapting to Gojo's Limitless. Once Maharaga was able to make a slashing ability that could alter cursed energy on a molecular scale, I'm guessing it's not explained that way. I'm just assuming, since that's what Limitless does. So Sukuna is basically cutting reality when he does these dismantles, because I'm assuming he's erasing everything down to a molecular scale. And then Sukuna gets a little personal here, and he's like, there was this woman that tried to talk to me about love, and she said that I didn't know what it was. And then I felt loneliness because of that, because I wasn't able to find anyone that had, power similar to my own. And I like how he's like, I understand what she tried to say, but I got offended that I didn't know anything about it. And then he realized that, he was talking with the wrong person. Like, Yorozu is not the person that Sukuna should be talking to about this stuff. And that it would have been better if she was talking to Gojo or even Kashima. And he's saying it's not that you don't know, it's that you don't understand. Talking to Kashima, but also I assume he's reflecting to Yorozu as well here. Because going further, he's like, you said you were strong, right? Referring to Kashima. And in this sequence, he goes on to kill Kashima, and I'll break it down. But what I think Sukuna is trying to get across here is that they genuinely don't understand. they are strong. They are very strong. And for Kashima's time, he was the strongest in his part of Japan. And Yorozu was pretty strong. And all the others that feel this way were pretty strong. But Sukuna is like the strongest. He's the strongest in the world. So they don't understand what that's like. And they can't relate to him, and they can't tell him how he's supposed to feel. It's like you trying to tell, the president how he should feel about a certain situation or how he should handle something or whatever. It's like you don't understand what that type of responsibility is like. Or, I don't know, telling the world champion of whatever sport how to feel about a game or whatever. And I think Sukuna really emphasizes this point because he just stops messing around. He pulls out the Kamutoke after saying you said you were strong, right? Then zaps Kashima, but then instantly teleports to where he is. So I'm assuming that that's one of the other abilities of the Kamutoke. Aside from just having lightning powers or whatever, he can also teleport to where the lightning strikes. So it basically works just like the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god, right? Which is amazing because Sukuna knows that the lightning or the electricity isn't going to affect Kashima, but he just does it as a way to get to him. And he just lights him up immediately with strikes, knocks him away, and then just fires a gigantic net of dismantles at him. It's just instant death. What an amazing sequence. I can't wait to see this in the anime. It's just going to be a couple sequences. It's so you said you were strong, right? Boom, teleport, 10-piece combo, dismantle net, game over. It's yeah, you were pretty strong, but you're not this strong. So you'll never understand what it's like being the absolute one above all. GG though. Then we cut to this dream post-life sequence with Kashima talking to Sukuna. And Sukuna says, you've fought a lot of veterans and whatnot, and they wanted you to recognize them for their strength, but you just killed them. And in my opinion, I think this ultimately boils down to Sukuna saying this is how they express love, because he says, we are loved because we are strong, and we reply to that love. And he doesn't finish the statement, but in battle amongst these strongest sorcerers, the love comes from their strength and Jiu-Jitsu and the battle itself. And the strongest people are loved because they're strong, just like how, athletes and artists or whatever are loved because they're the best at what they do, or you can say they're strong or talented or whatever. But in this jiu-jitsu battle world or sorcery fight world, they're expressing their love by straight up just killing a sorcerer because it's that's the ultimate purpose to them, the ultimate fulfillment. That's what Kashima ultimately wanted, and he's getting it. And Kashima says aren't you satisfied? If not, why did you divide your soul and convert it into cursed objects to travel through time? And Sukuna says, I can say that because I understand it. There's no such thing as love. And I have a few things to say about this. I think that part of the reason why Sukuna feels the way that he does about this stuff is because he probably had a brother that he loved, and I think his brother died. Either because Sukuna absorbed him, or they were conjoined or something, and the brother probably sacrificed himself so that they could become stronger, or Sukuna just double-crossed him and absorbed him so that he could become stronger. Maybe that's when his love died. I don't know. But also, Sukuna traveling through time here, as Kashima says, becoming a cursed object and being resurrected at this point, there is some incentive. And I think it's not to fight Gojo, but I think it's to fight Kenjaku's big cursed amalgamation thing that he's going to make from the population of Japan and Tengen. Maybe? I don't know. But coming to the end of the chapter here, we see Hikari's domain expansion break. So Urarami's coming out of it now. And Yuji and Higuruma are coming down. And Yuji looks different. He looks kind of like Piccolo, kind of. His flesh is altered. He has spiky fingers. And he has some kind of patchy flesh on his face and forearms. And it's what's going on with him? So we've got a pretty incredible chapter here because we're cutting away from Okkotsu cutting Kenjaku's freaking head off at the end of the previous chapter. And we're coming back to Yuji and Higuruma going against Sukuna. And this is a Sukuna who just freshly killed Kashima and Gojo. But before we see what happens between them, we're actually going into a flashback from a month prior. This was the month that they had to prepare for the final fight, I guess you could say, against Kenjaku and Sukuna. And we see all the sorcerers here having this big meeting going over their plans. Gojo's not there, along with a select few others. But the first thing that they discuss is that they're going to have Takaba go against Kenjaku, use his curse technique to create an opening where Okkotsu can come in and cut Kenjaku's head off. But then they also want Okkotsu to come back immediately after he does that. However, they only want that to happen if Gojo loses. And they glance over this very quickly, which is super interesting because that is such a huge thing to just glance over, considering how much they go into legal jib-jab in this chapter, which I'll get into, don't worry. But it makes me think that, like, why are they so nonchalant about Gojo dying here? And I don't want to spend too much time on this because I've already talked about it before, but it just makes me think that there might be a chance Gojo is coming back, or they had a contingency for Gojo dying. And just like in my previous videos, I'll link my Gojo coming back compilation theory video at the end of this one, in case anybody's curious. But I wonder if we're going to come back to this, because Gojo did stuff during this time too that we don't know anything about, right? So we need to see that. And also, as for it saying Okkotsu to come back immediately after he kills Kenjaku, when he kills Kenjaku, that's technically happening as the end of this chapter is progressing with the trial and everything. So I suppose it's all going to coincide with each other, or at least their stories will converge at some point. But they're also discussing how they're going to quote-unquote group fight Sukuna here, and that they can't just have everybody jump in because Sukuna would just massacre nearly all of them immediately. And on paper, yes, if you just went in there aimlessly, Sukuna would, atomic cleave or dismantle them, just like he did to Kashima. But if you come in there with a plan, I'm pretty sure everybody here could, in theory, take down Sukuna if they all work together. Because we have a bunch of pretty powerful characters here with great curse techniques or just tangential abilities that could be effective in taking him down. Right? I mean, it's not even like they're even trying to entertain that here. They more so just want to go with Yuji and Higuruma going against Sukuna, which is the plan that they ultimately decide to go with. But before that, they also mentioned Miwa here, about how Miwa is like one of the people who would be immediately killed by Sukuna, which is obviously true. But Kusakabe also points out that Miwa is unable to use swords because of the binding vow that she made at the end of the Shibuya arc, which was all for naught because Kenjaku just clowned her. And considering that Gege is bringing her up here, and also we saw that random panel of her like walking in the culling game, like, I don't know, last year or something like that. I assume Gege has some kind of plan for her where she's gonna do something epic, right? But then again, she is a woman, so she'll probably just get killed. But anyway, Higuruma says that he could use his curse technique / domain expansion, deadly sentencing, against Sukuna to at least confiscate his curse technique, which is a step in the right direction, I guess. I mean, taking away Sukuna's curse technique isn't like completely crippling him the way that it would another sorcerer. He's still an absolute beast with double the cursed energy of Okkotsu and some of the greatest cursed tools ever made. And he knows like a whole bunch of other stuff where he doesn't even need to use his curse technique. But obviously there is more to deadly sentencing than just confiscating the curse technique, because also if Judgman, the Shikigami associated with deadly sentencing, declares the death penalty on you for whatever crime you did, then it will grant Higuruma the Executioner's Sword. And it's so powerful that if it cuts you just once, you will die. And the implication is that it can kill literally anyone. Even Prime Sukuna back in the Heian era at the peak of his power, if he just gets like paper cut by the Executioner's Sword, he will die. Or at least that's what I'm getting from this. So it's kind of cool that it's finally going to come to fruition here. But anyway, I'll try to summarize this sequence as best as I can, because Gege kind of goes a little too much Togashi in this chapter. Togashi, the creator of Hunter x Hunter. If you've read Hunter x Hunter, you'll know that it can get pretty tedious and tax-sizing very quickly with the amount of exposition and dialogue that are in the chapters, especially after the Hunter exam is over. Not even talking about what's currently going on in the series. But I say that he's going full Togashi here because he makes a feast out of something that he can just explain in like 1 or 2 pages, maybe just 1 page to be honest. And it's that they're trying to figure out how they can pin the death penalty on Sukuna. Now, naturally, you would think, well, Sukuna killed all of those people in Shibuya when he activated his domain expansion. He killed seemingly thousands of people in cold blood, right? Well, yeah, but it's not that easy because Judgman is not like a person. It's a Shikigami, more like an AI, if anything, built into Higuruma's domain expansion. So think about it the way that you would interact with ChatGPT. Like, you can talk to ChatGPT, but you can't like converse with it the way that you would a human, and you can't make it reason, right? It's not that smart. I mean, eventually it will be probably, but right now it's not. And you can only go so far with it. Judgment is kind of the same way, because it only randomly chooses offenses that you have committed and what it wants to put you on trial for. And it does it sequentially. Like, it'll do it one at a time. As we saw before when Higuruma used deadly sentencing against Yuji, first it just randomly called Yuji out for illegally playing pachinko or whatever he did. Some kind of weird law that they have in Japan where you have to like go around the corner to cash in your coins or something, or I don't know, it's stupid. You know what I'm talking about. But it eventually got to the point of where it charged Yuji with murder for killing all the people in Shibuya because it couldn't distinguish between Sukuna inhabiting Yuji's body at that point, right? It goes back to it being like ChatGPT. Like, you can't explain to ChatGPT that like somebody took over somebody's body and then it killed somebody, and like, what would you do in that instance? I mean, maybe you can if you like word it enough, but I'm just trying to put it into the terms that Gege is trying to put forth here. One of the other interesting things that they bring up here is statute of limitations, which means that like if you commit a crime far enough into the past, then you can't be charged for it currently. So, for example, they say that in 2010, the Japanese criminal court changed to remove the statute of limitations of murder up to the murders committed before 1985. So if you were like pretty much like Hitler before 1985 and they only found out about it after the fact in 2010, then you're literally cleared of what you have done. I know it's crazy, but that's just how the law works. Even in America, they have statute of limitations. However, there is kind of like a loophole because in the Heian era, you know, from 1,000 years ago, the golden age of Jiu-Jitsu, when Sukuna was in his prime and Kenjaku was Kenjakuing up the place, they apparently set laws of the Yoro Code, which did not have any statute of limitation. So it comes down to like, I guess, the judgment call of Judge Man, which is already putting your faith in the hands of pseudo-sentience at this point. But them bringing it up here makes me think that there is a chance that Judge Man will bring this up, because from what I remember, it was explained that Judge Man like reads the minds or something, or just knows everything about the people within the domain, and that's how it's able to bring up the accusations. So in theory, it could dig deep enough into Sukuna's past where it's going to go into Heian era stuff, which we don't know much about, but you know, we could assume that Sukuna just went on a rampage back then, because it eventually got to the point of where most of Japan was just like, all right, Sukuna, you're the man. Just don't kill us anymore. Just, you know, do whatever you want. We'll leave you alone. Most of them. I mean, there were some people that were still trying to go after him, but you know what I'm saying. So that's the problem here. It's like they can get Sukuna on trial, but it's like, what is Judge Man going to try him for? And they only really have one shot at doing this. If Judge Man like tries him for something stupid and he only confiscates his curse technique, then it's not enough, you know, because also they bring up the fact that Sukuna currently has 2 curse techniques right now, or at least 2 base curse techniques with his quote-unquote shrine and then Megumi's 10 shadows. So it's like, is it going to take them both, or is it only going to take one? There's just too many unknowns right now, and that's why they're brainstorming this. Also, them calling Sukuna's curse technique straight up shrine in this chapter makes me think that I guess this is confirming that Sukuna's innate ability is shrine. It's not cleave and dismantle as we assumed, and that cleave and dismantle are additions to shrine, meaning that shrine is probably a curse technique that allows Sukuna to have multiple through gaining them in some way. It could be through eating people or something, not really sure, but I'm sure it parallels to Okkotsu in some way. Sukuna, believe it or not, has been compared to Okkotsu like 2 or 3 times in the series, and I'm really curious to see where that's going. I mean, I don't know if they're related. Maybe they are. Maybe Sukuna is related to Michizane Sugawara as well. Maybe he is Michizane Sugawara. No, that would be too much. Or maybe his brother was No, I don't know. No, I just want to see where Michizane Sugawara is. He's like the ancestor of Gojo and Okkotsu that eventually became one of the big three vengeful cursed spirits or curses, but I think we only really heard about him in chapter 0. But anyway, that's the plan. They want to have Higuruma and Yuji take Sukuna into deadly sentencing. And that's exactly what they do here. So when we come back to the fight, Mei distracts Sukuna with one of her crows. And this allows Higuruma to come in with his giant gavel, smashing into the ground, sending rocks flying. And then Yuji comes up and like Gamu Gatlings the rocks at Sukuna. And this distracts Sukuna enough for Higuruma to wrap his gavel around the hand of Sukuna that's holding the supreme martial solution, the Vajra curse tool that Sukuna has that was apparently made by Yorozu, or the replica of it. Because I guess he would like wreck Yuji with this thing if he used it, or at least hurt him. And Yuji comes up with like a right shovel uppercut to Sukuna, but Sukuna needs to block this with like 3 hands, and it sends like a vibration through Sukuna. He's like, what was that? Now, this could be Divergent Fist, or at least the evolved version of it, but Sukuna is obviously aware of what Divergent Fist is. But however, Sukuna isn't aware of what Yuji did during that 1 month, because Yuji now has like curse arms or something. Still don't know what these are, but I assume it's indicative of his power up that he's received. And I made a video about this like last month, I think, but it's possible that Yuji like consumed the other Curse Womb death paintings, you know, the other things that came from where Choso and the other ones came from, and he got like some kind of power up from that. It's also implied that Yuji can like switch bodies like Sukuna as well, or soul swap or something. But regardless, Yuji is super powerful right now. However, after this, Higuruma activates deadly sentencing, and now Sukuna is on trial. And this is where a nice little trick comes into play. Because like what we were talking about, they don't know what Judge Man is going to do to Sukuna. But if Yuji stands trial along with Sukuna, then Judge Man can accuse Yuji of mass murder in Shibuya on Halloween just like he did before, which is apparently the second appeal. And that's exactly what happens. But this is good, because they want this, because Higuruma can lawyer jutsu his way out of this and pit it onto Sukuna, because, you know, he's the one that actually did it. And you'd think that Judge Man should know this because he experienced it somewhat, or at least, I don't know, through Higuruma's memories he should have experienced it. But we're gonna have to go through this all again, because as Judge Man accuses Yuji of mass slaughter in Shibuya, Higuruma's like, nah, he didn't kill anyone. He did confess to it, yes, but it was a false confession due to him harboring his great sense of responsibility. And the real criminal here is, and he doesn't say it, but Sukuna. So the next chapter is probably going to include like a pretty epic lawyering up from Higuruma here against Sukuna, trying to pit the death penalty on him so that Judge Man will give him the executioner's sword. But we all know it's not going to be that easy, right? So this chapter opens up with us seeing Hikari taking on Urarame. And I think the last time that we saw them was after Sukuna had taken out Kashima, because that's when the sorcerers started to make their move. And it was Hikari who intercepted Urarame to like isolate her, or them, from Sukuna inside of Hikari's Idle Death Gamble domain expansion. Now, we don't see what played out. We just see the black sphere encase them, and then afterwards it just breaks with them both coming out of it. So we can assume that they went through the Idle Death Gamble, Private Pure Love Train, Patchy Slot game, and I suppose that it ended with Hikari getting the jackpot, because it's kind of inevitable that he's going to get it, the way that the mechanics of the game work. Like, if you don't straight up kill Hikari, he's going to get the jackpot, essentially. And the jackpot basically gives him infinite cursed energy. Not infinite power, like he doesn't become all powerful or whatever. He just has an infinite energy supply. And with that, he doesn't gas out or anything. He maintains a consistent level of strength, but he also gets perpetual reverse curse technique as well. And it's instantaneous, because we see Urarame hit Hikari with Frost Comp. And it's like this big ice ball blast iceberg looking thing, and it encases Hikari's right arm, and Urarame winds up breaking it and breaking off Hikari's arm in the process. And this is where we see how fast his reverse curse technique is from having the jackpot, because it's so fast that it takes Urarame by surprise, and Hikari just throws Urarame down through a building. Urarame's like, wow, you know, that reverse curse technique is super fast. It's actually surpassing Sukuna and Gojo, which I guess is confirming that Hikari Hikari has the fastest reverse curse technique in the Jujutsu Kaisen universe. Of course, only after he gets the jackpot. It's not like he's just walking around and can regenerate like Majin Buu. And I said this before in my spoiler review, but this kind of makes Hikari like the resident Piccolo of the series, because like in Dragon Ball, whenever they needed somebody to get maimed or something, it was Piccolo, because, you know, the Namekians can regrow their limbs. So we're gonna see Hikari get maimed a lot more because he could just regenerate from it and not have to suffer the consequences of staying maimed or grievously wounded. But he continues to fight Urarame, and they have like this back and forth. But then we cut away from their fight, which I assume we'll come back to later if it doesn't just get off-screened or just goes to a stalemate and then we don't see the conclusion of it, because I don't know, maybe they're going to fight again later or something. But we're coming back to the trial, and this was coming off of the end of the previous chapter where we saw Yuji and Higuruma trap Sukuna inside of Higuruma's deadly sentencing domain expansion. And the first thing that Judgman, the Shikigami within the domain, did was choose Yuji to go on trial for the same thing that he put him on trial from the last time that Yuji and Higuruma had went against each other. And that was the massacre in Shibuya. And Higuruma's like, he didn't do it. The confession he made from the second trial was false, which came from his responsibility. Judgman knows everyone in the domain. The true criminal is you, Sukuna. So it's understandable why Judgman is going to do this, because it's not like he's an actual person. He's kind of like on autopilot, and he indiscriminately goes about the trial. Regardless of what the actual truth is, he kind of knows it, but at the same time, you also need to like play out the trial as it would be played out. You know, you have to go by the book, and you have to legitimately convince Judgman of the truth, despite it being obvious. Because we know that Yuji wasn't actually the one that caused the massacre. It was Sukuna taking over his body and activating his malevolent shrine. But it was like Yuji's body that actually did it. So the following sequence is just Higuruma explaining that in a roundabout way, and that even the proof itself is inside of the envelope that Judgman supplies him with. So it's very, I guess you could say, Japanese in this system, because it's like Judgman knows because he gave the proof to Higuruma inside of the envelope, but Higuruma also needs to use the information in the envelope to prove to Judgman what it actually is. And then he goes on a little bit more about how Sukuna could get out of this by saying that he had mental issues or his mind was lacking abilities and whatever. Sukuna's like, you know what, enough with this, you're taking too long. I already heard the rules of this domain when I was in the brat. Because, yeah, of course he did. Before Sukuna took over Megumi's body, he was always in Yuji in the background, observing and taking in everything. And of course, this happened when that was still a thing, because it was one of the first fights in the culling game, Yuji going against Higuruma. So he already knows everything about the domain. Like, Sukuna is a hyper genius as well, at least in the realm of Jiu-Jitsu. And he says, all I'm interested in is the sword. I don't care of where or what I did, just end it already. But he says it like calmly. And him saying that all he's interested in is the sword is super interesting, right? Because the sword has been talked about a lot coming into this chapter, the Executioner's Sword. The sword that is bestowed upon Higuruma if Judgman gives the death penalty. And the special thing about the sword is that it can kill anyone with one strike. Like anyone. I'm pretty sure that's like an accurate translation of it, meaning that like it doesn't matter if you're full-blown Prime Sukuna, 20 fingers, full power, ultimate Jiu-Jitsu master, he will kill you with just one slash of that sword. Like, it's one of the strongest things in Jujutsu Kaisen. If not, straight up the literally strongest thing. Like, I don't think there's anything else that is as strong or has a definitive ability like that. And it also goes back to Kenjaku saying that he was more interested in Higuruma than anything. Now we're seeing that Sukuna is interested in the sword, and it makes you wonder, like, can you take the sword from Higuruma? Because I just would assume that if he like lets go of it or something, that it would just dissipate. But maybe he can just take the sword from him and use it. I mean, I don't know how long it would last outside of the domain, or, you know, the variables like that. I mean, I guess we'll find out. But anyway, Judgman declares Sukuna guilty because he admitted to it. And he says confiscation and death penalty, which is both of the verdicts that they wanted coming into this. They wanted to at least confiscate Sukuna's curse technique and then, straight up kill him. So confiscation applies to Sukuna, but we won't find out to the end exactly what it did. And then we see the Executioner Sword manifest, and Sukuna's smiling at it. He's like, yeah. So I'm thinking that, Sukuna can take it and use it to his advantage, or he can do something else with it. There's obviously something that Sukuna is going to do with the Executioner Sword here. So after Higuruma gets the Executioner Sword, he says the sorcerers from Jujutsu High will go, and we see Ino, Kusakabe, and Choso. So they're going to do something, or at least Ino is, because Ino has his mask down, indicating that he's going to activate his Auspicious Beast curse technique. And I'm sure you guys are very familiar with this because it didn't happen too long ago in season 2 of the anime, with the whole Toji resurrection thing. Now, it seems that there's more to what Ino can do with this ability, because also in the 1 month time skip coming into the Gojo versus Sukuna fight, Ino was talking to Gojo and Shoko about something, but we don't know what it was. It could have had something to do with Nanami, maybe. Not really sure, but there is some kind of trick that Ino has up his sleeve that we're not seeing yet. Then we see this sequence of Higuruma hearing someone say, "Higuruma, do you want to die?" Now, either this is a flashback, or it's actually happening, and this is Sukuna invading Higuruma's mind or something, because the narration says the ones who noticed that the change could be easily wrecked was Sukuna and Higuruma himself. So this could be a premonition of him dying, because Sukuna just instantly fires off a bunch of, as it says, vicious blades at him. This is either cleave or dismantle of the advanced variety, and it instantly goes through Kusakabe and Higuruma. They're ostensibly dead here. And if you're wondering wait, I thought confiscation took his curse technique. Well, no, apparently there's a more nuanced rule of Judge Man here, because if the target of confiscation has a cursed tool or a weapon, that will be confiscated instead of the curse technique, which just doesn't make sense, because obviously the curse technique is way more of a priority than the cursed weapon. But whatever. And the weapon that Judge Man took was Sukuna's Kamutoke, which is based off of the Vajra. It's a lightning based ability that could also maybe give Sukuna the ability to teleport where the lightning strikes, maybe. But this was also made by Yorozu on her deathbed with the last of her construction techniques. So I don't know if this means that Judge Man just takes it and it's gone forever, or he gets it back after the domain is over or something. I don't really know, because the domain is technically over. So is it just gone forever, and the only time we got to see him use it was against Kashima for a little bit? That seems kind of a waste, but maybe it's because Sukuna is going to take the Executioner Sword. I don't know how long it lasts, especially if Higuruma dies. So coming off of the previous chapter, we saw the end of Higuruma's domain expansion Deadly Sentencing, because it wound up giving Sukuna confiscation and the death penalty. With the death penalty, it gave Higuruma the Executioner Sword in order to carry out said death penalty, because whoever is cut by it will die, with no exception, even Sukuna. And as for confiscation, it normally takes a sorcerer's curse technique, but in this instance, it took Sukuna's curse tool, which allowed Sukuna to freely use his curse technique against Kusakabe and Higuruma, where he seemingly killed them. But no, coming into this chapter, we're seeing that they survived, and that's because Kusakabe was able to use his simple domain at the last second to weaken the slashes. And this is because over that 1 month break before the Gojo versus Sukuna fight, they were able to drastically improve their cursed energy enhancement skills. Then we get some inner monologue exposition from Kusakabe here about the techniques that Sukuna used to cleave and dismantle. So first of all, he did not hit Kusakabe with the quote-unquote world cutters, or the slashes that cut at an atomic scale, the ones that he learned from Maharaga after analyzing Gojo's Limitless. And Kusakabe wonders if he needs to charge, or there's a binding vow to expand it or something. And either is applicable at this point, but I'm going to assume that he has to use way more cursed energy to be able to perform that, because he is still coming off of the Gojo fight directly into this fight. So he's still not completely fresh. Then he says that Sukuna has 2 slashes, Dismantle, which is the regular slash, and Cleave, which changes depending on the strength of the opponent. And the further exposition here I like from Gege, because he's just clarifying what we've been seeing these last couple chapters with Sukuna. So he says the slash that flies is Dismantle, which he just said is the regular quote-unquote slash. But the slash that divides the world, the atomic cutter one, that's Cleave with an expanded target. And Dismantle activates when it touches the target, except for when it's in the Malevolent Shrine domain, then it just cuts everything up. And that's like a really efficient way of using the curse technique. I mean, this is Sukuna after all. So I like that that's been clarified here. Even though we kind of knew it, it's just that Sukuna never like says what he's doing most of the time. He just fires off stuff. But then Kusakabe is like, you know, what's weird is that he doesn't use the fire that he used in Shibuya. You know, the big fire arrow thing that he used to kill Jogo. And he just assumes, well, I guess he just can't use it right now. And that's hilarious because we were wondering that throughout the entire Gojo versus Sukuna fight. It's like, why isn't he using this against Gojo? And there was never an explanation. It was actually never even mentioned. So I guess there is some reason that he can't use it or doesn't want to use it. But considering that it's being mentioned here, it's for sure going to come back. Probably soon, because that thing is incredibly powerful. Then Sukuna is about to go after the sorcerers again, but Choso comes in and fires off a piercing blood, and Sukuna's just like, nah. He just goes battle manga final boss mode, instantly appears in front of Choso, and then Dragon Ball Z style stabs him through the abdomen with his hands. Choso's really wrecked by this, obviously, and I don't know if this is like the end for him. Yuji is able to grab him, and I guess he puts him off to the side or something, but man, this would be pretty anticlimactic if this is how Choso dies. There's got to be more to this. Or you'd think that Choso would have reverse curse technique at this point. But anyway, Ino comes into the battle and he has Nanami's blunted blade and he instantly swings it at Sukuna, but Sukuna blocks it with his forearm, which I guess is a callback to when Nanami used this initially against Mahito. He blocked in a similar fashion, but that messed Mahito up. But you know, this is Sukuna after all, and Sukuna's like, that's a harder hit than I expected. I see the blunt blade has Nanami's curse technique in it, which is amazing. So we saw before in the 1 month time skip before Gojo versus Sukuna that Ino was going to talk to Gojo and Shoko about Nanami. We didn't know what it was until now. Apparently, Nanami's curse technique has been imbued into the blunt curse tool thing, which is incredible. This is a great way for Nanami to live on. And that technique is pretty powerful. It like divides you into 7 sections, and then the third one is like a critical point. So it just amplifies the strike. And that's how he was able to break open Mahito's arm. And this is why I guess Sukuna is saying that was harder than I expected because he got hit with a critical strike. Then he knocks Ino away, but Ino like takes it, like he blocks it successfully with the blade, and he's still in this battle, but we don't see him for the rest of the chapter. Then Sukuna continues to fight Kusakabe, Higuruma, and Yuji, and he's just going all over the place, you know, lighting them up. And they're like, we can't leave Higuruma alone because he is like the queen on this chessboard right now. With the Executioner's sword, if he just hits Sukuna once, he'll kill him. So they need to protect him, obviously. But Sukuna's just so fast and agile that they can't keep up with him. And as he's going into a building that he knocked Higuruma into, we're cutting to a flashback of the, I guess, 1 month skip before Gojo versus Sukuna. And they talk about Higuruma's Executioner's sword, saying that this is a way that they can save Megumi because Judge Man is able to distinguish between multiple souls inside of a vessel, which is the case with Sukuna. Sukuna took over Megumi's body and then suppressed his soul and kind of like on the forefront of it. So there's 2 inside of Megumi at this point. And when a death penalty is given by Judge Man, it will only kill the person who was deemed guilty, which makes sense because, man, it would just be way too powerful if you just got the Executioner's sword and you could just go on a rampage and kill everyone with it. So this means, in theory, that when they get the Executioner's sword, which they have now, if they cut Sukuna with it, only Sukuna will die and Megumi will still live. But it's also like, what is exactly going on with Megumi's body? Because what we see of Sukuna now is still technically Megumi's tissue, right? Unless there's like some kind of Jiu-Jitsu illusion going on, or it's not really explained to be honest, but I do think that this will for sure end with Megumi being saved at some point, or Sukuna being pulled from him to some extent, because Yuji also has some kind of soul manipulating ability, or it's implied that he does. Before Tsukumo died, she gave Choso like this book on how souls work or research and whatever, and he gave it to Yuji, and throughout that 1 month time skip, he seemingly studied it and was able to swap bodies with Kusakabe, an ability that we still haven't seen come back yet, but that is for sure going to come back. I mean, Chekhov's gun. But I for sure think that that will play into how Megumi is saved here. As for the Executioner's sword being used, I mean, I guess it has to be used at some point, but I just don't think it will be used to kill Sukuna. That would just be too easy. Then we come back to Sukuna going after Higuruma, and we saw him fire off some, I guess, dismantles at him, which like completely chopped the building apart. But now we see that Higuruma has survived it yet again, and that's because on the fly, why he was able to learn domain amplification. This is not the same as simple domain, which we saw Kusakabe use at the beginning of the chapter. It's apparently better because Sukuna immediately makes the distinction between the two. He's like, he used simple domain to decrease my curse technique, but not as much as domain amplification, meaning that domain amplification gives you a better defense than a simple domain does. So yeah, this is incredible. Higuruma is a genius unlike we've seen before, because it says that he was able to develop this less than 2 months after he awakened as a sorcerer. And it was already established that he was a genius from the get-go, like when we were first introduced to him. But now we're seeing that apparently he is even more of a genius than Gojo, because even the narration is like the prospect that can match with Gojo is shining. So yeah, Higuruma is an absolute beast. He has one of the best curse technique and domain expansions ever. I mean, just the Executioner Sword alone is the strongest thing ostensibly in Jujutsu Kaisen, right? Killing anyone without exception. And now he just learned domain amplification on the fly. And it was also mentioned earlier in this chapter that he doesn't have reverse curse technique, so Yuji is worried about him dying. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets that too, right? Because Okkotsu kind of just figured it out on the fly, and Higuruma is implied to be even a greater genius than him, right? I mean, if he's up there with Gojo, then he's better than Okkotsu. So I'm for sure see reverse curse technique on the horizon, but again, I think Gege might be lulling us into a false sense of security here. So coming off of the previous chapter, we saw that Higuruma was able to develop domain amplification on the fly to be able to defend against Sukuna's slashes. And coming into this chapter, we're seeing that impressed Sukuna, not necessarily because of the domain amplification itself, but how Higuruma is able to apply it to the fight and his abilities. Because he's able to activate it, then essentially pause, if you will, the Executioner Sword, then reactivate it once he stops domain amplification. Because you can't have both at the same time. Like, you can't use your curse technique while you have domain amplification active. So what Higuruma is doing is, if you're familiar with a gas range, you can turn the fire down to like a little ember, and then you could, just turn it back up to like a full-blown flame. So what he's doing is, when he activates domain amplification, he's turning the Executioner Sword down to an ember so that it doesn't completely dissipate. So that way he can, bring it back when he's not using it, because he needs it to kill Sukuna. It's the only trump card he has here. And Sukuna likens this to when he was going against Gojo using Maharaga. It's because Sukuna had to use domain amplification in order to battle against Limitless, but he didn't want to completely invalidate Maharaga's adaptation ability, because that was the crux of him defeating Gojo. So he essentially just paused it. Same thing with what Higuruma is doing with the Executioner Sword here. And also, now that I think about it, the 10 Shadows is kind of broken with domain amplification, because you can just still have like the Shikigamis out, even if they're not necessarily using like their broken abilities. But anyway, Sukuna likens Higuruma's display of abilities here similar to a level of his own, meaning that Higuruma is on the level of Jujutsu genius that Sukuna is as well. And we're going to see that that's very likely true considering what he does later on in this chapter. But also, keep in mind, Higuruma has only been a sorcerer for like under 2 months at this point, and he's already essentially at the highest level, or the level right below the highest. Like, whatever tier is under Sukuna and Gojo, Higuruma is there. Then Sukuna just starts destroying the place, and we get into this battle sequence between Yuji, Higuruma, and Sukuna just blitzes Yuji, grabs his arm, puts his hand on the side of Yuji's abdomen, and then just dismantles or cleaves him in a net pattern, and just blows out a portion of Yuji's abdomen. Like, this is devastating. Then he just drops Yuji like a bag of trash, and he's like, take a good look in the mirror, brat. You're a bore. There isn't a single interesting bone in that body. Now, that's probably not true. There is obviously some kind of significance to Yuji. I'm not even just talking about the implied power-up that he has right now, which still hasn't been explained, but I'm pretty sure Kenjaku did something special to Yuji for sure. And it very likely could have something to do with developing a new kind of cursed energy. I actually talked about this in a collab that's going to be coming out in the next 2 weeks with Fake Weeb, No Operator, and Quirkless Shinobi, so look out for that. So at this point, Yuji is mortally wounded.
wounded, essentially, right? He needs to either develop reverse curse technique on the fly to be able to heal from this, you know, just like Higuruma, or he already has some kind of curse regeneration ability or something that's not necessarily reverse curse technique, or it's some kind of automatic version of it, possibly. Maybe something he developed from consuming the death wound paintings. I mean, it's not confirmed that he has, but that's the popular theory at this point, I suppose. Or somebody comes in and heals him, like Shoko comes in, because, you know, where is she right now? Or I guess Okkotsu could if he comes back with Kenjaku's head, but it's also possible that Yuji already has reverse curse technique or something like it, because he was cut up by Sukuna, you know, right after he took over Megumi's body, and he seemingly healed from the slashes. But Yuji doesn't heal in this chapter. Like, even going into like the ending sequence, he still has like that chunk missing from his abdomen, so it remains to be seen what's going on with him. But as we can see, he's still, you know, obviously no match for Sukuna. Sukuna could have just easily killed him right there, but I guess he didn't, because I don't know, maybe he wants Yuji to evolve as well. Maybe he's kind of negging Yuji, to be honest, you know, like treating him like crap so that he'll rise to the occasion, because Sukuna does want a good fight here. He's kind of like a sociopathic version of Goku, I guess. And it goes into the joke of Sukuna being the true main character of Jujutsu Kaisen, which would be hilarious if he actually is. Like, this whole time we were just following Sukuna's story and he is the one who will ultimately win at the end. I don't think that's guaranteed, but with Gege it's a very real possibility, I suppose. But I'll go more into him wanting to foster growth in sorcerers and push them, so in turn that they could push him. But he continues to fight against Higuruma here in a pretty cool sequence, and Sukuna starts throwing out some enchants, like Scale of the Dragon, Recoil, Twin Meteors, and this like buffs up his dismantle that he fires off. It like cuts the bridge in half, but it also takes off Higuruma's arm. And Sukuna's like, you know, go ahead, heal yourself, come on. And then Higuruma is not able to do anything, and then Sukuna cuts off his other hand, holding the Executioner's sword. And he's like, next is your head. You'll need reverse curse technique. You know that, don't you? Come on, give it your best shot. Otherwise, it's the end of the line for you. So yeah, this goes back to what I was saying about he's trying to foster growth. Like, he wants to be tested. Like, that's his whole thing here. And he's just so far ahead of everyone that the only way that he can get a challenge is if he forces them to get stronger. And it goes back to the whole Goku thing, because if you remember in the Cell games, Goku essentially threw Gohan to the wolves, like, against Perfect Cell, so that he could foster his growth and be pushed eventually to becoming Super Saiyan 2, because Goku knew that, you know, there's no way Cell would be able to defeat that level of power. So Sukuna is, I guess, kind of doing that with Higuruma and some of the other sorcerers as well, I suppose. And I also think that this plays into Sukuna's backstory. I think that he was a product of this as well. Like, I also talked about this in the collab with the other creators I was talking about, how there was probably like an original Culling Games that happened maybe 1,000 years ago or something, and Sukuna evolved in that Culling Game and became what he is now. Like, it's possible that maybe he forced himself into being killed so that he would come back as a cursed spirit or something, but then he stopped mid-transformation and maintained his humanity or something, but had the benefits of the cursed body without being a cursed spirit. Something like that, you know, because if you look at the right side of his face, it looks like a curse. Like, it's unmistakably very curse-like. It even resembles like Curse Naoya's face, kind of. I think I might have to make an entire video dedicated to that subject, because, you know, there's the other whole thing of like, he could be two people, and I know I talked about that before, but it's also even possible at this point that he, at least in part, is Michizane Sugawara, you know, the ancestor of Gojo and Okkotsu. I know, crazy stuff. But yeah, I guess I'll have to make another video about that. But before Sukuna can give the coup de grace to Higuruma here, he gets shot with a piercing blood. And we don't see who does this. It kind of happens off panel, but we see the, you know, piercing blood hit Sukuna. And Sukuna's like, this is that older brother of the Death Moon paintings. So stubborn. So I guess this is Choso doing this, or maybe it was Yuji. Like, Yuji somehow developed piercing blood from maybe consuming the Death Moon paintings, or it just is Choso, because Choso was pierced through the abdomen by Sukuna in the previous chapter, and we were like, you know, there's no way that this could be the death of Choso. It's kind of anticlimactic if he dies like this. So maybe he's just out there trying to snipe Sukuna, you know, giving overhead coverage. But as this happens, Higuruma is able to develop reverse curse technique on the fly, just like what he did with domain amplification, and he just grows back his hand and grabs the executioner's sword and is about to get a clean cut on Sukuna, but as it pierces Sukuna's hand, Sukuna had already chopped off his own hand. So that prevented him from straight up being killed by the executioner's sword, because it only needs to cut you once. And it also needs to cut the specific target that it was intended for, like whoever got the death penalty. And I guess this goes more into the nuance of how it works. Like, it doesn't just have to hit a piece of you, like it has to hit you as a whole, I guess. So it won't work on a severed limb the way that like Nobara's curse technique would work, you know, for example. Then we cut to this flashback of Higuruma talking to Kusakabe. Kusakabe says, "Curse is getting stronger post-mortem. I wouldn't call it impossible." And then Higuruma says, "If anything, I'd say that would match our general understanding of curses more accurately." So what they're referring to here, I think, is like maybe a double entendre. You know, curses mean a lot in this series, but they could be referring to like when you curse someone verbally. You know, if you just say something to them with conviction or whatever, the Jiu-Jitsu Akashic records will affect it. And it's like a spell, I guess you could say. Almost kind of like a binding vow in a way. And it's like if you curse somebody and then you die, it'll get stronger. And I think this actually goes more into Gege being inspired by Hunter x Hunter. Because like Nen contracts and just Nen abilities and stuff like that works. They get like way more powerful if you die or something. And I guess the curse in question here is what Nanami said to Yuji. Like before Nanami was killed, he told Yuji, "You've got it from here." So that was essentially Nanami cursing Yuji. Even though like he didn't want to, I guess he did. And it goes back to like the first chapter with Yuji's grandfather not wanting to curse him either on his deathbed. So Yuji's curse here is like, he's got it from here. Like Yuji is essentially the one that has to save the day. So that is his curse, and it's gotten stronger. Even coming into like the final narration here, it says, grasping the curses entrusted to him with his own hands. But before that, Sukuna just like cuts Higuruma in half. Like, I guess he's just had enough fun with him, or he's just pushing him even further, but he cuts him in freaking half. And it looks like he's dying. And he's able to hand off the executioner's sword to Yuji, who's coming from behind Sukuna, grabbing the executioner's sword. And in the final panel, we see that he's about to stab him in the back with it. Also, like I said, he hasn't recovered from the slices that he took to the abdomen. And this also confirms that like other people can grab the executioner's sword. You know, we were talking about that before. And yeah, of course, on paper, Yuji can kill Sukuna here with it, but it just would be too easy if it ended like that. So coming into this chapter, we see that Yuji has failed to kill Sukuna with the executioner's sword that was given to him by Higuruma on his deathbed. The sequence plays out a little ambiguously, I guess, but it seems like the executioner's sword just wasn't strong enough or dissipated or something because Higuruma died. And therefore Sukuna is able to avoid it or something. I just wish Gege did better paneling with this sequence, to be honest. But I don't think the Executioner's Sword is gone for good, because it was built up a lot in the last couple chapters, and even before that in the beginning of the Culling game. So I guess it has to come back at some point. If Higuruma himself does come back, maybe it'll reignite with it Yuji or something maybe. And I'll get more into that. But Sukuna is able to counter at Yuji and throw some slashes at him. And then he notes that his Kamutoke cursed tool was taken by Higuruma, and it's like completely gone now, especially now that he's dead. We saw a couple chapters back when Higuruma activated his deadly sentencing domain expansion. Once Sukuna was found guilty, the confiscation took his cursed tool, the Kamutoke, which was made by Yorozu many chapters back on her deathbed, using her construction technique. And unfortunately, we only really got to see him use it for I guess a single chapter against Kashima. But I guess it's more so just showing how much Sukuna has lost coming into this fight, because he is surely not at 100%. I mean, just going through the Gojo fight alone, he's spent so much cursed energy, seemingly can't even use his domain expansions anymore because of that. And then he had to use his form reacclimation or whatever he did to become his, four-armed form against Kashima.
that was like a one-time thing. So yeah, he's slowly being stripped away here, which I guess will play into his ultimate downfall. Then we come to this sequence where we see Yui, the brother of Mei, and Kirara, who is Hikari's girlfriend, come and take the dead body of Higuruma and then teleport away. Because it's confirmed by Sukuna here that Yui does have a teleportation curse technique. I mean, we kind of knew this because, you know, back at the end of season 2, as we all recently saw with that controversial scene, Yui was able to take Mei from Shibuya to Malaysia. So that's how he's been doing it. But Sukuna also points out that Yui and Kirara are taking the wounded and or dead people and teleporting them away. And one of the other people mentioned is Gojo. So that means that after Gojo was killed by Sukuna, Yui and Kirara showed up and took his severed body, seemingly back to Shoko. Shoko is like the main Jiu-Jitsu doctor, I guess you could say, in this series. She was on Gojo's team back when he was in Jujutsu High along with Geto. And she's known for having, you know, reverse curse technique to a somewhat high degree, I guess. Or more so that she can't only just use it on herself like most of the sorcerers in this series, she can use it on others and heal them that way. However, Sukuna points out that when you do this, when you use reverse curse technique on others besides yourself, it seemingly is halved in its effectiveness. And just putting that aside, Sukuna points out that Shoko's reverse curse technique in general isn't even as strong as his own or Gojo's. And that leaves the question of, is Gojo going to be revived by Shoko here? And I don't really know. This isn't the first time that Gege has given us false hope about a character coming back to life. I mean, this notoriously happened also in season 2 recently with Nobara, who, you know, we haven't really heard or seen or talked about since I think after Okkotsu met up with Yuji, which is going to happen at the beginning of season 3, where it was implied that she was pretty much dead. But it is really interesting that it is specifically being pointed out here that Gojo's body was taken by Yui and Kirara and allegedly taken to Shoko. So that is for sure Gege putting that there to give us hope about him possibly coming back. I mean, Gege is painfully aware that Gojo is the most popular character in this series. So it would like really sell the volumes and the chapters if he were to come back, you know? Now, how could he come back? Well, there's a few ways, I guess. Just straight up having reverse curse technique applied on him by Shoko, you know, healing his torso to his legs could in theory bring him back just that way. I mean, we have seen other people, mainly Yuji, I guess, straight up get killed twice and then come back after being reverse curse techniqued. Like he was killed by Sukuna ripping out his heart and he was dead for a while. You know, that happened back in early season 1. And then, you know, reverse curse technique happened and then he was brought back to life. Now, I know that there was some jujitsu trickery going on there with whatever Sukuna was doing, the nuanced stuff. And that definitely had something to do with it. But also, which is going to happen at the beginning of season 3, when Okkotsu kills Yuji with a sword to complete his binding vow with the higher ups, he then brought him back to life with reverse curse technique. So now that Gojo has been killed, even though it is a little different, I guess, because I don't think Okkotsu killed Yuji with cursed energy, although I don't think it really matters in this case. It only really matters when it comes down to if somebody is going to become a cursed spirit or not, right? The difference between killing them with or without cursed energy. I don't think that really matters with reverse curse technique healing them. So in theory, Gojo could be brought back. And also we've seen Gojo himself freaking die, kind of, you know, by Toji stabbing him in the head and stabbing him multiple times. And Gojo said at that time, he just focused completely on healing himself. So it's possible that when Gojo was sliced through the stomach or the abdomen, he did something similar. Because I guess they had to have some kind of contingency in place here for if Gojo were to lose to Sukuna, considering that everybody acted so quickly after Gojo died. And they weren't like grieving or upset, you know? They didn't even talk about it. So there's just so many little things here that Gege is putting there to make us think that there is a possibility, but maybe Gege legitimately likes upsetting his audience. Not really sure with that, but there is another possibility that Shoko is stronger than what Sukuna thinks she is. I mean, maybe he's just downplaying her because he does have somewhat of a good idea of how powerful he is from being inside of Yuji's body, having his memories, having Megumi's memories. just being a, crazy jujitsu genius. But maybe, like I said, she is stronger than what he is giving her credit for. Or maybe her curse technique, which we don't know. We never even heard even remotely what it could be. She's always just been focused on her reverse curse technique abilities. Maybe her curse technique has something to do with her, I don't know, saving people or something. Or there's another possibility that she does some kind of crazy binding vow that brings Gojo back, possibly, because that's always a thing, right? I mean, I don't know if binding vows can go as far as like Nen contracts and Hunter x Hunter can, but it does seem like if not Gojo comes back, maybe Higuruma can be healed and then he'll come back. And like I said, that will tie back into the Executioner's Sword. But anyway, all this talk about reverse curse technique, turns out our boy Yuji has learned reverse curse technique over the 1 month time skip before the Gojo versus Sukuna fight. Who taught him how to do it? Not really sure. We'll probably never know, to be honest, because it doesn't seem like Gege really cares to explain things that happened before anymore. But given that Yuji allegedly knows how to use blood manipulation now, because allegedly we saw, or didn't see, off panel, Yuji firing off a piercing blood at Sukuna in the previous chapter. How he learned how to do that? Not sure. We're not even really sure what's going on with Yuji's arms, or what his power-up is, or what his abilities are. I mean, it's implied that maybe he ate the cursed wombs, but when he ate them, did he gain the curse technique from them as well? Don't know, but I'll go more into what Yuji could be doing, because we're about to go into Sukuna's long monologue in this chapter, because Sukuna's going over his options here. He's like, okay, Yuji learned how to reinforce his cursed energy, and now he's learned reverse curse techniques, so that's kind of interesting, I guess. And then, the main dish being the kid with spirit possession. I think he's talking about Ino here. Main dish referring to, like, that's his best fight that he's gonna have with Ino, unless he's talking about Okkotsu, but pretty sure Ino's ability is spirit possession, right? He has like one of those 4 royal beasts or whatever that he can call on to use those techniques. Ino seemingly isn't really that strong from what we saw, so I don't know why Sukuna would be talking about him unless he knows something that we don't, which he always does. I mean, go figure, he is a main villain in Jujutsu Kaisen, but he's getting irritated and he's zoning out. And he's like, am I disheartened because that sorcerer died? I think he's referring to Higuruma here. And then he goes on to explain pretty much who he is in a nutshell, saying that like he doesn't have to be satisfied by others because he essentially does what he wants when he wants to. And all of this is just a way to pass time until he dies. And that others to him are just things to, I guess, entertain him in a way, which I guess directly conflicts with him being satisfied by others, but whatever. And he remembers back when he said that Jogo essentially lacked conviction to take hold of his desires, and that he didn't have what Sukuna had. And that if other people can't understand where Sukuna's coming from, it's really their problem. And that his main desire is to, aside from living his life the way that he wants, is to go beyond his limits. So Sukuna is basically like a psychopathic, nihilistic shonen MC, because 1,000 years ago, Sukuna seemingly had already won his story. Like, he got everything he wanted, became the strongest, and then succeeded life into death, and then was reborn once again, I guess to have a challenge because there was none left back in the day. I mean, at this point, I'm even unsure if Gege is going to tell us what happened in the Heian era, and like how Sukuna met Kenjaku and the binding vows that they made. I mean, I hope that he does, but it seems like things are being rushed at this point, right? But then Sukuna says something really interesting, and he's like, why do I get irritated when I see that people want to sacrifice themselves for their ideals? And then he says that there was someone like that from 1,000 years ago, but the one that changed from 1,000 years ago is me. Now, this translation seems a bit iffy. I've seen like 3 different translations of this, and they all kind of say something a little differently. I like to go off of this one because it's more interesting than the others, but there was someone like that from 1,000 years ago. Heian era, of course, the golden age of Jiu-Jitsu. Then after that, he says, Brat, that's right, it's you. The opponent that I fought 1,000 years ago was a different person. So this makes me think, is Sukuna talking about his alleged brother that he may or may not have had? And long story short, if he did, then Sukuna ate his brother or merged with him in some way, and that's why he appears to be 2 people in one. Like, he's huge, 4 arms, 4 eyes, mouth in the stomach. Part of him is his brother, but then part of him is not, of course. Because I think that Sukuna wasn't originally the way that he is now. Not even just physically, I mean just mentally as well. Whatever Sukuna is now is something different. Like his mentality has changed. Like who he is has fundamentally altered. And I think it's because he is halfway into a cursed spirit, which has like altered his mentality and perception of things. Like it's made him more hedonistic and nihilistic than what he originally was. Like maybe he was initially just a guy who wanted to be the strongest, you know, the classic MC. Aside from wanting to be the Pirate King or the Hokage, he wanted to go past his limits, kind of like Goku in a way. But then he just lost much of, or whatever morality that he had when he seemingly transferred over into what he is now. It's possible that Sukuna intentionally killed himself in a way so that he would be able to merge with his brother and become like this new cursed spirit merger thing. I know maybe that could parallel to what Kenjaku's trying to do, but before he fully became a cursed spirit, maybe he stopped the process so that he would become what he is now, like the perfect vessel for Jiu-Jitsu possibly. And since he has done that, he's now this moralless, hedonistic, Michael Jordan-esque character of the Jiu-Jitsu world. And I think that could have always represented what the parallel between Yuji and Sukuna is. Because, you know, Sukuna living inside of Yuji for most of the series, Yuji being the opposite of Sukuna, but Yuji having some kind of connection to him, seemingly because Kenjaku made Yuji for some reason, right? We found out that Kenjaku inhabited the sorcerer Kaori to give birth to Yuji. And Sukuna also makes remarks about Yuji in relation to Kenjaku, which are super ambiguous, of course. And we still don't know much about anything, to be honest, but there is a big web of connections here, especially when Sukuna says in this wall of text where he's like, however, now it's different, our souls coexist together in the same body. Now that's obviously in the past tense, but it could be in even past tense and in the present tense as well. Because this all ends with Sukuna saying that Yuji is far weaker than Sukuna. We know that. However, his will and strength of will is on the same level as Sukuna, and that makes him a real rival to him. Because no matter how many times he breaks Yuji's soul, as he says, he springs back to life. He keeps breaking them down, he keeps coming back. And that could be a little double entendre here from Gege as well. Like breaking his soul, he comes back. Yuji seemingly has an ability to manipulate his soul or souls in general, because we saw in that brief glimpse of the 1 month time skip that he can swap bodies with Kusakabe. And the only way you can really do that so far as we've seen was through putting your soul into them and then taking their soul out at the same time, right? And maybe that's how Yuji is able to use blood manipulation through, I don't know, altering his soul or something. And maybe it's why he was the perfect vessel for Sukuna and why Kenjaku made him the way that he did. And maybe this is Yuji's ability. And it could go more into the many levels and layers of what he said to Mahito about how I am you. It's more so like, it could be that, you know, they're more alike than what he thought. Mahito is the fear of humans, where Yuji could be the fear of curses. But they both, at a core level, manipulate the soul. But anyway, this all ends with Sukuna just saying that it's not a change of events, and I'll make it clear to you once and for all. I've decided that I will mince up all of your ideals. So Sukuna's just like, you know what, let me just stop overthinking it and just kill everyone. Like, yeah, your will and ideal are pretty strong, but I'll just overcome you anyway. And then this glowing cross appears above his head, and the Kogane from the Culling Game appears, and it says a player has added a new rule to the Culling Game. Rule 15, the right to invoke the merger between mankind and Tengen, will sit with Fushiguro Megumi. And Sukuna is technically in Megumi's body right now, even though he doesn't look like him. The Culling Game identifies Sukuna as Megumi. So Kenjaku's big ultimate plan of merging the population of Japan with Tengen, using the Culling Game as like a conduit to be able to do that with its barriers and everything, to create like this massive cursed spirit that is beyond powerful. It could even give birth to a new form of cursed energy. The nuclear codes for that essentially have been passed on to Sukuna. And I guess this is what Kenjaku was saying as he was being killed by Okkotsu a couple chapters back. He said, my will will be passed on. This is it. Now, who made the rule chain? Did Sukuna make it in his head? Like, can you do that? I don't think we've seen anybody do that before, right? I think you have to like verbally say it out loud. Now, was it Kenjaku? Is Kenjaku still alive? Probably not, because Okkotsu is going to show up at the end of this chapter, and we don't see Kenjaku with him. Unless Kenjaku is still alive as a head, and I don't know, Yui teleported and took him somewhere. Not really sure. Unless it was somebody else. Was it Urarame who is fighting Hikari at the moment? Or is there like a sleeper agent out there? Is Miwa the sleeper agent for Kenjaku this whole time? I don't know. So many unanswered questions here, so much off-panel stuff going on. But this glowing cross thing eventually becomes what looks like a cursed womb, right? Like a small cursed womb, and it kind of resembles Tengen, which I guess it's supposed to represent here, since if Tengen is dead, then it wouldn't be able to merge with Japan and create the big curse thing. So is he eating like a modified version of Tengen as a cursed womb? Because even, Sukuna acknowledges that this is Kenjaku's insurance. But anyway, then Sukuna's like, I'm going to kill you all, everyone here, and then I'm going to kill all the players in the culling game, which, by the way, Kenjaku was supposed to do that and he didn't. There are still quite a few players left in the culling game that aren't here, and I wonder what they're doing. Like, are they just chilling? Like, everybody should just be ganging up on Sukuna now. But then he says that let's finish off with the merger and Tengen and the riffraff. And as soon as that's done, I'll go play with that Tengen, meaning the merger. And we actually talked about this, me, Quirkless Shinobi, Fake Weeb, and No Operator, in a collab that I released, I think last Saturday, about this very situation playing out. If the merger does go through and the big thing, cursed energy monster it comes forth, Sukuna would fight it, because I think that was what Sukuna always wanted. Sukuna just wants to be tested to go past his limits. That's why he was egging on Higuruma and everybody else that he was fighting. He wants them to get as strong as they possibly can, because then they will push him further. Because like I was saying, Sukuna is like a hedonistic, nihilistic version of Goku, essentially. Or a Saiyan. And I really hope we do get to see it. I mean, I don't want everybody in Japan to die, but this is Gege's story, and if he wants to entertain us by doing that, so be it. But anyway, Okkotsu shows up, and he's like, sorry, I'm late. And he immediately attacks Sukuna, and they clash, but nothing really comes of it. Now, this is Okkotsu, like I said, coming off of beheading Kenjaku a couple chapters back. And he doesn't have Kenjaku with him, and we don't know anything that happened after that. We just know that Okkotsu is here now. And it ends with Sukuna saying, like, get your act together and fight against me, because if you don't kill me, I'm going to kill everyone here. And then Rika comes out of nowhere and then tries to crush Sukuna, but he's like, holding her up. And he's like, there she is, the queen. And then the narration says, like, the queen of curses versus the king of curses. Who will take the throne is decided now. So this is really interesting, and it's kind of a dream match, because this is something that we wanted way back in the day. I remember talking about this like almost 3 years ago. Like, what would happen if Rika fought Sukuna? And to be honest, Gege already kind of told us that, because in the Jujutsu Kaisen data book, I forget what the actual name of it, but thankfully I think an English version of it actually is coming out this year. But in the Q&A section, somebody asked Gege, like, who's stronger, Awakened Rika or Full Power Sukuna? And Gege straight up just said Sukuna. So if you had any kind of questions about who's stronger here, it's definitely Sukuna, because this isn't even Awakened Rika. This is, I guess, like a Shikigami that was left behind by Rika that altered Okkotsu's curse technique. Like, Okkotsu's curse technique seemingly is this Rika Shikigami that holds his boundless cursed energy and his stocked abilities that he's able to replicate, right? But she still is technically the queen of curses, I guess, at this point. Or the queen of Shikigamis. I don't know. A better fight would be Rika versus Maharaga. That would be really interesting. But can Okkotsu seemingly really do anything against Sukuna here? Yeah, like I was saying, Sukuna isn't at full power. He is kind of weathered coming into this fight. And I'm pretty sure he can't use his domain expansion, which puts him at a disadvantage against Okkotsu, who can. And I think we are going to finally see Okkotsu's domain expansion in this fight, because it was teased when he's having that triple threat match against Uro and Ryu. All three of them were going to use their domain expansions at once, but then the cursed spirit Kuro Urushi came in from the outside and broke it, because it was unstable from 3 domains merging together. So yeah, another Gege, teasing us, but pretty sure we're going to get to see it here, and I cannot wait. The only thing that I'm worried about is that Okkotsu is going to die because it seems like if you fight Sukuna, you're going to get killed, right? That's like the theme of the series so far. And no one is safe. All right, so we have a really wild chapter here because we're continuing the battle between Okkotsu and Sukuna, and we're actually seeing Okkotsu's domain expansion, which is pretty incredible. But coming off of the previous chapter, we saw that Okkotsu had finally joined the battlefield to take on Sukuna along with Rika. But before we got into that fight, coming into this chapter, we're actually going into a small flashback of when Okkotsu had killed Kenjaku by cutting off his head, because that was something that we cut away from, unfortunately, where it ended with Kenjaku saying my will be inherited. But now we're seeing what happened after that. So his head starts like floating and he releases the cursed spirits within him, you know, in Geto's cursed spirit manipulation technique, which I guess is just a failsafe Thomos, or just something that happens as a result of the body of the user dying, maybe. I mean, I don't think that necessarily happened when Gojo killed Geto, you know, back in Volume 0, but it is something that Toji wondered about when he was fighting against Geto in Hidden Inventory Arc, which is why he was hesitant of killing him. But it's happening here, and there's a bunch of them coming out, but it's surprisingly taken care of very easily by Rika. It's almost like a non-issue at this point, and it makes you wonder like why Gege put so much emphasis on this, especially it being mentioned later on in this chapter, but it is what it is. But Kenjaku is like made this tree of like Resident Evil meat or something. I don't know what's going on here. This could be a cursed spirit that he's using to do this, but it's like holding up his head, and it also has like this flesh orb chamber for Tengen's cursed womb thing that he is. But at this point, Kenjaku makes the rule to the Kogane of the Culling game that Megumi Fushiguro, who is actually Sukuna in this instance, since he is inhabiting his body in the game, for some reason can't tell the difference, will hold the power to invoke the great merger between mankind and Tengen, which is like Kenjaku's big ultimate plan, using the Culling game as like a conduit to fuse the population of Japan with ascended Tengen in order to become like this big massive cursed spirit that's kind of like a new anomaly that in theory could even create a new form of cursed energy. Just something that creates a kind of chaos that not even Kenjaku can control, which is like what his goal was, like I said. And he made that rule so that, you know, of course, Sukuna can activate the merger now that he is dead. And he also says that the ritual of succession with Sukuna has already been finished beforehand, and then after that he can overwrite the parents that form the foundation of the merging ritual done through the Culling games. And it's like, that's kind of a rough translation, I'm not gonna lie, but it is what it is. I'm pretty sure he's just talking about the people that can activate this merger, that he's using the Culling game as a conduit to do that, because the Culling game barriers that are around the colonies in Japan all link up and eventually make like this straight line, and the straight line makes like this curtain that will pass through Japan, like enveloping everything. And that's how he made all of the people in Japan susceptible to being able to go through this merger in the first place. And I'm surprised that Gege hasn't brought this up again. He kind of just assumes the entire audience already knows what he's talking about when he has Kenjaku giving this exposition, but he's only really showed the example of that being done, I think, once. It was like way back in like chapter 145 or 146, somewhere around there, when we first got introduced to Tengen and Tengen explained what Kenjaku's plan was. But speaking of Tengen, like I said, he's been reduced to like this cursed womb that Kenjaku was like holding inside of this meat sack thing. And that's what he wound up sending to Sukuna in the previous chapter. And Sukuna like ate the Tengen cursed womb because I guess he just needs that so that he can have, you know, Japan merge with Tengen. And it's also interesting that they need to have this tangible aspect of Tengen, considering that Tengen said that he himself was more of an abstraction now since he didn't go through with the Star Plasma Vessel merger, you know, since Toji killed Riko. But I guess they need to have some kind of marker to represent Tengen in all of this, I suppose. Then Okkotsu stabs Kenjaku in the head, like right in the stitches where his brain is, which I assume means that Kenjaku is straight up dead now, which is pretty anticlimactic in my opinion. I mean, yeah, Kenjaku had to die, and Okkotsu did tell us that he was going to kill him, but I just thought more could have been done beforehand. I feel like there's a lot more that Kenjaku could have said, could have been involved in, and there is still a chance that we'll get like a Heian era flashback to when Kenjaku started all of this, like all of his machinations came to be, when he met Sukuna, when he met the other people in the culling game. But at this point, I'm really unsure of that. Like, I don't want to get anybody's hopes up that it's like guaranteed that that's going to happen, because I don't think it is. And even if it does happen, there's a chance it just might take up 2 pages. Like, Gege isn't like Oda with One Piece. Like, at least Oda will give us like an entire arc dedicated to a flashback. And even if not everything is substantial or there's a lot of bloat to that flashback, at least we're getting it fleshed out. And I just hope that Gege does that here, but you know, like I said, it just doesn't seem like he even really cares to give us that much more backstory anymore. So I guess this is just the end of Kenjaku. Like, he's dead, this is how he gets taken out, and it is what it is. He does mention Takaba here, saying that he didn't have much fun in the last 1,000 years, but he was happy that he was able to play with him in the end. Takaba, you know, of course referring to the fight, or quote-unquote fight that he had with Takaba before Okkotsu showed up and took his head off. But Takaba is still like laying down in like his funeral garb. I guess he's sleeping or something. Is this like a side effect of his curse technique? Because it's like, is Takaba going to come back into play, or is he just benched for the rest of this arc/series? Because it seems like he would be a pretty valuable player to put in against Sukuna at this point. I mean, if he can push Kenjaku to the point of where he thought that he was going to get killed, then he could surely do some shenanigans to Sukuna, right? While everyone just gangs up on him at the same time. But I digress. Coming back to Sukuna, we're coming to real time here where Okkotsu and Rika are facing him. And Okkotsu points out that Sukuna's cursed energy is coming back to normal because he sees that his reverse curse technique is coming back at a normal rate, you know, regenerating his hand. And that in theory he would be able to use his domain expansion sooner than later, because you know we have to remember that Sukuna has been just continuously fighting since the fight with Gojo, and the fight with Gojo was very taxing. Like, he had to do like 5 domain expansions, a crap ton of reverse curse technique, tons of brain damage, tons of cursed energy expenditure. It was a very exhausting task to take out Gojo. And then right after that, you know, he had to go into the Kashima battle, and then, you know, fighting everybody else, including Higuruma and Yuji and all them. But now he's regenerating. I don't know, he's getting his second or third wind at this point. But before we get into the fight here, Okkotsu's having like this inner monologue where he's like putting himself down, saying that he should have been there, and that he should have did this, he should have did that, and that Higuruma's taken out because of him, and that Kenjaku's plan is succeeding because of him. It's like, it's really interesting how Okkotsu is still not as confident as you think he would be, especially in himself. And he puts a lot of the blame on himself as well. I mean, I guess this could be Gege's commentary on the trauma that Okkotsu suffered as a child, you know, with Rika and all that stuff. And, you know, going forward into him joining Jujutsu High, and how the cursed spirit Rika caused a lot of issues for him as well. But he starts to fight Sukuna here with the sword, and Sukuna just grabs it by the blade, because apparently Sukuna can manipulate his cleave and dismantle to such a small degree where he can just have the blades envelop his fingers so that he can grab Okkotsu's blade without actually touching it. Then he like pulls it out of Okkotsu's hand and just back fists Rika in the face, but winds up getting punched in his mouth stomach. And Gege emphasizes that the mouth stomach is getting punched here, but nothing really comes of it. I really want to see what Sukuna is going to be able to do with that thing. I mean, it's implied that he kind of just has it so that he has an extra mouth to do incantations and stuff, but I'm pretty sure he's like eating people with it too. Or eating something. Probably like human flesh or even cursed spirits possibly. But after another hand-to-hand sequence here between the three of them, Okkotsu goes into another self-defeatist monologue here. And he's like, you know, everything is happening because of my fault. And that's why I'll end everything here. And he activates his domain expansion. And we see an emphasis on the Rika ring that he has, which is interestingly on his middle finger now. It's usually on his ring finger. I think Gege purposely is showing us this for some reason. Maybe, I don't know, it signifies his mental state, or maybe it's how his curse technique can be manipulated somehow. But the domain expansion of Okkotsu is called True Love. That is not the final translation here. It's probably going to have a different name to it, but it has something to do with love. We do see like the Japanese knots around it, which are used for like weddings or funerals. And we also see like these pillars coming out of the ground. They're all like broken, and there's tons of katanas everywhere. It's pretty cool. And I'm really glad that we're finally getting to see it because, you know, as we know, it was teased way back at the start of the culling game in Sendai Colony when Okkotsu was taking on Ryu, Uro at the same time, and they all did a triple domain expansion, but Kuro Urushi, the cursed spirit, came in and broke it from the outside because a merger of 3 domains was so unstable. But now we're getting to see it, and I guess what its ability is aside from it just having a sure hit effect, which we don't necessarily know what it is. I guess it just messes you up. It just hits you with one of his curse techniques or something. Aside from just the, you know, like I said, sure hit, Okkotsu can grab one of these katanas, which I guess there is an infinite amount of them, and then the katana will take the place of a technique which he has copied many of, because when he activates the domain expansion, Sukuna activates Hollow Wicker Basket, which is like the old school version of simple domain. It just protects you from the sure hit of a domain, but it doesn't shut down like the curse technique effect of it. And because of this, Okkotsu grabs one of the katanas, and it represents Thin Icebreaker, which is the technique that Uro has with her sky manipulation ability. Like, she can crack the surface of space, you know, like you would ice, and it creates like this big impact. And Okkotsu hits Sukuna with it, but he blocks it with his like top forearm, still his bottom hands holding together, activating the wicker basket. So yeah, this is a pretty incredible domain, and I guess this is what we expected his domain would be. Like, he could just use all of his techniques at once, which it essentially is, I guess, but he kind of has to do it one at a time, I suppose, grabbing the katanas, you know what I mean? But after that exchange, we get an inner monologue from Sukuna, and he's like, oh, I see now. This is the next plan that these guys cook. And he's remembering from Megumi's memories, you know, since we found out that when a reincarnated sorcerer takes over a person's body, they assimilate their memories. So now he has knowledge of Okkotsu, and he calls him the spirit-possessing kid. And I guess this means that he was referring to Okkotsu in the previous chapter when he said that the spirit-possession kid was the main dish. So he's assuming that Okkotsu is going to be his final toughest battle here. And then he also says that his curse technique is copy. And I guess that might be the official name for Okkotsu's technique at this point, and calling it copy isn't really doing it justice, because yes, Okkotsu can copy others' curse techniques, not like a facsimile of it, but he can copy the ability and use it in his own manner, but it more or less is taking the ability, if that makes sense. It's not like a 100% recreation, like I said, but aside from that, Rika the Shikigami is also his curse technique, and her external hard drive like ability where she can hold most of Okkotsu's like incredible cursed energy, but also hold all of the techniques as well, and being like a Pokemon for him to fight. It's like an incredible cursed technique. So many layers to it. And then going further, Sukuna like explains how he thinks the domain expansion works, and how Okkotsu is like forcing him to use Hollow Wicker Basket to protect him from the sure hit attacks, but also preventing the use of half his arms and mouths. And then also talking about attacking him with the unlimited cursed copy techniques, which I think he's referring to grabbing the katanas in the ground here, and that it can only be activated in the domain, which totally makes sense. Going further, he says the brat strikes that grabs the soul, tear apart the bodies of myself and Megumi Fushiguro. So Yuji is in the domain too, and he looks angry as usual. And this is confirming what Yuji's new ability is, or one of his new abilities, and that he can like grab your soul with his strikes somehow. We actually saw him do this when he first started fighting Sukuna after he had killed Kashima. Like, he started punching Sukuna, and Sukuna like started to vibrate. He was like, whoa, what's this? And it was actually Yuji targeting his soul with his strikes. So it's like, how does Yuji know this? Well, I mean, assume it's from the soul notebook that Tsukumo gave to Choso before she died against Kenjaku conveniently, of course, that kind of just came out of the blue. Just like an easy way for Gege to just pass this on to Yuji. And then Choso gave it to Yuji, and we just assume, yeah, he studied the crap out of it during that 1 month time skip before Gojo had fought Sukuna. And going back to what I was talking about in the beginning about how we're not going to probably see a Hiyonara flashback or something, we're probably not going to see a flashback to what happened during that 1 month skip, which I think Gege probably should have gave us like 10 chapters or so dedicated to that time skip, or not even 10, maybe 5 at least, just something to give all of those characters their much needed development that they didn't get, just like as a character, but also on the power scale. This all just seems rushed to me. Again, I digress. This is Yuji's, I guess, ability, you could say, for now. We still don't know why he has, like, curse-like arms, what's going on with that. We still don't know how he's able to use blood manipulation, because a couple chapters back, there was a piercing blood fired at Sukuna, and it's implied that it was Yuji that was doing it. Now, Yuji is like the half brother of Choso, kind of, or quarter brother. So it is possible that maybe he inherited that from Kenjaku somehow, since Kenjaku was in the old Noritoshi Kamo's body, who had the blood manipulation technique. And we saw that Kenjaku can keep, techniques in his brain, I guess, because he still had Yuji's mother's gravity technique, or the woman that he possessed as he gave birth to Yuji. So maybe he inherited it after the fact or something, because Yuji didn't obviously always have a curse technique. Gojo straight up tells him in the beginning of the series that he doesn't have one, and Judge Man didn't confiscate anything from him when he fell victim to it against Higuruma at the beginning of the Culling game. It just took his cursed energy. So it's possible that through this soul manipulation or something, Yuji has developed a way to use curse techniques. And there's also what Gojo told Yuji at the beginning of the series, that he will eventually inherit Sukuna's curse techniques from Sukuna being in him for so long, and that still hasn't come to fruition. But this is how Yuji is going to save Megumi here. He's going to punch Sukuna until he can grab, I guess, Sukuna's soul and separate it from Megumi. Now, once he does that, I don't know what's going to happen to Sukuna. I don't know if Sukuna can get another tangible form at that point, or if that's just straight up how he gets defeated. But we will see what happens here, because I don't think Sukuna is going to be defeated in the domain here. Yes, Yuji and Okkotsu are pretty formidable, but it is Sukuna, and he is regaining his normal amount of cursed energy. So we're continuing the Fatal 4-Way Handicap match with Yuji, Okkotsu, and Rika taking on Sukuna. And we're also finding out how Okkotsu's domain expansion works, along with all of the techniques that he has copied and is able to use. We're also getting an update on what's going on with Yuji and how his abilities are working against Sukuna and what he plans to do against him. And we're getting a big twist at the end, because it turns out that Okkotsu is able to use Sukuna's own technique against him. But anyway, let's get into explaining Okkotsu's domain expansion. So his all-encompassing, unequivocal love domain allows him to choose any of his copied techniques to use as the domain's sure hit effect. And we didn't know that in the previous chapter because it just wasn't explained, because most domain expansions have like a sure hit effect to them, where if you just enter it, you're going to be hit with something instantly. And Okkotsu's is he can just choose any of the techniques that he's copied to have that ability. However, this isn't working on Sukuna because he has used his hollow wicker basket technique, which is essentially the same thing as like simple domain, which protects him from the sure hits of a domain expansion. However, the rest of Okkotsu's domain expansion is more or less what we speculated that it would be yesterday, because his remaining copy techniques are scattered randomly among the katanas in the domain. And only Okkotsu can use them, of course, but he doesn't even know which katana contains which technique until he grabs it for the first time. And then after he uses the katana with the certain technique, it can only be used once, but there's an infinite number of the katanas, so he can just keep going around and grabbing more after that. So yeah, pretty busted domain. It's really good
just, as a whole, because, most domain expansions will essentially just kill you if you don't have, like, the adequate defense against it. But, like, if you do have a equally powerful domain to go against him, or you have some kind of barrier technique, this is really good for that. Like, his continuous use of katanas with curse techniques that he has copied and imbued with them is amazing, obviously. And we see him use Drew's ability through a katana against Sukuna here. Now, Druv is one of Okkotsu's, if not, I think his first opponent in the Culling game. It was like back around chapter 173 or 174, somewhere around there, when he was in Sendai Colony, the big introduction to Okkotsu's fights. In that colony, there was like 4 special great individuals. There was Ryu, Uro, Kuro Irushi, and then Druv. And Druv was just instantly killed by Okkotsu, like slashed up, done. Hey, real quick, guys, if you could also follow me on TikTok or Instagram, whichever platform you like to use more. I upload TikToks and Reels on there every day. So if you could really support me, I'm trying to get to 10,000 followers on either of the platforms. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. And his technique was to use Shikigamis to create, as Sukuna says here, an inviolable barrier via its trajectory. So, like, if the Shikigami goes in a direction or whatever, it's kind of trailing along this barrier behind it, kind of like a trail behind a jet. And then that trail, I guess, cuts you, or it just hurts you, because it's worked this way every time that Okkotsu has used it. Because we see when he uses the Shikigamis that look like Rika to create the trajectory barriers, they cut Sukuna on the back here. And when he did it back at Sendai Colony against Uro, it did the same thing. But I guess it's invisible. Like, we do see the trajectory being mapped out here, like in outlines on the page, but I guess that's just visible to the reader, because when Sukuna backs into it, that's when he gets cut. And this could be an important sequence, because blood being drawn from Sukuna here could be giving us insight into how Okkotsu gets his technique, possibly. I don't know, but I have a lot to say about that, but we'll get into it later on. But after Sukuna falls into that barrier created by Drew's ability, he gets hit by Yuji on the arm and he blocks it, but we see him start to vibrate again, and this is what Yuji is doing with his ability, or I don't know, manipulation of cursed energy, because Yuji is aiming directly for the barrier between the soul of Sukuna and Megumi's. And by doing this, he's able to slowly pull Megumi's soul back up from after it was submerged when Sukuna did the bath, way back before he fought Gojo. And then, of course, he was fully submerged after we saw Gojo kill Yorozu, who was actually in the vessel of Sumiki, who was like the only person that Megumi really deeply cared about, aside from his friends, but you know what I'm talking about. But by doing this, he's disrupting the quote-unquote harmony between Sukuna's soul and Megumi's body. So yeah, this is like Yuji's plan to save Megumi. It always kind of was. He needed to manipulate their souls in some way, and as we've been speculating about for a couple months now, Yuji for sure learned this from the notes that were left behind by Tsukumo, which she gave to Choso before she was killed by Kenjaku. And during that 1 month skip before Gojo versus Sukuna, that's when he supposedly practiced all this stuff along with learning reverse curse technique. So yeah, every time that Yuji is able to hit him successfully with this cursed energy reverberation that's targeting the barrier of the soul, it also reduces Sukuna's cursed energy output, which is pretty interesting. Not like his cursed energy, like as a whole, as his fuel source, but his ability to like use it, essentially. And because of that, it weakens his body. And their whole plan is to just keep doing this until Sukuna can no longer use Hollow Wicker Basket, because, if his cursed energy output falls, then he can't use the barrier ability anymore, because he's kind of using that with his 2 hands on the bottom, and then he's fighting them with his 2 hands on top. And then Sukuna posits that they're going to use Angel's technique, Jacob's Ladder,
to eradicate the cursed object, which is his pinky finger that he force-fed to Megumi. So then, in theory, he would be completely rid of Sukuna and his soul, I guess, since he completely transferred it to his pinky. And yeah, so first of all, this is confirming that Okkotsu does have Angel's Curse technique. He copied it, which I guess happened during the 1 month time skip as well. And I'll get into how he was probably able to do that because, you know, it's going to come up again here. But while they're going at it in a really awesome sequence, let me also just say that this chapter is pretty incredible. Like, the fight scene in it is amazing. Like, once the anime finally catches up to this, which, I don't know, might be season 4 or, I don't know, maybe season 5 or something, not really sure, but it's going to be an incredible episode. Like, Rika's, like, throwing Yuji like a missile at him. Okkotsu continually using space manipulation in combination with his sword strikes. Really amazing stuff, but Sukuna says that he's still unable to use his domain expansion after the fight with Gojo, you know, using so much cursed energy and damaging his brain and all that stuff. But his reverse curse technique is also still sluggish, although he's still able to use it, of course. We saw he regenerated his hand after he cut it off, and we're going to be talking about that again. But he says that his cursed energy at this point matches Okkotsu's. So I guess Sukuna's at half of his cursed energy, because I think Okkotsu himself said that Sukuna has like double the amount that he does. And since he's been using Hollow Wicker Basket, you know, protecting himself from the sure hit of Okkotsu's domain, he's unable to use the world-cutting dismantle. You know, the dismantle that he was able to learn from Mahoraga after he had adapted to Gojo's Limitless, which in my opinion is like a dismantle that cuts everything at a molecular level. So he can't use that while he's using Hollow Wicker Basket, because otherwise he would just start killing them instantly. Like, pretty sure not even Yuji and Okkotsu can stop the world-cutting dismantle. At this point, I don't really think there's anybody that can. I mean, it freaking killed Gojo, allegedly. But going further, they continue to go after Sukuna here, and like I said, an awesome fight, and Yuji winds up grabbing Sukuna by the arm in like an armbar, while Sukuna is still fighting off Okkotsu's strikes with his other hand. But while Yuji has him in the armbar position, Sukuna's hand, of course, is on his chest, and he starts to like cleave him up, like checker pattern on the chest. But before he can complete it, Okkotsu uses cursed speech, and he tells Sukuna, don't move. And that stops him from just blowing Yuji's chest apart, which is an awesome sequence. Like, finally, we're getting to see cursed speech being used on Sukuna here. And this was, I think, the first technique that Okkotsu may have copied, right? Because it happened way back in the beginning of Volume 0 when he and Inumaki had went on that little solo mission to take on that cursed spirit that Geto had released. And it makes you think, like, if this does work on Sukuna, I mean, they are in his domain after all, and he is exhausted, but it probably would have been better to send Okkotsu and Higuruma instead of Yuji, because, you know, Higuruma could have pulled out the Executioner's Sword, you know, after going through his domain as he did, and then Okkotsu could have just been like, don't move, and then he would have gotten cut by the Executioner's Sword, right? But I digress. It just would have been too easy. But Okkotsu hits him with a thin icebreaker, which of course is Uro's technique. We went over that in the review for last week's chapter. And after blasting Sukuna away, he gets this follow-up hit with Rika, who like double axe hand sledges him down into the ground. Like I said, just awesome choreography, great action sequences in this chapter. But then Sukuna just rebounds and he hits Yuji and Okkotsu with a couple of like cleaves and slashes them up, but doesn't kill them, of course, because, you know, these are just surface wounds for the most part because of their reinforced cursed energy and their ability to use reverse curse technique now. You know, a year ago, this would have been fatal for sure. Then he kicks Rika in the face and like cleaves her hand off by touching it. And he says that, you know, if I don't make direct contact, I won't be able to leave a fatal wound. Meaning that, like, he's not being able to kill Rika and Yuji and Okkotsu with these cleaves or these dismantles because he's, like, firing at them like projectiles. But if he touches them, like, with his hand and then uses cleaver dismantle, then he can fatally wound them. Just cut, you know, clean through them like you would like a piece of cheese or something. And he compares this to when he fought against Ryu. And he says that, you know, it it's just the same with him, because when he originally fought against Ryu, he did hit him with a projectile cleave, but it didn't like kill him. It cut the surface of him like you would with a sword, and then he was like, whoa, you're tougher than I expected. I won't underestimate you again. And then he just speed blitzed Ryu after that and just like went straight through his face. Unfortunately, taking him out instantly. I wish Ryu was still around, but it is what it is. Kind of seems like a waste of a character to me, but that's just my opinion. He doesn't think Okkotsu and Yuji are as tough as Ryu, so I guess this is, Gege putting some respect on Ryu's name despite doing him so dirty. And Sukuna also points out in this small monologue that Okkotsu, of course, is only targeting Sukuna with the sure hit of the domain, but not Yuji, which is like difficult to do because normally anyone inside of a domain, except the sorcerer that is casted, is going to be getting hit by the sure hit. Like, that's just how it works. But he's able to manipulate the barrier so that it's not hitting Yuji, which, makes sense. Kind of has to happen that way. And along with pointing out, how much tougher the sorcerers have been since they've shown up since that 1 month time skip, along with Yuji getting reverse curse technique, he's like, just what have all you been up to this past month? And Yuji's like, hard work and determination. And then Okkotsu like cuts him off and he's like, we cheated. He's like, oh. And then they're like, And at first I was like, wait, what are they talking about? Like in the spoilers, I didn't really get all the spoilers, so I was like, I wasn't sure what to make sense of this. But it's because Okkotsu is just chalking this up to the fight that Sukuna had with Gojo. Like, if Sukuna was just fighting them at like full power, essentially, they would have been killed, which is probably the case. But since he's been so weakened and exhausted after his fight with Gojo, they actually have a chance to take him down now. Essentially, that's what they're saying. Which is, pretty much the case here, I guess. Then they start going after Sukuna again, and Okkotsu busts out Charles's curse technique, and he draws a manga panel on him. So, let me just update you on Charles Bernard real quick, because this was Hakari's first opponent in the Culling game. And he's still alive, by the way. Like, we do get a small update on him trying to see what's happening inside of Okkotsu's barrier, but he can't see. Like, he's with the other Z fighters watching the Cell games right now. These other sorcerers out there who could be on the battlefield, but, they're just doing nothing. But anyway, Charles's curse technique, he was using with, like, his curse tool, which is, like, a big staff version of, like, a mangaka pen, or a G pen. I think it was called G War Staff. And if he can take the blood of his opponent, he can draw, like, a manga panel, like a square, on his opponent. And then this allows him to see into the future for, like, a second. But if he gets more blood, then he can look, a couple more seconds or whatever into the future. Like, if he keeps doing it, he can see further and further. And this is like, I think Gege, the way that he was trying to make sense of this was like, if you're looking at a manga page, you know how it starts at the top from the right to the left. If you just look at the bottom of the page, you're seeing into the future instantly. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like what this technique represents. But more literally, like in the actual series, it's just you're able to see like a second into the future. So when Okkotsu does this to Sukuna, he's able to see 1 second into the future, which is like huge here because, in battle manga, a second is like a minute. And if you're wondering like, okay, wait, how did Okkotsu get Charles's technique? Well, I guess he got it the same way that he got Angel's technique. It was during the time skip when they were all together and they were formulating their plans, and Okkotsu was like, okay, let me copy your techniques. And it's like, okay, how does he copy techniques? Because coming into the end of the chapter here, and I'll get into that because it's going to happen one more time here, because after Okkotsu hits Sukuna, after using Charles's future sight ability here, as Sukuna says, clairvoyance, Sukuna starts listing off the techniques that Okkotsu has. He says Angel's Jacob's Ladder, Uro's Space Manipulation, Drew's Barrier on the Path of Shikigami's technique, Inumaki's Curse Speech, and Charles's manga future sight clairvoyance thing. And then he also speculates that he could have Limitless, and he's like, no, he shouldn't be able to control without the 6 eyes. And it's like, why did Sukuna even bring that up? It really makes you wonder, because I don't think Okkotsu has Limitless, but he could. I mean, yeah, he doesn't have the 6 eyes, so in theory he shouldn't be able to use it, but he could still copy it. So I do think this is going to come into play at some point. I mean, we have to remember that Gojo and Okkotsu are distant relatives, or they both share a very, very distant ancestor in Michizane Sugiwara, who became one of the 3 big vengeful curse spirits. I've talked about this many times. I don't know why Gege even brought this up, because it never seems to come into play. I really thought Michizane Sugiwara was going to come back, but I guess he's not. But this doesn't mean that they're, like, directly related. You know, it's not like they're, like, cousins or something. It's like people in Asia having, like, Genghis Khan as an ancestor or something like that, you know? So I don't think it means that Okkotsu can just develop the 6 eyes, or because of that he could just use Limitless. But Gege brought this up for a reason. I don't want to speculate too much about it, because we've already talked about the possibilities of Gojo coming back. It's like 50-50 at this point. But because Sukuna thinks that he knows all of the techniques that Okkotsu can use, Okkotsu's like, well then I guess Sukuna will be caught off guard by the one technique that he hasn't seen used, which means that this one will work. And then he grabs a katana, knowing that it's going to be the technique that he needs to use against Sukuna here, because, you know, after he grabs the katana, he knows what technique it's going to be. Then he pulls some space, you know, using Uro's technique, and then he pierces his sword through it. Really cool technique here, but Sukuna, as usual, grabs it, but then Okkotsu activates the technique on it, which is Cleave, Sukuna's own technique, and he hits him in the face with it. And that's the end of the chapter. Sukuna's like, wait, what? And the narration is like, bitten by his own fangs. So, how is Okkotsu getting all of these techniques? Well, I'm pretty sure it's because of the condition that is required for him to copy techniques, and it seems to be Rika needs to consume the blood or flesh of the individual that has the technique. I'm pretty sure it's the blood. So how did we find this out? Well, back when Okkotsu was fighting against Uro and Ryu, he eventually unleashed Rika against them. And it got to the point of where Rika just straight up bit off Uro's arm. And then after, like, her arm was flopping on the ground, Rika, like, ate it, or at least chomped on it, like a dog chewing on a toy or something. And then, you know, a chapter or 2 after that, when he was fighting against Ryu, Ryu tried to hit Okkotsu point blank with the granite blast, but then Okkotsu manipulated the space and deflected the blast upwards. And Ryu was like, wait, how did he use Uro's technique? And it's like, what could be the condition to copy it? And then he remembered Rika eating her arm. He was like, oh, that's it. So that leads us, the readers, to assume that, oh, it must be blood or flesh. And I'm thinking it's blood because back when he kills Druve, he just slices him down the chest. And we see the blood come out, and then he gets the technique. I guess Rika invisibly is consuming it or something, or maybe Okkotsu needs to just have the blood on him. I don't know. It seems to be Rika is involved in this at some extent, because also, way back, you know, I was talking about when he copied Inumaki's technique, that curse, like, drew blood from Inumaki, because Inumaki was, like, coughing up blood during that sequence. So we can assume it was around then when Rika or Okkotsu was able to get the blood at some point. And that brings me back to what was happening during the time skip. I guess, you know, Okkotsu knowing this was like, hey, Angel and Charles, give us your blood so Rika can copy the techniques. But then it's like, why didn't he just take the techniques from everyone who had a technique that was capable of giving, you know? Like, take Higuruma's technique too. But I digress. Maybe it's not that simple. But those are all the contextual clues that we really have right now on what the conditions are for Okkotsu to copy a curse technique. And then the $1 million question is, how did he get Sukuna's? Well, Sukuna does draw blood in this chapter. Like I said, he gets cut by the path of the domain from Druve's ability, the little Rika Shikigamis. And we see, you know, the blood on his back. So in this chapter, we see the trio of Yuji, Okkotsu, and Rika successfully detain Sukuna and hit him with Angel's curse technique, Jacob's Ladder, in an attempt to free Megumi of Sukuna. However, you know, it's Jujutsu Kaisen and things don't always work out as planned, and everybody might actually die in this chapter, but also Maki shows up at the end finally, and she does something. We'll get into it, of course, but we have a lot to talk about because a lot happens in this chapter. So we're coming in seeing Okkotsu hitting Sukuna with his own cleave, and we were wondering in the previous chapter, how was Okkotsu able to copy Sukuna's curse technique? You know, we speculated about it a lot, but it turns out that from Okkotsu himself, that he was able to learn it from Sukuna's final finger, because he says to Sukuna, like, you couldn't retrieve your final finger, could you? And Sukuna's like, I see. And that's pretty interesting. So we did talk about that in the previous chapter, but I was more so fixated on blood because that seemed to be more applicable to the condition for Okkotsu to be able to copy curse techniques, but maybe it's flesh too? I don't know. It's still not being explained. And at this point, I don't know if it ever will. It seems like Gege likes doing that, unfortunately. But if you're wondering, like, wait, why is there one finger remaining? Well, it's because all of everything that was going on with Kenjaku's plan and getting the fingers for Sukuna and everything, he only managed to get 19 of Sukuna's 20 fingers. So the Sukuna that we have been seeing this whole time has only had 19 fingers. And he speculated that Gojo was in possession of the final finger and was keeping it. And I guess that was true. And I guess during the 1 month time skip before Gojo fought Sukuna, Okkotsu took the finger and ate it because Sukuna's like, I see, quite the meal, you know, in reference to Okkotsu saying that, you couldn't find the last finger, right? So I guess it's flesh consumption or something is the condition. You know, we talked about it before. We saw Rika, like, bite off Uro's arm, you know, back in Sendai Colony battle. And then she, like, ate it or chomped on it or whatever. And that's what Ryu thought was the condition, because he thought back to that when he saw Okkotsu use Uro's curse technique against him, sky manipulation. So now that it's implied that Okkotsu ate Sukuna's final finger to get the curse technique, I guess that's it. But also it's like Okkotsu has Sukuna's final finger inside of him? Because, like, he ate it, right? And if you eat it, you're not destroying the finger. Destroying Sukuna's finger, at least it was told by Gojo in the very beginning of the series, that it's nigh impossible to do that. Now we know that you can, I guess, destroy it with Angel's curse technique, right? Because back in chapter 199, when they were talking about releasing a reincarnated sorcerer from, like, a new sorcerer that they took over, or just a new person in general, she said that, you know, using her curse technique, it's not impossible, but it's extremely likely they will die because the cursed object and the body fuse. So I don't really know what's going on with that. Unless Rika ate it and then she's, like, containing it or something. I just don't think that Okkotsu or Rika have the means of destroying Sukuna's finger, meaning that there is some tangible aspect of it still existing, and I guess it's with Okkotsu right now, and this could play into how Sukuna might get out of this. I'm not saying that he is going to take over Okkotsu, but that would be pretty wild if he does, right? Because considering what happens at the end of this chapter with Sukuna possibly dying, spoiler alert, I mean, you've already read the chapter probably, but I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it's going to be that easy, and maybe he can soul hop to Okkotsu, like the way that he soul hopped from Yuji to Megumi. Not really sure. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that finger, it's got to come into play, right? I mean, come on. Hey, real quick, guys, if you could also follow me on TikTok or Instagram, whichever platform you like to use more. I upload TikToks and Reels on there every day. So if you could really support me, I'm trying to get to 10,000 followers on either of the platforms. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. But after this, Okkotsu and Yuji just go at Sukuna, just start beating him down again, hitting him in the mouth, stomach, kneeing him in the face, and Sukuna's just, you know, taking it on the chin, and he winds up cleaving Yuji right in the chest, like the checkerboard pattern. And it's wrecking Yuji, of course, and this normally would probably kill him, I suppose, but Sukuna is so weathered at this point, so gassed, that his cursed energy output isn't what it was, so he's not really able to hit Yuji with, like, the lethal blow that he normally would. He's about 50%, maybe even less than 50% of his cursed energy output at this point from Yuji's hits, you know, hitting the soul, trying to free up Megumi, but also everything that he's been going through, you know, these last 30 chapters. And Yuji winds up spitting blood in his face as a result of this, and it is pretty graphic and gruesome, but it is a part of Yuji's plan, and we'll come back to why he spit this blood in Sukuna's face. But Yuji falls down and he's able to reverse curse technique heal from this cleave that he took right to the chest. And Rika and Okkotsu start going at Sukuna again along with Yuji. And Sukuna's like, all right, I got to do something drastic here. So he decides to possibly let go of his hollow wicker basket because he's been activating this technique with his 2 bottom hands. Hollow wicker basket is like simple domain that's protecting him from the sure hit of Okkotsu's domain that they have currently been in this whole time. And he's going to do this so that he can activate his world-splitting dismantle. You know, that technique that he derived from Mahoraga in order to kill Gojo. It's like a dismantle that cuts everything at an atomic level. Like, you pretty much don't come back from it, essentially. But the team has figured out that he's going to do this because they've kind of been waiting for him to do it because it's like Sukuna's trump card at this point. And Okkotsu reaches into Sukuna's, like, mouth stomach and freaking rips his tongue out. Pretty wild sequence. And it's interesting that we're seeing, like, this one panel of him throwing it on the ground. It's like Gege is, like, purposely showing us like, hey, he ripped the tongue out and he threw it on the ground. So it's like the tongue gonna come back into play too? Is this another thing I'm overthinking? I don't know. It's just that Sukuna is crafty. You gotta pay attention to what he's doing or what is happening to him. You know what I mean? But Okkotsu is ripping out his mouth tongue because he figures that, like, okay, if he wants to use the world-cutting dismantle, he probably either has to do chants, you know, like say those non sequitur words in order to buff a technique or to activate a technique, which Gege for sure got from Bleach. It works the same exact way in that series. It's never explained why they really have to do that and why those words have some kind of tangible effect on reality and how it affects the sorcery of Jiu-Jitsu and the supernatural magic of it and why those words have to be said and why it affects those specific words. It doesn't really matter. They just have to say these things in order to do certain things. And also, hand signs. So it's like either he has to do hand signs or do chants or do both in order to do the world cutting dismantle. And we're going to find out that he pretty much just has to do a chant because he does start saying some stuff before he does it at the end of the chapter, and we'll get into that. But Okkotsu's gamble paid off here. And that's also why they're grabbing his arms here, just making him essentially defenseless. But Sukuna still has one hand free, and he uses that to hit Okkotsu with some cleaves, but, you know, like we were saying, he's still pretty drained, and this isn't enough to kill Okkotsu, or even really pierce through him. And Okkotsu's like, I can take this. You know, I'll just close the distance taking this on the chin. And as he starts going after Sukuna again, the blood that Yuji spit on Sukuna's face starts bursting. Sukuna's like, what? How's he doing that? And we see Yuji like activating it from his hands. So this means that Yuji can do somewhat of a blood manipulation. And it's like, how can he do this? Because a couple chapters back, we saw off panel, he hits Sukuna with a freaking piercing blood. And at this point, Yuji doesn't have a curse technique, as we know. It's like the iconic thing to his character. But somehow, over the time skip, the 1 month time skip before Gojo fought Sukuna, he somehow learned how to do blood manipulation as well. I guess Choso did something with him. Don't really know. Technically, he shouldn't be able to do this, but he can now. Maybe it has something to do with Yuji's ability to like swap bodies, like swap souls. Maybe he swapped Choso's body and then Choso did something, and then maybe Choso did something to make Yuji's body be able to learn blood manipulation or something. I mean, the curse techniques are tied to the brain essentially, so I don't know if they're tied to the soul as well. That hasn't really been explained, but somehow Yuji could do this. But he's not like a master at it, I guess, because he would just be firing off a whole bunch of blood manipulation at this point if he was. But after he hits Sukuna with this, we go into another flashback of that 1 month time skip where Yuji is going over Tsukumo's notes about the soul that she was able to give to Choso before she was killed by Kenjaku. And it basically boils down to Yuji saying that in the book, Tsukumo said that even if souls are mixed together to some degree, such as the case with Sukuna taking over Megumi's body, you know, 2 souls in 1 vessel, Sukuna suppressing Megumi's soul, they'll never become one. Like, no matter how much Megumi's soul gets suppressed or deepened or whatever, it won't disappear completely or completely conjoin with Sukuna's. Meaning that there's always going to be a chance to save somebody if their soul is being suppressed after being taken over by a reincarnated sorcerer or just another sorcerer with soul manipulation, because Yuji points out that Mahito, you know, because of his curse technique was direct soul manipulation, he was able to merge souls together and create like a separate creature, as we saw back in the Shibuya arc. And Yuji's like, you know, as long as that technique doesn't come into play, everything should be cool. So it's safe to assume that two souls can't become one. So him saying I think here, and him even bringing up the fact that Mahito could do this, makes me wonder, like, why is this being brought up? Is this going to be a thing that comes into play, possibly? Can Sukuna merge souls? Because Sukuna can alter his own soul and manipulate it. I mean, that's how he was able to take over Megumi in the first place. Like, he transferred his soul to Yuji's pinky. Not really sure, but this is what Yuji is going to base his strategy off of. He's going to use his cursed energy that he can manipulate somehow to target the barrier between Sukuna's and Megumi's soul. And that's how he's going to wake up Megumi. Then Angel comes in, and this is where her part of the plan comes into play. So she says Angel's technique is the eradication of the target's technique. We should be able to eradicate Sukuna due to the incarnated form being a direct mix of his technique, his personality, and the cursed object. But since the cursed techniques are connected to the brain, the survival rate of the target is low. However, if they're able to separate the two souls and weaken the synchronicity between the cursed object and the body, then the survival rate will skyrocket. So Yuji, like we said, is going to weaken the connection between Megumi's and Sukuna's soul. And then once he does that enough, then they can hit Sukuna with Jacob's ladder, and it would kill Sukuna in theory while keeping Megumi alive. And again, just in theory. And we actually get to this point because they finally detain Sukuna enough where Rika is grabbing his two top arms, Yuji has his other arm. Of course, Sukuna's one arm is still free, but this is enough for Okkotsu to finally use Jacob's ladder on him, which, during the time skip, he was able to copy this from Angel. I don't know, maybe he ate a little piece of sashimi from her or something. Hanakurusu's body. And he pierces Sukuna's arm with the blade that is holding Jacob's ladder, and he gets fried by it. Just like he got fried by it before, right after he took over Megumi's body. And this allows Yuji to finally hit Sukuna with like a soul punch or whatever. And he hits him, and this takes him into the soul world or whatever, wherever Megumi is being held inside of his own soul. Or, it's very similar to when Yuji and Sukuna would meet each other and talk when Sukuna was still inside of Yuji's body. And he sees Megumi on the ground, and Megumi's like, that's enough. I've had enough. And the narration says, within Fushiguro Megumi's soul, any will to live had already been extinguished. And yeah, he's not getting up, despite Yuji even being there, despite them being able to possibly save him at this moment. Megumi's just given up. He is just done at this point. And to be honest, it's pretty understandable because he's lost a lot. First of all, from the beginning, he lost his parents. His mom, who we haven't even really been introduced to yet, probably died. Toji is his freaking dad. We all know what happened with Toji. His sister, the person he loved the most in this world, the person he cared the most about. His whole storyline, his whole motivation in this series was essentially centered around his sister and her survival, right? Sumiki. But it turned out that she wasn't even really anything. She just became Yorozu and killed by himself. Well, Sukuna in his body, but still, he technically killed his own sister and he was forced to watch. And then of course, this whole time, Sukuna has taken over his body and then killed his freaking teacher, his freaking surrogate uncle, and Gojo. He's done. He's been through more than enough trauma at this point. And the whole thing with Sukuna doing the bath and submerging Megumi's soul even more, and also all the damage that happened to Megumi's brain during the Gojo versus Sukuna fight. Every time that there was brain damage that happened to Sukuna, it was also happening to Megumi. Especially when he was hit by Limitless Void, that was hurting Megumi as well. So Megumi is done. And what this is telling me is that I think Megumi is going to be the one that activates the merger between Japan with Tengen. Because Kenjaku made it so that Megumi Fushiguro was given authority to activate the merger. That was the rule that he put in place. And then he gave Tengen, in his cursed womb state, to Sukuna. And then he ate it. So at some point, either Sukuna is going to die or separate from Megumi. And then once Megumi is Megumi again, I'm pretty sure he's going to be you know what? I don't care anymore. I'm going to just burn the world at this point because screw it. Everything is falling apart. There's nothing left to live for. so why don't I just kill everything? And he just activates the merger, and we finally see that big thing happen. You know, the population of Japan merging with Tengen, becoming that huge merged curse entity that who knows what will happen at that point. I mean, it's a possibility it can create a new method of cursed energy, or it just destroys the world. But it seems like Megumi is somehow inadvertently becoming the final villain, the end-all be-all of Jujutsu Kaisen. That would be pretty wild if that was the case here. Like, I don't think a Talk no Jutsu power of friendship is really going to save Megumi here, although it's still a possibility. But we come out of that, and we come back to the fight between Sukuna, and Sukuna is still here. Despite getting hit by Jacob's ladder, he is not done. And he starts chanting Scale of the Dragon, Recoil, Twin Meteors. Like we said, this is like the chant that he has to do to activate the world-cutting dismantle. And he just fires it off. And it goes right through Okkotsu. Like, almost the same way that it did Gojo. I mean, not as clean at the waist, but it is slicing directly through Okkotsu, cutting off his hand that has the ring, by the way, the Rika ring, cutting through his torso entirely. And I'm not really sure if this means that Okkotsu is dead, but it seems like he is. Like, I don't think he's coming back from this. Unless he can come back the same way that, I don't know, maybe Gojo might be coming back allegedly, but he is ostensibly being killed by this. And I'm not really that shocked because, you know, like I've been saying, if you fight Sukuna in this final arc and you're not Yuji, you're probably going to die. With little to no exceptions, and I don't think Okkotsu is an exception here. Rika is also being hit by this, and Yuji as well. Although Yuji doesn't seem to be getting hit by this as much as Okkotsu, but still getting hit nonetheless, and they're all going down. And it seems like, oh, Sukuna has won, it's over. But no, as Okkotsu's barrier is breaking down from him being killed, I assume, Maki suddenly appears behind Sukuna and stabs him through the back, through the chest, with her soul-splitting katana. And that's where the chapter ends. This is the same way that she killed Cursed Spirit Naoya. Like, the same way. And I guess this could also be a parallel to Toji sneaking up on Gojo. You know, because he did the same thing at the beginning of their fight. And of course, you know, Maki is like the new version of Toji. And what does this mean? So, the soul-splitting katana, you know, as it says, splits the soul, has some kind of soul manipulation to it, and it just eradicated Naoya. So is it going to eradicate Sukuna? Possibly. Also, I forgot to mention, Maki was able to sneak up on Sukuna because she has Heavenly Restriction, which means that she has 0 cursed energy. Like, even regular humans in the Jujutsu Kaisen world have a little bit of cursed energy in them, despite not being sorcerers, but with Heavenly Restriction, you just have 0, and then you just become like a superhuman as a result of it. And because you also have 0, barriers, domain expansions, things like that, you know, picking up on cursed energy, that just doesn't apply to them. So they can just go in and out of barriers, in and out of domain expansions as they please. And that's how she was able to sneak up on Sukuna here with her soul-splitting katana that was made by her sister Mai on her deathbed. So is this going to kill Sukuna? I mean, on paper it should, but when Sukuna's looking back at her, he's like smiling. Like, he doesn't seem to be too worried about this. And like I said, there could be other options. Maybe the tongue comes back into play. I don't know. Maybe the finger that Okkotsu may or may not have eaten. Or maybe Sukuna can, like, I don't know, out-manipulate his own soul from this attack from Maki, possibly. So coming off the previous chapter, we saw Sukuna getting hit with the Jacob's Ladder curse technique for a second time, only to survive it yet again. And his counter to that was hitting Okkotsu and Yuji and Rika with the world-cutting dismantle, the same technique that he used to kill Gojo. But afterwards, Maki, out of nowhere, came through the domain and stabbed Sukuna in the back with the soul-splitting katana. And coming into this chapter, we're seeing moments before that had happened, where we're seeing Ino and Kusakabe outside of the actual domain itself that Sukuna and Okkotsu and Yuji are fighting inside of. And they note that the domain, like the black sphere, has physically moved its location from where they originally started the fight. And this is because they needed to be right where they are so that Maki could sneak up on Sukuna. But I think it's just more than just Maki being there. I think it's more so around the soul-splitting katana being in that location, because Sukuna later on in this chapter points out that he realizes that Maki can move in and out of domains essentially invisibly because she has no cursed energy. Therefore, the domain can't register her. You know, because she has Heavenly Restriction, which reduces your cursed energy to 0, the same thing that Toji had. And then he also says, as for the cursed tool, the soul-splitting katana, I'm sure they placed it within the domain beforehand. Now that's a little hard to decipher. I don't know if they physically did that, but it just makes me think that they moved the domain to this location so that the soul-splitting katana could be there, because it itself has cursed energy. Therefore, Sukuna would have been able to pick up on it. Now, as for Maki being able to perfectly hit Sukuna at this moment, well, it was because they were waiting for Sukuna's guard to be at its lowest, because Okkotsu was going to give them the signal for this, and the signal was breaking his own domain. Because he essentially almost, in a way, took the world-cutting dismantle so that he could drop the domain, and at that moment, Sukuna got hit by Maki, because he was essentially just paying attention to the domain breaking, which could have been confused for Okkotsu dying. But the domain breaking gave Maki the signal. She came in, cut him with the sword in the back. Now, we're coming back to real time, where we're seeing the aftermath of Okkotsu getting hit with the world-cutting dismantle, and I thought this was probably the end for Okkotsu, because if it killed Gojo, then surely it's going to kill him. But Rika is able to grab him quickly afterwards, and then Yui comes in and then takes Okkotsu and then teleports away, because that's Yui's technique. He can teleport. And we found out before that he has been doing this with all of the wounded, or all of the grievously wounded in this battle so far. We saw him take Higuruma after he got cut up by Sukuna, and after that Sukuna also pointed out that he took Gojo's body. So now, off the top of my head, Yui has recovered Okkotsu, Higuruma, and Gojo. Now, what's going on with them? We still don't know. I'm assuming he's taking them to Shoko and Uruhime, possibly, or at least I hope so. And then there's some kind of binding vows going down, some kind of chants being said, some kind of jujitsu cookery going on that's bringing them back from death, or close to death. More so for Okkotsu and Higuruma. Not really sure about Gojo, because he was straight up cut in half and then, ostensibly killed, but I'm not going to wax on too much about Gojo coming back. Like I've always been saying, it's 50-50 at this point, so just don't hold your breath. So now we're coming to Sukuna taking on Maki, and he realizes that the wound that he took from getting stabbed by Maki is healing slower than any of the other wounds. And that's because the narration tells us that if the split soul katana is wielded by an individual capable of perceiving the soul, the wound imparted by them cannot ordinarily be healed by use of reverse curse technique. Or, for one would need to be aware of the outline of their own soul in order to do so. So Sukuna, of course, is aware of the outline of his own soul. So in theory, he will be able to heal this eventually, but due to the after effects of his battle with Gojo, he was unable to fully treat his wound via reverse curse technique. So in order to compensate for that, he's manually beating his own heart with cursed energy, keeping himself alive, which is wild. But even after that, Sukuna says that he's still not even breaking a sweat, which we'll get into. Sukuna just not trying this whole time somehow, which is, very gege, but, like I said, we'll talk about it. But going back to seeing the outline of the soul, Maki is able to do this because of her full heavenly restriction power-up that she got earlier on in this arc, around 50 chapters ago or something like that. And I'll get more into that too, because Maki's visual prowess comes up again. But we're cutting over to Yuji for a little bit, and he's running back to the battle, because remember, he broke out of the domain as well and also got hit by that world-cutting dismantle, and he healed himself. But on his way, he's saying, Fushiguro, I'm not giving up on you, because, that's still a whole thing. They need to save Megumi, because his soul is still trapped within the body that Sukuna is inhabiting. But before Yuji can get there, he, falls over and starts coughing up blood. And he's like, what's happening? I know exactly what this is. The fact that I learned reverse curse technique, I've eaten 4 attacks that would have killed me. Something in my body hasn't completely healed. So yeah, Yuji is still rough around the edges. Him learning reverse curse technique in a month, I have issues with that, but at least Gege is showing some drawbacks to it. He's not a master, despite him learning it in a month, when there's plenty of characters who still don't know it, but that is what it is. But after this, Choso comes in, and he's like, take a breath, remember what you were taught, visualize it, allow the blood to spread throughout every corner of your body like roots, visualize an outline of your body made with your veins. So first of all, Choso is alive. We were a little worried about this because Sukuna like stabbed him through the abdomen and kind of just left him there. And we were like, oh man, is this where Choso dies? But no, he survived, I guess, using his own fundamental that he's telling to Yuji here. And also him saying, remember what you were taught. Saying, allow the blood to spread throughout every corner of your body like roots. I guess this goes back to the 1 month time skip. And this is how Yuji has been using like blood manipulation, because we saw before that he was able to like shoot a piercing blood at Sukuna, and he also spit up blood on his face and allowed that to like explode on him. So Choso did teach Yuji how to use blood manipulation to some extent, even though it's not like his inherent ability. But Yuji does still come from blood manipulation users, because, you know, Kenjaku inhabited the body of Noritoshi Kamo back in the day when he made the Cursed Womb Death paintings that Choso is. But then, you know, later on, he also inhabited the body of Kaori, who is Yuji's mother, and gave birth to Yuji while he was inhabiting her body. So I guess there's some kind of jujitsu trickle-down stuff going on here. Unless anyone can just learn blood manipulation through cursed spirit manipulation. I don't know. It's not explained. Who knows if it ever will be. But Yuji is for sure going to use this blood manipulation fundamental in combination with his reverse curse technique to further heal himself. Like, I guess this is essential to him being able to survive against Sukuna, because he's going to keep taking these grievous wounds from him for sure. So reverse curse technique just isn't enough here. He needs to manipulate his own blood along with that in order to fully heal himself. So this is like part of Yuji's mid-fight power-up, or realization, I suppose you could say. But we're coming back to Sukuna taking on Maki, and we go through a pretty cool fight sequence where they're, you know, taking stabs at each other and jumping around and stuff, and Maki's tossing Sukuna over with a kind of like a judo move with the sword almost. And Sukuna eventually just cleaves the whole bridge that they're on. And this allows him to fire off seemingly a world-cutting dismantle at her, because he gives off the chant, twin meteors. And Maki's just looking right at him, and she avoids it, which is wild because Sukuna says she can see my technique much better than the other sorcerers, just like my fight with Mahoraga and Shibuya. So, first of all, this killed Gojo, right? Gojo with the friggin' 6 eyes. So Maki... with her heavenly restriction, was able to see this attack coming at her better than Gojo. At least on paper, right? That's what's being said here. But anyway, let's go back to how Maki got this whole full heavenly restriction power up, along with her being able to see things better, because she was fighting against Cursed Naoya like way back in the 190s. And then in chapter 196, after the sumo guy and the samurai reincarnated sorcerer showed up, they both gave her a little bit of training just during the fight with Cursed Naoya. You know, nothing big. This is definitely one of the biggest signs of Gege's Bleach influence, because this is one of Kubo's biggest storytelling devices in Bleach. Just mid-fight, mid-arc, just training shoehorned in, and then you get this crazy power-up that you otherwise wouldn't have gotten. And the sumo guy starts training Maki by pulling her inside of his sumo domain. And through just a bunch of sumo matches, I think they do over 1,000, he teaches her that at the moment of impact, everything that led up to entering the ring flows into the combatant. It's like smelling light or seeing sound. You sense everything about your opponent and yourself, and then the body before your eyes, and even victory and defeat themselves become meaningless. In other words, freedom. Now you'll just have to experience it for yourself. And then Maki just, you know, instantly figures it out and defeats Sumo Guy, breaks out of the domain, and then she's just, you know, of course, able to overcome Cursed Naoya's speed. And she points out that the atmosphere around us may seem empty, but differences in temperature and air density create scattered surfaces. I just need to seize them. So the long and the short of it is this how she was able to avoid the world-cutting dismantle from Sukuna, because she just can. Also, another thing that I want to point out is that this domain that the sumo guy, I'm sorry, I keep calling him sumo guy, Mio is his name. The domain that Mio pulled Maki inside of to train her It said that as a result of a binding vow being removed, the time flows faster in Mio's barrier. The time it takes for over 1,000 bouts inside the domain is less than 1 minute outside the barrier. So that explains, the speed run of the training, which is also something that happened in Bleach. I hate to keep harping on it and going back to it. That's how Ichigo was able to learn the final Getsuga Tensho, at the end of the Aizen arc. But it makes me think, was this used during the 1 month time skip? Because we haven't seen Mio, I don't think, since this fight with Curse Naoya ended, right? And I don't think he just left, or I don't think Kenjaku killed these guys, because we would have seen it, right? Maybe we did see Mio after it. I don't really remember, to be honest. Let me know in the comments if Mio shows up after the Curse Naoya fight, but it's possible that during that 1 month time skip, Mio was just having everyone just run training programs with him. Like, hey, you come inside my domain now, and we'll do 1,000 bouts in a minute. And then you come in, and we'll do 1,000 bouts in a minute. And maybe this is how Yuji learned reverse curse technique so fast. And everybody improved their cursed energy as well, and their reinforcement and all that stuff. Not really sure, just speculating, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's eventually revealed. Anyway, back to the fight. Maki realizes that Sukuna has been manually pumping his own heart with cursed energy, which is wild. And she's like, you gonna keep that up while fighting me? And Sukuna's like, I don't see why not. I've hardly broken a sweat. And that's pretty wild because, man, Sukuna has been fighting, really hard. On the surface, it seems like for the last, 30 chapters or something. I don't know, around there, since the Gojo fight has started. And he's taken so many wounds, been beaten up so many times, taken Jacob's ladder, and he's hardly broken a sweat. So I don't know if this is just cap or it is the truth. But considering what happens at the end of the chapter, it probably is the truth. And we'll get into that because we're cutting away from this battle once again, and we're going over to Hikari fighting against Urarame. They've been fighting a lot off panel, just the side expository gang we have here. Whenever we need more exposition that the current characters in the main fight can't give, we cut over to Hikari and Urarame, and then they will be the ones to give it to us. So Urarame has just been launching all of these ice attacks because she has some kind of ice manipulation curse technique, and the fight seems to be somewhat even. But Hikari's like, Sukuna's presence is sure easy to read because, he's such a beast. And he's like, at first I thought we were going to get destroyed when I saw his four-armed form, but you know what? We're really doing this. His cursed energy is taking a nosedive. So basically what I'm saying is we're going to defeat him because him just sensing it, like a Dragon Ball Z character, he can see that, they're eventually going to win considering how his cursed energy is declining. But Urarame is like, yeah, right. You don't even understand how Sukuna works. If he's not really that interested in his opponent, well, his cursed energy kind of reflects that. And then she eventually says that the strongest person that he's fought so far is Gojo, and that you guys couldn't put anyone out stronger than him, and that you should be ashamed of it. And she's like, even bearing in mind the effects of the first battle, it's clear that Sukuna has yet to go all out. So, even going against Gojo, Sukuna has yet to go all out. And that's where the chapter ends, with the narration saying, the fever of this battle knows no bounds. And the fever is in quotations. And we see Sukuna, shadowed with his eyes, glowing and drifting. So, we've been talking about this since he was fighting Gojo. And him going all out, I thought eventually just meant that he was going to use Fuga, or his fire arrow that he used against Maharaga. And he does mention Maharaga in this chapter earlier when he's talking to Maki. Her being able to perceive his attacks, reminds him of Maharaga. So, he hasn't really used it since then, right? So it seems like that is the next logical step here. He's going to use his black box open ability, whatever that is, and then pull the Fuga, the fire arrow out of it, and then start firing that thing off, which is one of the strongest things we've ever seen in the series. And it's understandable if he has to start using this against Maki, but I don't think it's all just that. It seems like there will be more to it. I'm sure Sukuna has some kind of binding vow on himself that allows him to do things that he otherwise wouldn't be able to do, or there's some kind of restriction that he's putting on himself possibly, or maybe there's another thing that he could do to fully manifest himself that he hasn't already done before. Because remember, when he was inhabiting inhabiting Megumi's body. Just out of nowhere, he was like, all right, now I'm just going to assume my full form, and he did. Also, there's the whole prospect of his 20th finger still out there, because Rika used it in some way to gain his curse technique, or at least to be able to use cleave, so that Okkotsu could. And I don't think the finger was destroyed, because I don't know if you can destroy the finger outside of maybe hitting it with Jacob's ladder. Because Gojo says that it can't be destroyed in the very beginning of the series, and I don't think Rika eating it is capable of destroying it. That would be insane. So I assume that if the last finger doesn't come into play here, then that means that Sukuna is still capable of bringing out more of his potential here, because it's obviously saying Sukuna has yet to go all out. So aside from him just using the fire arrow or some kind of chance possibly that he hasn't used yet, you know, the chance always come into play here and just make you do something that you otherwise wouldn't be able to, or he just has another power-up form, or he's just going demon mode. Just full power Sukuna we have yet to see, like I said, which has been the whole time. So he probably has more than just the fire arrow, because we still don't even know what his curse technique is, right? Because his curse technique is, as far as I know, labeled as shrine. Shrine is like a cabinet or a closet that you put things like holy objects or stuff like that. And it could refer to what his abilities are. You know, cleave, dismantle, like 2 types of swords. We got the Fuga, the fire arrow. We still haven't seen his friggin' staff thing, his trident staff thing that he has. So that's got to come into play. So I would just like at least his curse technique to be revealed, and then maybe he starts using aspects of it that we haven't seen yet. Maybe that's why Sukuna hasn't been going all out, because he's just been restricting himself to using cleave and dismantle. You know, that's always an aspect there, and once he starts using more abilities, then everybody's going to start getting wrecked if they haven't already been already. And then it's like, how do you defeat Sukuna? I don't know, because they've already done all the soul stuff, so I guess it's going to come down to Yuji having his Ichigo moment where he just suddenly becomes as strong as he needs to in order to defeat Sukuna. But, you know, also we can't forget that Yuji can seemingly swap souls with a person, right? He did it with Kusakabe during that time skip, and that still hasn't come back into play yet, so he's going to do that with Sukuna at some point. And I guess that's how they ultimately defeat him. Maybe he like swaps with Sukuna, saving Megumi, and then he's like, everyone kill me. Just kill me while I have Sukuna. And then Yuji dies, sacrificing himself, but also taking out Sukuna at the same time. So we're continuing the fight between Sukuna and Maki in this chapter, and at the end of it, Sukuna straight up does a freaking black flash to Maki. It's a pretty incredible sequence, and it's a little more nuanced than I thought originally. And it's also the first time Sukuna has ever performed the black flash. I know, kind of surprising considering that he is, you know, the king of curses and pretty much the god of Jiu-Jitsu. You'd think that he would have did it already, but no, this is the first time. And of course, when we get to it, we'll break it down and explain everything that goes into it. But of course, there's other things that are going on in this chapter, because it's actually opening up with a flashback to, I don't really know when, maybe sometime around season 1 territory, because Nanami is still alive, and he's like, you know, looks like 26, 27-year-old Nanami. But we see the sorcerers having a conversation about who the strongest grade 1 sorcerer is. And it's Mei, Nanami, Gojo, who, you know, again, flashback, so he's still alive. And Kusakabe's there as well. So Mei says it's probably Kusakabe, and Nanami agrees, but also says depending on the situation. And that's interesting, because that's going to come into play at the end of the chapter, because Kusakabe is going to be taking on Sukuna. But then Gojo says probably Kusakabe, but probably changes if you include the 3 great houses. Now I'll also get into what Kusakabe says, but it's interesting that Gojo brings that up, because it's very valid. So let's also go into who the grade 1 sorcerers are. So, as far as we know, it's Nanami, Mei, Todo, Kusakabe, and Principal Masamichi Yaga. Now, aside from them, there's another ranking that's kind of parallel to grade 1, I suppose, and it's called Special Grade 1. And I guess it kind of is like the sorcerers outside of Jiu-Jitsu High. And these are more so lining up with what Gojo was talking about, like if you throw in the head families. So Gojo family is kind of just Gojo, so that doesn't really count at this point. But we also have the Kamo clan, who I guess doesn't have any special grade 1 sorcerers, or at least least that we know of. But the Zenin clan certainly does. In fact, all of the special grade 1 sorcerers are a part of the Zenin clan. So we have Naobito, his son Naoya, Junichi, and then we have Maki's father Ogi. So throwing them into the mix, I guess Naobito could, in theory, be the strongest grade 1 sorcerer. Maybe, I don't know. Junichi is kind of ambiguous, but he winds up getting killed by Maki. So it doesn't really matter, because Maki doesn't even get a grade rating. But I guess she'd probably be special grade, especially considering how well she's doing against Gojo. But again, this is also not taking into account the training that these individuals have received, mainly just Kusakabe, because he has gotten a serious buff, just like the other sorcerers during that 1 month time skip. Like, he was able to survive some slashes from Sukuna with his reinforced cursed energy, which he certainly didn't have beforehand. But anyway, the conversation ends with Kusakabe himself saying, well, someone other than me and Usami. Now, I don't know if this is the perfect translation here, but I don't know who Usami is, because I don't think there has been a character introduced in this series by the name of Usami. So there's two options. Either Usami is a new character that we haven't been introduced to yet, which would be incredible, and they are a grade 1 sorcerer, I guess, tied to Jujutsu High in some way. Or the more realistic option, which I don't want to get your hopes down, but it might be Meimei's like first or last name, you know, because we don't know Meimei's full name, unless it's like May, like her first and last name are the same word, but it's probably May. But I hope it's a new character that just comes out of nowhere and it's like, hey guys, sorry I haven't been around for 253 chapters, but here I am. Here's my cool curse technique. But I digress. So we're coming back to Sukuna taking on Maki. And, you know, at the end of the previous chapter, we found out from Urarame, who was taking on Hikari, that Sukuna apparently still isn't even really trying. Even though in this chapter he says that he's been looking forward to facing Maki. Regardless, he's still not fully trying. So we still haven't seen Sukuna at full power, and it kind of makes sense considering that he does do the freaking Black Flash here, and he kind of does it purposely too. And I know what the narrator said about the Black Flash, we'll get into that, don't worry, but we get this pretty cool fight sequence here where Sukuna's still bare skin blocking Maki's sword strikes, the soul splitting blade that she has, and he winds up like throwing a car or carving up the bridge that they're on with cars coming in between them, and Sukuna's like hiding behind the car as it's like flying, and he's shielding himself, so he throws like a dismantle at Maki through the car, and she's able to avoid it, but she winds up getting knocked into a building. And as she's being thrown like through the glass down like a hallway, Sukuna's like already coming behind her through the perpendicular hallway in a really cool sequence here. Can't wait till this is animated. And this is essentially game over. Like, this would have been the death of Maki, because he winds up just touching her and is about to do like a contact cleave to her. You know, the same technique that we've seen him do to Yuji like 2 or 3 times at this point in the last couple chapters. But before he can like do the deal, Ino shows up in the building somehow, just as fast as they were. I guess he was already in the building, like he knew that the fight was going to come in there. And Ino is using his innate technique, which is Auspicious Beast Summon, and the one specific one he's using in this sequence is called Kaichi. It's kind of just like a drill horn type thing that just, I guess it like locks on to the person and, you know, goes after them like a seeking missile or something. But Sukuna kind of just like disregards it, and it looks like he almost redirects the cleave or the dismantle, I guess in this case, that he was intending for Maki, and he shoots it at Ino. And Ino, you know, just like Kusakabe, you know, we were talking about in the previous chapters when Higuruma was still alive, is surviving this, like reinforcing his cursed energy enough to be able to survive this slashes from Sukuna. Still, Sukuna not at full power, of course, and using his own cursed energy to pump his heart and, you know, heal himself as well. But still pretty impressive from Ino, but he just gets stomped and knocked out of the building, so he's benched. That's going to be a recurring theme in this chapter, just Sukuna benching everyone instead of just killing them. I guess he's bored with killing people or something at this point. He kind of just wants to knock him around. But Kusakabe comes back in because, as we've been seeing Ino, so far in this arc, he's been using Nanami's blunt cleaver curse tool, which now actually has Nanami's curse technique built into it, the 7-to-3 ratio. And he didn't have it. Like we said, he was using Kaiichi against Sukuna, and Sukuna realized that. He's like, where was that cursed tool? And it's like, oh, Kusakabe has it, and he's on the floor above Sukuna, and he comes down with it on top of Sukuna and hits him with a 7-to-3, but Sukuna just blocks it and then just knocks Kusakabe away like he was nothing again, momentarily benching Kusakabe. And it's like the 7-to-3 curse technique is really supposed to get around this type of situation because it creates a weak spot. 7-to-3, it breaks you down a third one, creating the critical hit spot on the opponent. But Sukuna's just like, nah, I don't care. I don't care. I'm just blocking it. But we're coming back to him taking on Maki again because she's coming back into the picture after he blocks that. And she knocks Sukuna like through what looks like some office space in this building. And she's doing like what Sukuna did to her, like knocking him forward, but then coming around super fast and catching him on his back. And while she's doing this, she has like this inner monologue thinking like, even if Okkotsu was saved, more problems will come out of this if this fight keeps going on. So her bringing up Okkotsu here, whether he is alive or if he is saved, still 50-50, just like Higuruma and Gojo. But I think if anyone is really going to survive here, it really seems like Okkotsu is, because his injury was super fresh when Yui was able to save him. Also, Rika was still alive carrying him. Now, I don't know how that relationship really plays out. I don't know if Okkotsu dies, then Rika dies, like the Shikigami aspect of Rika, or she can like live on afterwards as a curse, because that's a whole thing. If you die, then the curse becomes even stronger, and curses can live on after you die. So who knows really what's going on with that, but it seems like Okkotsu is going to survive here, especially from this dialogue. And Maki says that she's going to take down Sukuna in this sequence, but of course she doesn't, because it is true that Sukuna hasn't really been going all out. But the narrator comes back in and he says, after the death of Gojo, Kashima, Higuruma, and Okkotsu, they all pretty much entertain Sukuna in the realm of sorcery. Now, interesting that the narrator is saying death. I don't know if it's literal, but, going back to 50-50. Kashima, I'm pretty sure he's not coming back. I think Kashima, if anyone is dead, he's definitely dead. Unless Yui picked up his slices off the ground and then they could put them back together like a puzzle or something. But going further, the narrator says, but the one that stirred Sukuna's desire the most was the heavenly restricted Maki. Now, this is interesting because the others, they were straight up sorcerers. They interested Sukuna in that realm. And this is like, I guess the first time Sukuna has fought somebody with heavenly restriction. I mean, there's not many of them. There's only 2 known instances of heavenly restriction in the story so far. It's Toji and Maki. Heavenly restriction being that you have 0 cursed energy. Therefore, it makes you like a superhuman, because even like regular humans have a little bit of cursed energy in them. And heavenly restriction itself is not fully explained. I don't even know if the people in the Jujutsu Kaisen world even know how it works. It's kind of just like an anomaly, I suppose. Unless it's going to be revealed later on for some reason, why it runs in the Zhoniin clan, I don't know. But Sukuna gets more amped up and dodging these pillars that Maki like kicks at him. He winds up grabbing Maki in the face, and he essentially could have killed her at this point, but he only winds up just like cleaving a little bit of her face on the side. Like, he could have just taken her head off in this sequence, right? But I don't know. Maybe she avoided it at the last second, I guess. But they're coming out of the building again, and Sukuna says that, she's not half-hearted like Yuji. She is true nothingness, which is kind of true. Now, before I thought he was talking about heavenly restriction, but I guess he more so means her conviction, because she straight up killed her family and the entire Zhoniin clan, or at least the warriors, the ones that were actively fighting her. I don't think she killed like the innocent family members that didn't really have anything to do with killing and stuff. But yeah, she is cold-blooded cold-blooded, probably the most cold-blooded good guy in the series. And Sukuna starts liking sorcery and heavenly restriction to like sorcery being skin and meat, and then heavenly restriction, the body, as he refers to it here, as like bones and brains. He's saying like, okay, which one is better here? We're gonna find out. Is it heavenly restriction or is it sorcery? And it's like we kind of know the answer to that, unless heavenly restriction can somehow become even stronger than it already is, because in my opinion Maki has already surpassed Toji for no reason, but she has. I don't think Toji could have done nearly as well against Sukuna, at least based off of how he went down against Gojo. And after Sukuna says this, like, he's pretty amped up, like he's genuinely excited, the most excited we've seen him since he's been fighting Gojo, I guess. And after he says the whole thing about, you know, which will be stronger, Maki realizes that he's stopped healing himself with reverse curse technique. And when I originally read these spoilers, I was like, oh, okay, whatever. But no, he's doing this on purpose, because this is when he hits her with the black flash in a pretty crazy sequence. So he stopped using reverse curse technique, healing himself, probably even beating his heart too, possibly, because that's what he needs to do to use Black Flash. Because, first of all, I think the narrator said when Black Flash was first introduced that no one is capable of using it at will, but you can do it if you try, which I know is kind of confusing, especially considering that Nanami was able to do it consecutively multiple times, which kind of conflicts with you doing it at will, but it is what it is. But to do a Black Flash, you need to, like, I guess, concentrate, right, on it to the most that you're able to concentrate. And Sukuna diverting all of his attention and focus and cursed energy into delivering this Black Flash is how he was able to do it. Like, he even stopped healing himself. So the Black Flash itself is kind of like an anomaly as well, just like Heavenly Restriction is in the Jiu-Jitsu world. I guess it was also referred to as like a phenomenon, where when you land a physical strike at like 0.00001 seconds of that hit landing, you apply cursed energy at that right perfect moment, then suddenly it flashes black like what we see, and then the power of that strike is equivalent to the normal hit that you would have delivered to the power of 2.5. So that's pretty wild. It's not like times 2.5, it's to the power of 2.5. So for example, let's just say Sukuna's regular hit power with a punch that he's landing would be like 10. It's obviously not, but let's just say it was. So if it was 10 to the power of 2.5, that means it would now be 316. Like, that's how insane Black Flash is. So we've seen, you know, other people use it throughout the series, Yuji, Mahito, and then most recently Gojo and some others. Imagine how strong Sukuna's is, because Sukuna's already the strongest. I mean, he's obviously not at full power right now, but even at his weakened state, his punch is already stronger than most, if not everyone, aside from Gojo. So that to the power of 2.5, you can imagine what he is doing to Maki here. Like, he is wrecking her. Now, I don't think she's killed, because it would have been more emphasis put on it in this sequence if she was, but she got destroyed by this. And if anybody is benched right now, it is her. Now again, Heavenly Restriction, maybe she can come back from this faster than somebody else. But again, a Black Flash from Sukuna is going to wreck you, whoever you are. Like, you're going to have to be down for at least a couple minutes. I mean, come on. So Maki's going to be out of the picture for a little bit here. And that was actually like a Sukuna that was trying. Like, he was amped up, excited. So after he takes out Maki, he starts walking. Who knows where he's going to go at this point? I guess looking for survivors possibly. But we see Kusakabe, who's back after getting knocked away by Sukuna earlier. And he's looking down and he's like, oh man, I'm the last one here. It's like, what about Yuji? What about Choso? What about Meimei? Oh, she's definitely not going to come out. And, you know, speaking of Yuji, we saw him with Choso and they were like helping each other heal, or at least Choso was helping Yuji heal, like teaching him how to reinforce his own blood manipulation in combination with his reverse curse technique to fully heal himself, something that he was lacking before that. Like, he wasn't healing himself properly. So, you know, they're having their off-panel recovery time right now. Obviously, they'll be back soon, but for now it's Kusakabe that has to take on Sukuna by himself. And he's like, you know, if there was absolutely no way to win, I would have just retreated, but having come this far, I have no choice. So I like it. I like that Kusakabe, even knowing that he's probably going to die here, not even probably, for sure is going to die here, is still going to take on Sukuna. And this is also like his retribution, like him redeeming himself for the Shibuya incident that he was involved in with Sukuna. Because when Sukuna came out, he was like, don't move or I'll kill you, or whatever. I'm paraphrasing. And Kusakabe didn't move. He was terrified, rightfully so. But now he's like, you know, I can't be played like that again, especially, you know, all the training I went through, and this is like, you know, the end-all be-all fight. Like, I have to stay here. I have to fight against him. And also, like I said, it comes full circle into the beginning of the chapter when Nanami said, depending on the situation, it might be Kusakabe. And the situation, I suppose, is the one that is depending on right now. And Kusakabe is going to do some wild stuff here. Like, so we're getting to see Sukuna take on Kusakabe in this chapter, and it turns out exactly how you thought it would. Not very well for Kusakabe taking on the final boss of the series. And we'll get into that, but surprisingly, at the end of the chapter, Miguel shows up and I guess is going to take on Sukuna as well, and we'll get into that too. Of course, we'll explain Miguel, what's going on with him, and we're going to speculate about what could be happening next as always. But, you know, let's start from the beginning. So we're coming off of Sukuna defeating Maki with a black flash. Not killing her, I'm pretty sure she's just benched for now with a few other characters, including Yuji, but they'll all be back, especially the latter. So at this point, it just leaves the strongest sorcerer available, Kusakabe, taking on the strongest sorcerer in history, Sukuna. So Kusakabe, he can only really do so much because he doesn't have an innate ability like some of the other beloved sorcerers that we know in the series. So he kind of just has to use Jujutsu toolbox stuff. Pretty much stuff that anyone could use if you are born to be a sorcerer. Such as new shadow style Simple Domain, which we've seen Miwa use as well. Simple Domain is primarily used in counter to like domain expansions because it protects you from the sure hit effect of them, like the effect of the domain that like instantly hits you when you're within it. So it gives you like a fighting chance and you're not just instantly overwhelmed and dominated by the domain. However, there are multiple usages for the simple domain as well, as we're going to see from Kusakabe in this chapter. As he also points out, it's not able to neutralize the actual curse technique itself. Like we said, it only shuts down the short hit effect of a domain expansion. But within the domain of the new shadow style, he can also increase the output of his cursed energy. So he's getting somewhat of a buff there. And his variation of it gives it this automated response to anything that enters the domain will be automatically attacked. But of course, he needs to do it himself. So it's kind of like a manual domain expansion, I guess you could say. This is like the best Kusakabe can essentially do at this point. And we have seen something very similar to this before from Maki's father, Ogi. He used the Falling Blossom emotion against her, which is also an anti-domain technique. And this isn't the only parallel that we're going to see between Ogi and Kusakabe in this chapter, which I thought was really interesting because they don't really have much in common other than just being swordsmen. But I guess this just shows that swordsmen really need to utilize these anti-domain techniques because it complements, I guess, swordsmanship very well. So Kusakabe is using this to counter Sukuna's slashes, you know, his dismantles and his cleaves. Mainly the flying variation of the dismantles. So when Sukuna's firing them off and they're entering his new shadow simple domain, he could just instantly counter them. However, Sukuna's like, all right, bet. And then he fires off another one, but this time he doesn't even move. That's how good Sukuna is. I mean, we've already known that he's good. I called him the freaking final boss because he is, but he's so good, he doesn't even need to move. He could just fire off dismantles, trying to mitigate that countermeasure of Kusakabe's simple domain. But then Sukuna decides to take it up another notch, and he's just going to fire off the World Cutter dismantle at Kusakabe, you know, the technique that killed Gojo. So in order to compensate for that, Kusakabe expands his simple domain range so that as soon as Sukuna moves, he'll be able to counter, because Sukuna has to move to activate the World Cutter Dismantle. Like, he needs to do hand symbols and he needs to do incantations with his mouth. And also, while this sequence is happening, we're getting like this flashback of the sorcerers from Jujutsu High like complimenting Kusakabe while they're talking about him. And one of the things they say is that he's like a master of the simple domain, like the new shadow style. And that beginners usually have to use like multiple binding vows in order to fully utilize it. But Kusakabe has completed his simple domain without any binding vows, on top of having a really wide range to it. And Miwa says, like, her simple domain gets deactivated if both her feet just leave the ground. So that's just how skilled Kusakabe is. And also, two things being pointed out here. Miwa, first of all, she used a binding vow against Kenjaku way back at the end of the Shibuya arc. You know, put all of her power and strength into like one sword slash against Kenjaku. And then the drawback was that she would never be able to swing a sword again. And obviously that didn't work so well against him. And it makes you wonder, like, man, Kusakabe could have just did a binding vow here against Sukuna, right? I mean, he doesn't, but I really wanted to see if he could have just abused binding vow in a similar way that Miwa did, because obviously Kusakabe could have pulled out something way more powerful than her. I'm not saying it could have killed Sukuna, but it could have did something. To be one single powerful strike, it could have just been any kind of utility aspect of a binding vow that he could have used for an advantage. But he didn't even do anything. I just wish we could have seen more binding vows being abused here. They're mainly kind of just used ambiguously and a lot of the time off panel. Like, there's multiple binding vows going on with Sukuna that we're still not even aware of. But anyway, now that Sukuna is within Kusakabe's barrier, he starts slashing Sukuna up like machine gun slashes style, like something that Luffy would almost do from One Piece. And this is cutting Sukuna. It's almost like he's getting a cleave and dismantle of his own, but it doesn't really seem to faze him all that much. He's kind of just tanking it. And while Kusakabe is just lighting him up with these slashes, his sword actually breaks in the process. So at this point, he's forced to just go hand to hand to Sukuna, and we get this pretty cool sequence of a strike exchange. But, you know, of course, he's still not enough. Sukuna is able to parry all of this and fight back accordingly. And while Kusakabe is, like, going ham on Sukuna, trying his hardest, he's like, why am I trying so hard? And he's like, oh, it's because of Yaga, you know, Principal Masamichi. And it's essentially because of what Yaga did for him. As we know, Yaga's curse technique allows him to create cursed corpses. And one of the cursed corpses that he made was of Kusakabe's sister's deceased son, his nephew. So he essentially took like aspects of his soul and put it into like a cursed corpse so that his sister would always be able to have like an aspect of her son that she could come visit from time to time, because it's implied that she needs that to continue to live, essentially. Like, she doesn't really have a life without her son. And obviously that was like a big deal to Kusakabe, and it's something that Yaga wasn't even really supposed to do. It's kind of illegal to do that. I mean, don't forget the higher-ups went after Yaga and wound up killing him because of his cursed corpse technique and what he's able to do with it. And also because of corruption too, but that's besides the point. And speaking of that, in my spoiler video, I said I wanted to go over a possible theory that could be coming out of that, because I also find it interesting that this is being brought up here, other than it just directly relating to Kusakabe and Yaga. I mean, that was established back in chapter 147, but it could be Gege reminding us that, like, oh, hey, cursed corpses are a thing, and that Yaga was able to take a person's soul and embed it into a cursed corpse even after they died. So back in chapter 147, as Yaga was dying against Gakuganji, he told him how to make cursed corpses, or at least like a stable cursed corpse, like the way that Panda is. And he told him that you replicate soul information from physical information, then input that information to the cursed corpse's cores. But that isn't enough. You must put cores housing 3 highly compatible souls into one cursed corpse and have the souls constantly observe each other. Only that will stabilize the souls and give rise to self-awareness. Then in 3 months' time, it will achieve self-sustaining cursed energy. And Gakuganji was like, surprised that Yaga told him this. He's like, why would you tell me? And Yaga's like, it's a curse from me to you. And we know that Gakuganji, of course, is still around. We actually saw him like with Gojo during the time skip. He actually helped Gojo in that big 200% hollow purple in the opening of his fight against Sukuna. So I wonder if that's what's going on with all of these dead bodies that Yui has been collecting. Because, as we've been talking about, we still don't know if they're fully dead or not. It's still 50-50. If like Gojo, Higuruma, Okkotsu, pretty sure Kashima's dead, but even Kusakabe at the end of this chapter, instead of them just all coming back to life through some means of reverse curse technique or binding vows or something, what if some of them are being made into cursed corpses? Because, you can replicate the soul information from physical information, i.e. the body. Now, the only thing that's really holding me back from that is Yaga saying that it kind of takes 3 months to achieve self-sustaining cursed energy, but I don't know, maybe there's some kind of workaround to that. I'm not really sure, but it seems like this has to come back in some capacity, right? I mean, Panda is still out there somewhere, right? He still hasn't been killed by Sukuna, so he at least has something, but it would be pretty wild if Gojo or Higuruma or Okkotsu or all 3 of their souls are put into like one cursed corpse and that comes back and helps everyone. I mean, that would steal Yuji's thunder if it winds up defeating Sukuna or plays a big part in that, but maybe at least for taking down the curse merger, which is still a thing, and I think that will come to fruition. It would be kind of anticlimactic if it doesn't. I'm not saying it's guaranteed that somebody or all of them are coming back as cursed corpses, but I think it is an option at this point. But anyway, going back to the fight, remember when we said that Kusakabe broke his sword slashing up Sukuna? Well, he takes the broken blade and he's able to extend like cursed energy from it, which is apparently this move called Hazy Moon. And this is kind of cheating, to be honest. Like, this is really bending Gege's own rules about how sorcery works and how limited you are without having innate or inherent abilities. I'm fine with it, of course. I really wish that this series explored more of that. I would have liked if cursed energy was closer to like Nen from Hunter x Hunter, because that's more of a system that can be utilized on a wide scale spread, rather than you just being lucky if you're born with a crazy awesome curse technique or not. Because other than that, you kind of just have to keep digging from the same established toolbox that everybody else has access to. I mean, don't get me wrong, Hunter x Hunter is similar in that aspect too. Like, there are some people who are born with like special Nen abilities. But he tries to go after Sukuna with his Hazy Moon cursed energy blade, but Sukuna's just like, nah, and he catches it in his fingers because he realizes that he was going for his damaged heart, from Maki stabbing him in the back. And then he just dismantles him or cleaves him, X through the chest, and Kusakabe's done. Yeah, as we expected, it just happened a little longer than I guess what we thought, but I don't know if Kusakabe's dead. I mean, I've been saying this for like the last couple months. I mean, aside from Kashima, who is waffled by a net of dismantles, I don't know if Gojo's dead, don't know if Higuruma's fully dead, don't know if Okkotsu's dead. I just don't know. So Higuruma might be alive, especially because Yui shows up, just like he did with the others, trying to teleport him away. Taking them where? We still don't know. Probably has something to do with Shoko, maybe. And Sukuna has been aware of what Yui has been doing. He also pointed out, a couple chapters back, like, oh, he took Gojo's body. Like, that's how we even knew that he did that. So he's been getting kind of annoyed by it, and he quickly appears behind Yui, and he's like, yeah, this is getting annoying. Not this time, little boy. But before he's able to just nuke him with like a cleave or dismantle, Miguel shows up and grabs Yui. And Sukuna's like, I don't know who you are. And Miguel's like, you must be living under a rock then. So, who is Miguel? Well, Miguel originally was drafted by Geto, like over a year ago in story time, for the Night Parade of 100 Demons, when Geto was still Geto and not Kenjaku. And his main purpose was to hold off Gojo, because Miguel has a curse tool called the Black Rope that basically shuts down curse techniques. So that's, the only way that you really could have fought against Gojo at that time, unless you were like as strong and skilled as Sukuna, or you had the prison realm. And then after the Night Parade of 100 Demons failed, Gojo decided to just forcefully recruit Miguel to Jujutsu High side. Kind of just forcefully turned him babyface, essentially. And Miguel eventually undertook Okkotsu and they trained in Africa at some point, because Miguel comes from Kenya. Because apparently there's like a community of sorcerers in Kenya, which is interesting because, you know, Gege has kind of really isolated cursed energy to Japan. And I'm sure there's a reason for that. Hopefully we'll get an explanation in a Heian era flashback, because it goes, you know, before the Heian era. It probably has something to do with Tengen, possibly. So yeah, that's who Miguel is. One of the very, very rare examples of a sorcerer born outside of Japan, especially coming from a family of them, or even a community. But what can Miguel do here against Sukuna? Well, we don't really know, to be honest. We don't really know too much about Miguel other than what I just told you. But going back to his cursed tool, the black rope. So like I said, it just shuts down curse techniques, just like the reverse horn of heaven that Toji had. He also used that against Gojo. However, the black rope doesn't really exist anymore because Miguel had to like fully use it up against Gojo in that fight. And it kind of just burned away into nothingness. And it took like Miguel's family, I guess, a long time, like generations, to weave the black rope to make it like what it was. And I don't think there's another one. Unless he randomly does have another one and he's able to use it. That would be insane to shut down Sukuna's main two weapons, or whatever other curse technique abilities he has. Also, going back to the reverse horn of heaven, there is like a piece of it that is implied to have broken off of it. So that's still out there. Maybe that's going to come back. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe Gege doesn't care. Maybe he has it. Maybe Miguel somehow has that broken piece of the reverse horn of heaven. But so Sukuna is doing a lot of fighting in this chapter. Go figure. He's fighting LaRue and Miguel, and we'll explain who they are. And then he's also fighting Yuji, Choso, and Maki. That's right. They're all back in the fray now, all jumping Sukuna at the same time, as they should be, in a pretty epic sequence, which of course we will also break down. But first we got to talk about the beginning of the chapter, because we're coming off of Sukuna defeating Kusakabe. We don't know if he's straight up dead, just like with the rest of his victims up until this point. But after that, Yui showed up as usual with his teleportation technique, trying to take the injured Sukuna victim away in Kusakabe this time. But Sukuna kind of got tired of that, and he quickly was trying to take out Yui, you know, to prevent him from doing it anymore, until Miguel came in out of nowhere to save Yui and further put up the defense against Sukuna. But coming into this chapter, we're seeing that Miguel wasn't alone. He's actually with LaRue. Now, LaRue is similar to Miguel in that they were both introduced in Volume 0 as part of like Geto's gang, or you could say they were like Geto's followers. Like, they believed in him. They both wanted him to be king, essentially. I mean, that's literally what they say in this chapter. Now, we didn't really know much about LaRue. I totally forgot that we actually saw him after Volume 0. He actually was around like before the Shibuya incident started, because he was talking to like the other followers of Geto, basically saying like, hey, you know, Geto at this point, who was Kenjaku, he wouldn't want us to fight like this. So we'll all go separate ways and do what we want. And they asked LaRue, like, you know, what are you going to do? And he said, I won't go with either of you. Same as Miguel, I just wanted to help Suguru become king. You know, we are family. The day will come when we break bread again, which is a lie because they both wound up getting killed by Sukuna. But I guess he meant Miguel because, I don't know, is this them breaking bread fighting Sukuna together? But then fast forward to the end of the Shibuya arc where Tsukumo was taking on Kenjaku. While she was talking to him, we kind of see like this side inner monologue where she says, I need to buy time for LaRue to move. So that's interesting because like LaRue was already working with Tsukumo at this point, although none of this stuff was really fleshed out until I guess right now. I mean, even now it's still not really fleshed out, but we're just supposed to put the pieces together ourselves, and that she somehow got in contact with LaRue and he agreed to rescue Todo, Mai, and Miwa, you know, from them being injured during the Shibuya incident. So now coming into this chapter, LaRue was further in cahoots with Okkotsu, I guess. And we see a flashback where they're going to, I guess, Kenya? Because that's where Miguel comes from. And basically they go together trying to convince Miguel to help them in this big ultimate battle against Sukuna. And they lay out the plan where they know that Gojo is going to fight Sukuna, and that they know that there's a chance that Gojo can ultimately lose to him. And that kind of scares Miguel. He's like, you know, why would I fight a guy who can defeat Gojo? Like, what is that? And then they further explain, what's going on with the big curse merger, Kenjaku's ultimate plan of merging the population of Japan with Tengen. And Okkotsu says, we believe that the damages from that supermassive merger with Tengen and the Japanese people will not be limited to just within Japan. And then Miguel's like, well, even if a giant cursed spirit comes to my home like Godzilla, I still think it's better than fighting Sukuna. So that's really interesting. Once again, the curse merger being brought up here. And, like I've been saying throughout my coverage, I don't know if it is guaranteed to happen, but the fact that it's being talked about so much, and that it's been built up for about 3 years at this point, I think, maybe even more than that, maybe closer to 4 years, it would just be anticlimactic if that doesn't happen, especially now that Sukuna literally has like the curse womb thing of Tengen within him, and he's been given the rights to be able to activate the merger. Although I'm not sure if the culling game still needs to come to an end or not, but regardless, Sukuna can still start the merger one way or another. And yes, the entire population of Japan needs to die in order for that to happen, but this is Jujutsu Kaisen, and I don't think Gege is afraid of doing that for the greater narrative. So, I don't want them to die, but hopefully we do get to see this freaking merger, considering that it's been built up so much, and the fact that they keep alluding to it not just being limited to destroying Japan. Like, once it's done with that, I guess it's going to keep going until someone stops it, or I don't know, it just becomes the omnipotent ruler of the world? I don't even know. I guess that's the whole thing, right? Not even Kenjaku knows what's going to happen, and that's why the experiment intrigued him so much. But it's interesting that Miguel thinks that it's still better fighting that thing than Sukuna. Then going further into this conversation, they do eventually convince Miguel to join them. And he ultimately winds up saying like, okay, fine, I'll come in, but only after Sukuna and Okkotsu have lost. And I don't want him to be able to use his domain because, Miguel is, like a mid-tier sorcerer. Like, he's probably grade 1 for sure. Or maybe even special grade 1. Or maybe even like, above grade 1. Take that for what you will. But if Sukuna activates Malevolent Shrine on you, you have to essentially be Gojo to be able to survive it. Even if you have like simple domain or whatever, it doesn't really matter at that point. So he needed to have these conditions in order for him to join the fight, and that's clearly what we see. Because after Okkotsu had lost, Maki fought, then she lost, then Yuji lost again, and then of course Kusakabe got taken down. So then Miguel was like, okay, I guess it's my time to come in, because now is an even better time, because the damage that Sukuna had taken from Maki, getting stabbed through the back with her soul splitting blade, damaged his heart, which he is still, I assume, manually pumping with cursed energy, and his reverse curse technique is limited to the capacity of it, since he's so drained. Can't use the domain expansion since the end of his fight with Gojo. So this is like the best time, essentially, on top of him losing one of his left hands. And we'll get into that because, he needs like hand seals in order to do the World Cutter Slash. So I guess after Yui is able to teleport away, which I don't think we see in this chapter, it probably happens off panel, they begin to fight Sukuna, and we see Larue's curse technique for the first time. And it's basically like this giant hand manipulation, like a giant hand of cursed energy, I guess. It says that it's imaginary, but take that for what you will. It seems like he can only generate like right hands, I think, and he like giant palm smashes Sukuna with it. Doesn't really do much to him, to be honest, because Sukuna just breaks out of it and starts sending a whole bunch of dismantles at Miguel. And Miguel, surprisingly, is able to avoid all of them. Like, he's like breakdancing through them. Then Sukuna like tries to kick like some rocks, I think, at Larue, but Larue uses his own hand to like pull himself out of the way, saving himself, which is a pretty cool way of showing us how versatile Larue's curse technique is. It's not only, like offensive, but it's also defensive. Despite us only seeing it for a few pages, I think Gege has utilized this pretty well. We're actually getting an explanation on what his curse technique is. So it's called Heart Catch, and essentially he can just keep making these quote-unquote imaginary hands despite how many times they will be destroyed. However, each time that they are destroyed, 1/10 of the damage returns to Larue. So yeah, that's a pretty good curse technique, I guess. It's not bad. And it reminds me of Jinichi Zenin's curse technique. If you go back to Maki's Maki's massacre when she like kills the whole entire Zenin clan, or at least the sorcerer warrior aspect of it. One of like the top Zenin guys was Jinichi with the long hair, and his curse technique was like generating these giant fists as well, although he could like generate multiple of them. I don't know if he can use them in the same way that LaRue can, but just another way of Gege showing parallels to curse techniques from the Zenin clan. Like we went over this in the previous chapter actually, with Kusakabe being similar to Ogi, Maki's father. So I don't know if he's doing that on purpose or if I'm just looking too much into it. So then after this, we're getting an explanation on Miguel's curse technique, another one that we had no idea about, because Miguel's whole thing was like using the black rope, curse tool that can like shut down curse technique. But his curse technique is called Hakuna Ra'ana, or however you want to pronounce that. It's not Hakuna Matata. So it's explained as the beat engraved into his body push back curses and increases the strength of his physical abilities. So the beat engraved into his body push back curses. Oh man. I don't know. I might have to go over this in the next chapter review or spoiler video to get a better understanding of this translation, or just a better translation. But so far from what I see, maybe it gives him better resilience against curse techniques, kind of like a pseudo simple domain in a way, possibly, or a pseudo domain amplification, if you will. But the strengthening of physical abilities, I'm totally on board with that. I think that's a really cool curse technique. And I know that at base, you know, in the Jiu-Jitsu world, you could just strengthen your physical abilities anyway with cursed energy. But this is something more than that, because we actually see another flashback of Gojo, I guess, in Kenya when he's dropping off Okkotsu to Miguel. Because, you know, remember, that's why Okkotsu was like out of the series for like the first 137 chapters, because he was in Kenya training with Miguel, because that was kind of like I guess his punishment in a way, or that was kind of like Miguel's probation, you know, because of course he joined up with Geto during the night parade of 100 demons trying to take over freaking Japan and end Jujutsu High. So he was technically on the side of the bad guys, and after Gojo, you know, took him out and realized how much potential he had, he was like, hey, we're forcing you to be a good guy over here and you got to train my disciple. So I guess at this time Gojo is like analyzing Miguel's curse technique, you know, of course with the 6 eyes. And he says that Miguel's curse technique is like without a domain, drawing out buffs and debuffs on himself and the opponent. It's convenient, but not really all that scary. And then he says some weird, almost bigoted stuff about Miguel. I don't really want to go too much into this YouTube video, because you know how sensitive YouTube could be with this stuff. But, you know, read the chapter with yourself and come to your own conclusion on the, I don't even know if this is a joke. I guess it is a joke that Gege's trying to pull here. But remember, Gege is Japanese, and this is primarily for the Japanese people. It is not fully intending to cater to our Western climate, if you will. But Gojo says that if Miguel and he fought each other without techniques, like no curse techniques, but with their physical ability strengthened by cursed energy, Gojo could win in terms of defensive movement, but Gojo could also lose when it comes to striking. So taking away their curse techniques, I guess it just means that Miguel is a really good striker. He's really skilled, but regardless, Gojo is just a freak beast. And, you know, he just surpasses nearly everyone with his own cursed energy reinforcement, as we all knew at this point. Like, Gojo could just athletically move around and get by that way, but he doesn't necessarily have the striking skill and technique that Miguel does, which is kind of crazy because Gojo was the superior striker against Sukuna in their fight. And speaking of that, we're seeing that, yeah, Miguel can take it to Sukuna. Like, he's somewhat surpassing him in their brief striking exchange that they have here. Like, Gojo traps Sukuna's left wrist and then just hits him right in his, like, heart chest wound. But he just can't hit hard enough because his strikes don't really phase Sukuna, despite surprising him. And going back to his curse technique, I guess that's what allowed him to get by the dismantles that he was launching at him, because without it, he probably would have been sliced up like everybody else. I guess that goes back to pushback curses. But after this brief exchange with Miguel, suddenly Choso comes back into the battle and fires off a piercing blood behind Sukuna, but Sukuna is fast enough to notice it, and he's able to dodge it. And then he just launches some more dismantles at Choso. And that's pretty much all Choso was able to do in this chapter, but it was enough time for Yuji to come back in and come down on Sukuna directly afterwards with like a double axe hand. And it's so powerful that he's like crushing Sukuna into the ground. I mean, Sukuna is taking it, but still he has to like block and be braced for it and being pushed into the ground here, still showing that Yuji is ridiculously powerful at this point, at least from a physicality standpoint. I mean, that was always his hallmark in the series, but obviously it's at its apex at this point. Well, for now. I'm sure there's going to be some more power-ups for Yuji before the series is over. Then we're getting a narration on how Sukuna's world-cutting dismantle works. So it says, just like Malevolent Shrine, it requires the hand seals of Enmaten. So Enmaten is like the Japanese Buddhist version of the Indian deity Yama. So that, I guess that's where Gojo got the hand sign idea from, or at least the figuration of it. However, before his transformation, like when he was still in Megumi Sukuna body, before the four arms, in order to use the world-cutting slash against Gojo, you know, the technique that he killed him with, he had to place a binding vow on himself for future conditions of the activation of it. So that means like, okay, at this point in time when I'm fighting Gojo, I can just launch off this world-cutting dismantle with just one arm, because the other arm he lost in that big hollow purple. So he's like, all right, this binding vow, let me just fire it off with one hand at this point, and then every single time afterwards, when I use the world-cutting dismantle, I will have to use hand seals and chant the cursed incantation, as well as a hand gesture to denote its direction. So that explains it, which I'm happy, because the spoilers were making it seem like we weren't going to find this out, but it's finally revealed how Sukuna killed Gojo and why the others were able to avoid the world-cutting dismantle because of the tell beforehand. You know, the hand seals, the cursed incantation, and the gesture using it to denote the direction. You know, that's how Maki was able to avoid it. That's how Kusakabe was able to sense that it was coming, as well as whoever else was able to avoid it from being killed. And this is why Gojo died from it, because Sukuna made a freaking binding vow specifically so that he was able to do it. Very cool. I like that it's being explained here, and I like how it's being explained, but I just wish there was more binding vows on the side of the good guys. Like, let's see Yuji do a binding vow or something in order to, I don't know, trump Sukuna in some way, which, you know, probably will happen, but I just think binding vows are underutilized, if anything, in this series. Even though it seems like they're being used a lot, I just think they could be used more, unless Gege just thinks they're too broken and maybe he doesn't want to abuse them too much. But I just think they're really cool to give situations and scenarios like this. But anyway, Maki comes back in as well, and she cuts off Sukuna's other left hand. So now he only has right hands, meaning that he can't do the Enmaten hand seal. So they've essentially nerfed Sukuna from doing like his ostensibly strongest attack. We still haven't seen his Fuga fire thing, but that's still to come, I'm sure, at some point. But right now, his World Cutter Dismantle is like his strongest thing. Also, pretty impressive that Maki is coming back into the battle after getting hit by a Sukuna Black Flash like 2 chapters ago. Even Sukuna is surprised by this. Just showing that Maki is of course, a ridiculous beast. She probably has surpassed Toji at this point. Even though, like, I think at the end of the Cursed Naoya fight, it was kind of hammering it home that she did surpass Toji, but I think this solidifies it. I love Toji just as much as the next person, but I don't really think he's taken a Sukuna Black Flash and coming back in 2 chapters. But at this point, Yuji feels as though they're on the brink of victory because, you know, like we just talked about, he's missing his 2 left hands, can't use the World Cutter Dismantle, his reverse curse technique's not functioning all that well, he can't really heal quickly, along with everything else that we talked about in the beginning. So Yuji's like, yeah, it's our time to win, until out of nowhere, Sukuna decides to single out LaRue, like not hitting Yuji or Maki, just suddenly goes over to LaRue and then hits him with a freaking Black Flash. This is the second Black Flash that Sukuna has delivered within like 3 chapters, and he's hitting LaRue with it, and I don't think LaRue is probably going to be able to come back as fast as Maki from this. Like, he might be benched for good from this possibly, but hitting this Black Flash caused the narrator to say Gojo, interestingly enough, recovered his lost output of his reverse curse technique after his second Black Flash. And then he says the King of Curse has, and then we don't get to see what he says. So maybe this means that Sukuna has recovered his reverse curse technique as well, the same way that Gojo did, because it kind of makes sense, I guess, because when Black Flash is like explained, because it says that it can cause the user to enter a state where manipulating your cursed energy becomes something as simple and natural as breathing, and it can result in a feeling of omnipotence, and this leads to a greatly increased performance in combat, allowing the user to operate at 120% of their maximum potential. So I guess Sukuna is in that flow state right now after hitting that Black Flash, and he's going to 120%, possibly. I don't know, it's not being fully confirmed here, but it's heavily implied. So if he is getting his reverse curse technique back, then I guess the first thing he's going to do is heal his heart, possibly, since that's kind of a priority at this point, unless he just wants to bring back his left hand so he could just fire off some world cutter dismantles. But yeah, that was quite the chapter. Let me know what you guys think about it in the comments, and if you liked it, please give it a like, and please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day. I'll see you in the next one. So we're seeing Yuji hit Sukuna with a massive Black Flash, and it's pretty significant because apparently it is awakening Yuji. Yeah, finally our MC is getting quote-unquote awakened here. Now, what exactly does that mean? Well, we'll get into it. We'll go over all that stuff because it's happening at the end of the chapter more so. But this chapter is mostly about the actual Black Flash in general because, coming off of the previous chapter, we saw Sukuna hit LaRue with a Black Flash. That was actually the second in this fight. The first he hit Maki a couple chapters back. And after he hit LaRue with that Black Flash at the end of the previous chapter, the narrator implied that Sukuna was going to get some kind of buff from this. Something like that, because when we saw Gojo taking on Sukuna and he hit him with his second Black Flash, he regained his ability to regulate his reverse curse technique. Because, if you hit Black Flashes, you have, the chance of, I guess, getting some kind of buff from it, you could say, some kind of bonus, kind of like in a video game. And I'll compare more things to video game logic once we get more into the Black Flash discussion that Gojo is going to talk about at the beginning of this chapter, because it says that when you hit a Black Flash, you can feel omnipotent, and if everything revolves around you, it can lead to greatly increased performance in combat, allowing the user to operate at 120% of their maximum potential. So we're just giving out buffs here if you can hit Black Flashes, on top of the buff that Black Flash already is. Now, what was the Black Flash buff that Sukuna got from hitting LaRue in the previous chapter? Well, I mean, it's not, as far as I know, outright stated in this chapter, but he does improve his dismantle output, so I guess his cursed energy output in general had increased or regulated better, I suppose. But anyway, going into Gojo's speech about Black Flash in the beginning of this chapter, again, this is a flashback. Gojo's not alive, or I'm not saying that he won't be, but I just don't want to hype up anybody. This is a flashback of him talking about the Black Flash, and he explains what it is. So it's like a distortion in space that occurs when cursed energy is applied to a strike or something like that within 0.00001 seconds of a physical hit. And when you achieve it, the cursed energy flashes black and red like Conqueror's Haki from One Piece, and then the power derived from it is equal to a normal hit to the power of 2.5. So that doesn't mean times 2.5, to the power. So if Sukuna's power at base is 10, from a normal strike, to the power of 2.5, it would become 316. So that's how significant the Black Flash is here. And then going further into Gojo's monologue here, he says that, if that's all you really need to do, then he, in theory, would be able to intentionally do it. If all you need to do is just time the cursed energy output with a physical strike to 0.00001 of a second, then yes, somebody as skilled as Gojo would be able to do that at will, which I assumed as well, because yes, that seems like an incredibly daunting task to us in our reality, but in the Jujutsu Kaisen world, things are obviously different. But going further, Gojo just kind of says that it's not that simple, and explaining it that way doesn't necessarily literally explain what the Black Flash is. And I won't bore you with more of Gojo's monologue here. You can just read it for yourself if you really want to get into it. But what I'm taking away from this is that the Black Flash like the video games that we were talking about, which Gege himself has compared Jiu-Jitsu itself to video games, actually in the very beginning of the series, like when Gojo is explaining how domains and barriers work to Yuji when he's going against Jogo. Hey, but real quick, guys, please subscribe if you haven't already. I know a lot of you watch my videos through the recommended, and that's fine, but if you just need a reminder to subscribe, here you go. Let's get to 300,000. I've really been slacking off on asking you guys to do that. I just want to get to 300,000, then I'll stop bringing it up. I just want to get to that point. I feel like it's overdue at this point. Thanks. Hitting a black flash is RNG, essentially. If you're familiar with that term from video games, random number generating. So while it is like a literal critical hit in the lore of Jujutsu Kaisen, it is also literally a critical in the world of it as well. Like, you can try your hardest and be the best like Sukuna and Gojo and time your punch and cursed energy output to 0.000001 of a second, but that doesn't mean that it's guaranteed that the black flash is going to happen. You can do it like 100 times and then maybe the black flash will happen like 3 or 4 out of that, if that makes sense. It's like literally landing a critical hit in a video game. I mean, as long as you don't add any kind of buffs or gear or spells or whatever that augment the chance of you hitting criticals, if it's just the base RNG of the video game, it's essentially like landing a critical, even in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. That's why I guess it's plainly just explained as a pure phenomenon. And Gojo goes further, saying that like Nanami has the record of landing the most consecutive black flashes, but that doesn't mean that he's like more skilled than Gojo. Also, if you want to see Nanami landing the record for consecutive black flashes, you can check it out in like the 3rd act of the Volume 0 movie. But he's able to do that because his fights last longer than Gojo's. Like, if Gojo even gets to the point of landing a black flash in a fight, it's probably already over, unless he's going against Sukuna, of course. So yeah, that's my rant about black flash and trying to make sense of what Gojo is saying here. But going further, everyone is like taking on Sukuna at this point, like we saw in the previous chapter. Choso, Yuji, and Maki are all back, and they're all trying their individual ways to try to stifle him. Like, Yuji is using like this barrier to try to encase him, and Choso's trying to hit him with a piercing blood. It's not working, and he breaks away from that, and Maki's able to stab Sukuna again in like the abdomen with her soul-splitting blade. He kind of just takes it on the chin. I mean, not literally, but he just eats it. Like, it's not really affecting him all that much, unless this is going to be a delayed effect eventually. But after this, Sukuna hits a black flash on Maki. This is the second black flash he's hit on her, and then the follow-up to that is hitting her with a dismantle, which is like straight up cutting her. And it's at this point that we find out that Sukuna's dismantle output has increased from what it has before, which I assume is from the buff that consecutive black flashes give you. So Sukuna is recovering ground here. Although he hasn't regenerated his left hands yet, he's still making progress, at least with the cursed energy output. Then going further into the fight, he takes on Choso, and after a brief scuffle, he hits Choso with another black flash. But Choso is able to mitigate the damage by using like blood manipulation convergence to like make a shield, I suppose, which like encapsulates Sukuna's hand. And I guess he's just not taking the full brunt of the black flash because Choso's still conscious after this. So Choso's surviving this for now. And yeah, 2 black flashes back to back almost, which is insane. But still, it goes back to what was talked about in the beginning of this chapter, where you can't just do it, you know, willingly. It kind of just happens randomly, even if you are doing the technique, quote unquote, perfectly. So after Choso's able to mitigate the damage by using the blood to wrap around Sukuna's arm, Yuji comes back in and lands a serious shot on Sukuna's face. And this is significant, of course, because of how Yuji's strikes work on Sukuna, which Choso points out. Because Yuji has the ability to like strike Sukuna's soul, and by doing that, he can dwindle his cursed energy output as well as the control that he has over Megumi's body, and eventually, in theory, separate Megumi's body from Sukuna, and vice versa. And he even says, like, regardless of how many buffs Sukuna is getting from Black Flash, it doesn't matter as long as Yuji keeps landing these significant strikes on him. Then Yuji tries to use blood manipulation convergence, but he's still not perfect at it, as Choso says. but Yuji is still able to fire off a piercing blood, which Sukuna like narrowly dodges. And going back to what we've been talking about these last couple months, like how is Yuji able to use blood manipulation here? Well, it wasn't explained. I suppose they had some kind of training during that 1 month time skip, but I guess it also goes into why Yuji has like those gauntlets, which you speculated about possibly Yuji eating the other curse womb death paintings. Like Choso and his brothers are derived from those curse womb paintings that Kenjaku made back in the day when he was in the original Noritoshi Kamo's body. And 3 of them became Choso and his brothers, but the rest of them kind of just stayed as the cursed wombs. And it's implied that Yuji just ate them and then got some kind of power up from them, which I guess includes him gaining the ability to use blood manipulation, or at least the propensity to be able to just use it without inherently having the technique, if that makes sense. Yuji is also able to use this blood manipulation that he's been taught through Choso to further enhance his own reverse curse technique, because it's not perfect. You know, he learned it in a month. So going further into the battle between Yuji and Sukuna, Sukuna senses that Yuji's about to land a black flash on him, similar to how Mahito knew that it was going to happen back in the Shibuya arc. And before he can like fully concentrate and try to counter against it, Sukuna's attention is brought away and he's suddenly focusing on LaRue, the guy that he hit with a black flash in the previous chapter. And this is because LaRue's curse technique is more nuanced than we thought. So LaRue says that if he's grabbed someone with his curse technique, which is like that ability to generate those big cursed energy hands or whatever, seemingly just the right hand at this point, which he had grabbed Sukuna in the previous chapter with, then he can grab onto their quote-unquote heart. Now, I don't think that literally means like grabbing like the physical, tangible heart, but I guess it just means that you can grab onto just their consciousness or something. I don't know. It's just a plot device here for Sukuna to be distracted so that Yuji can hit him with the follow-up strike that he's going to, I guess. Because we see like Sukuna's eyes become hearts, which is like LaRue's thing. He has like hearts on his chest. So yeah, LaRue, this is like his ultimate moment, I suppose, distracting Sukuna using the secondary effect of his curse technique so that Yuji can land a freaking black flash on Sukuna. Yes, it's been a while since Yuji has landed the black flash, but he's hitting Sukuna with it, and it is massive. Like, it's bigger than the black flashes that we've seen Sukuna been landing. Like, lightning everywhere, hitting Sukuna directly in the chest. Because, you know, Sukuna knew that this was coming already, but like we said, LaRue was able to distract him long enough. And then the narrator at the end says the release of his potential through Black Flash awakens Yuji. So it goes back to what we were talking about in the beginning. What exactly does this mean? Well, I suppose it goes into the quote-unquote buff that you get from landing Black Flash, where it leads to a greatly increased performance in combat, allowing the user to operate at 120% of their maximum potential. So I guess landing the Black Flash allows Yuji to fully bring out his potential, like it says. Like, the abilities that he's been having with landing the strikes on Sukuna that touch his soul, reverberate within him, and stifle his cursed energy output. I guess it's going to bring out the full potential of that. And aside from that, it's also mentioned after Gojo's monologue about the Black Flash in the beginning, when he says that, you know, comparing himself to Nanami's Black Flash record, he says, I win when it comes to total uses, meaning that out of all the Black Flashes that anyone has ever landed, I suppose, in the modern era, Gojo has landed the most. But it says after that from the narrator that after this, Yuji would overtake him, meaning that Yuji will eventually land more Black Flashes than Gojo ever has. Or at least that's what I'm taking away from this. So this is just the beginning of Yuji landing the most Black Flashes anyone has ever landed in the modern era of Jiu-Jitsu. I'm just assuming that's what this means here, because if Gojo has the most, I guess it means the modern era, because he's obviously not taking into account the Heian era, where they were probably just landing Black Flashes like it was handshakes or something. So this makes sense because Yuji needs something like this in order to take down Sukuna. I mean, yeah, he has the soul reverberating punches and he can reduce his cursed energy output, but landing more black flashes, the most that has ever been landed, there might be some kind of anomaly that comes from this, like something that no one has discovered yet, because like we talked about, it is a phenomenon in itself. So if you just keep landing them, I guess the buffs that you get from it will keep compounding and stacking on each other, where you'll bring out even more than 120% of your maximum potential. You'll just, I don't know, suddenly ascend to a level that you shouldn't be on, possibly. And that might happen with Yuji here. Now again, let me also reiterate that Yuji still has that ability where he could seemingly swap bodies with people, like swap souls or something. Like he could take your soul, put it in his body, and then put his soul in your body. At least that's the implications that we got from that one sequence where he was training with Kusakabe during the 1 month skip. And since he hasn't used it yet, we can fully assume that he is saving it for the right moment against Sukuna, and maybe all of this black flashery will lead to him hitting Sukuna with that, which will, I guess, ultimately save Megumi, at least in that moment. So this is like the biggest chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen so far, because we're getting huge reveals such as the origin of Yuji and Sukuna. Like finally the truth has come out. And let me just immediately put it out there that Yuji is not the brother of Sukuna. This was like coming out of the spoilers yesterday, but it was a mistranslation. However, Yuji is still related to Sukuna, just not in the way that we thought. So let's just break everything down now, because in the beginning of this chapter, it is explained. So in a flashback to before Sukuna fought against Gojo, he's talking to Urarame, and Urarame asks him, like, who is Yuji? And Sukuna says, well, he's Kenjaku's creation. As for the body, I don't know, because Urarame felt something similar to Sukuna from Yuji. And Sukuna says, well, it's a Kenjaku thing. He wouldn't just create that child, Yuji, without a reason. And he says that it's likely that his love affair, you know, because of Kenjaku taking over the body of the sorcerer Kaori in order to create Yuji with Yuji's father, may have been with the reincarnation of my other half. And going further, Sukuna says, I believe we share the same soul. I think it was in the womb, but before starving to death, I consumed that other half of me while still in the womb, meaning that his soul wandered around until it reached Kenjaku. So this is like the big bombshell here, or at least one of them in this chapter. There's quite a few. So let's break this down. So it turns out that Sukuna was a conjoined twin, as we speculated about, because we talked about it a few times on this channel. Gege got the inspiration for the character of Sukuna in this series from the Japanese 2chan urban legend about Sukuna, like that variation of him, not the Jujutsu Kaisen one. And the story goes that like two construction workers found like this mummy of a conjoined twin near like this shrine, and they were getting like bad energy from it, so they gave it to like a priest, and the priest discovered that this mummy became mummified through like the monk tradition of like meditating until you become a mummy. And that was always the case with Ryomen Sukuna in Jujutsu Kaisen, because we see that actual mummy after Sukuna takes over Megumi's body. Like he and Tengen come across like his old body, I guess from the Heian era, which is dressed the same way as the Sukuna from the 2chan urban legend, in like that Buddhist robe thing in a mummified state. I guess that's what was needed for him to make like the fingers, you know, the 20 cursed object fingers, or whatever ritual they underwent to make that happen. So that finally confirms it. Just like the original urban legend, Sukuna himself is a conjoined twin, except he ate his brother in the womb. And I guess that's how he has like the body that he does, with the 4 eyes, the 2 arms, the mouth, and the stomach. And the hints were always kind of there, considering that Sukuna always talks about eating and all that stuff. In fact, we actually see him eat that mummified head of his, as well as the other parallels being there, such as like Yuji himself eating Sukuna's fingers and Sukuna being inside of Yuji. There was always those kind of parallels there between he and Yuji. And also, like I've talked about before, I do think that Sukuna parallels to Maki in that way. Since Maki is a twin with Mai, but Mai was kind of holding Maki back from her true heavenly restriction power. So after Mai died, that like fully unlocked Maki's true heavenly restriction, where her cursed energy dropped to 0. So as Mai was dying, she used her construction curse technique to make Maki the soul-splitting blade. We actually see this sequence further parallel to when Yorozu dies against Sukuna and winds up using her own construction technique to make him the Kamutoke. And I guess this also further solidifies what Sukuna told Kashima when they were in that death realm after he killed him, where he said, I don't know, I was a creepy child growing up, or an unwanted child, depending on the translation. And I guess that's because he looked all weird because he was like a conjoined twin from consuming his twin. But as for how Sukuna looks the way that he does, I'm not sure if he just came out of the womb like that, or if he did some kind of like special jujitsu-y stuff to where he was going to become a curse and then he stopped the process before fully becoming a curse, and that led him to having like his 4 arms and the right side of his face looking all cursy, possibly to manipulate the soul in some way, because we know that Sukuna can do that. And I guess this could also explain why Sukuna has cleave and dismantle. It's possible that cleave was his brother's ability, maybe, and dismantle is Sukuna's, although it is explicitly said in this chapter that Sukuna's curse technique is shrine, which is fascinating, and we'll get more into that, but still don't really know what to make of it. But I assume that him having cleave and dismantle probably has to do with him consuming his brother in the womb. Now, who was Sukuna's parents? Don't know. It's not explained, and it probably never will be. However, let me just put it out there. Sukuna's domain expansion, Malevolent Shrine, that looks like the real-life shrine of Michizane Sugawara. And we've talked about Michizane Sugawara a couple times on this channel. Gojo in Volume 0 mentions that he is a distant relative of both he and Okkotsu. And he also goes on to be like one of the 3 big vengeful spirits. And it's possible that, I don't know, maybe Michizane Sugawara is Sukuna's dad or something, maybe, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like Gege is going to go any more into that at this point. Now, let's go a little more into this, because it says that Kenjaku eventually met up with the reincarnated soul of Sukuna's brother that he ate in the womb, which means that that is Yuji's father. Yuji's father is like the soul reincarnation of the brother that Sukuna ate in his womb. How did that happen? I don't know. It just did. The soul just wandered, I guess, because it got ate in the womb. And I don't know, 1,000 years later, it eventually led to Yuji's father. And Kenjaku tracked him down, took over the body of Kaori, and then produced Yuji. So, yeah, that means that Yuji is, of course, the son of Kenjaku, and then the nephew of Sukuna in some way, I guess, yeah. And then going further, Urarame is like, doesn't that mean that Yuji has latent potential equivalent to Sukuna? And yes, that obviously is true, since we are seeing the full extent of Yuji's latent potential in this chapter. Well, not the full extent, but definitely some of it, because in the previous chapter, when he hit Sukuna with that black flash, it awakened Yuji, and now he is going all out, because as their fight begins here, he is just taking it to Sukuna with black flashes. He's fighting Sukuna just as well as Gojo did, if not even better. In fact, in a following sequence in this beginning fight here, I'm pretty sure Yuji like shoulder rams Sukuna and causes a black flash from that. I think that's what's happening here. Like, he didn't even have to throw a strike, which is what we've seen almost exclusively from the Black Flashes so far in the series. But no, Yuji doing it with a shoulder strike, which is pretty crazy. Now, another big reveal in this chapter is that we're seeing that Yuji has 2 curse techniques, because as they're fighting, Yuji like touches this pillar and then slices it in half and like throws it at Sukuna. And that's when Sukuna's like, oh, he can actually use it. And the narrator tells us that Yuji has 2 curse techniques. Blood manipulation, which was engraved within him after taking in the death painting wombs from 4 to 9, and the awakened states brought by Black Flash gave him Shrine, referring to Sukuna's curse technique that had been engraved as the reincarnated body of Sukuna, being the vessel of him. So let's break down the first one, blood manipulation. We have been seeing Yuji use this throughout this fight, and we weren't fully sure why he had this, but we assumed it probably had something to do with him eating the cursed womb death paintings, which we didn't see him do. It happened off panel, I guess, over the 1-month time break before Gojo fought Sukuna. So Choso is one of these things, along with his 2 other brothers that we saw them fight at the end of season 1. And Choso was able to get the rest of these death painting wounds in the inventory that was inside of Jujutsu High, like near where Tengen was. This happened way back, almost 100 chapters ago, I think. And I guess he gave them to Yuji, and Yuji ate them. And it's possible that that's why Yuji has his arms the way that they are. It augmented him in some way, eating them, and it also gave him the blood manipulation technique. Now, this all works, I guess, because they all come from Kenjaku in some way, because Kenjaku back in the day took over the body of Noritoshi Kamo, who was a part of the Kamo clan and a blood manipulation user, and he made all these experiments to make the Curse Womb death paintings, such as Choso and the rest of the ones that didn't come to fruition. And those are what Yuji ate, which gave him blood manipulation. So that explains that. Now, as for him having Shrine, Sukuna's curse technique, this was stated to happen by Gojo way back in season 1 as well. He said, over time, your body will learn Sukuna's curse technique. And it finally has, but it just took for it to be, at this point where he uses Black Flash in the midst of battle against Sukuna, and it awakened within him. But it's different than what Sukuna is doing, because so far, I think we're only seeing Yuji use Cleave, or his version of Cleave. Because Sukuna says, depending on the era and the sorcerer's mentality, there may be some differences. And also the energy input is weak. So the difference between Yuji and Sukuna's Cleave is that Yuji, when he activates his Cleave, it makes like these scissor cutting marks around the object that he is cleaving, which is pretty interesting. And I guess it goes into it being a contemporary technique, since there wasn't really like scissors and guiding cutting lines back in the Heian era, I assume. Maybe there were scissors, I don't know, but this is obviously a very contemporary marking, and it goes with the era that Sukuna mentioned. Because we see that when Yuji touches the pillar, it causes those marks around it, and then he slices it, throws it at Sukuna. Then he also grabs Sukuna's leg, tries to cleave that, and we see the scissor markings go around it. So that's a pretty cool little twist on it. Now, as for dismantle, like the projectile slashes, pretty sure we're not seeing Yuji use that in this chapter. I don't know if he actually has that or if he exclusively has cleave, but it is being referred to as Shrine here, not cleave or dismantle. So I don't know if Shrine means that cleave and dismantle is your curse technique, or cleave and dismantle are simply byproducts of Shrine, and Shrine is something totally different, as to where it is multiple techniques or something, because we still don't know what Fuga is, the fire arrow from Sukuna. We don't know what's going on with that, and the open and the box and all that stuff. Still a few questions that need to be answered, but at least Yuji has Cleave and Shrine, so that's pretty fascinating and really cool. But throughout this, Yuji is still hitting multiple Black Flashes on Sukuna, like almost at will, which is like going against the rule of Black Flash, because it was stated by Gojo that it's essentially like RNG, like in a video game. Like, it's just random. You could be as perfect and as powerful as you want, and you could try as hard as you can to intentionally hit a Black Flash, but it's ultimately going to come down to luck at the end of the day. But Yuji seems to be breaking that rule, and he's kind of just hitting it whenever he wants, because it was also stated by the narrator in the previous chapter that Yuji will eventually surpass every Black Flash that Gojo ever landed in his life. Essentially, right? I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty sure that's what they said. and he's well on his way. And these black flashes are obviously messing Sukuna up here. Like, he's getting visibly worried by it, unlike he ever has before. Like, every time Sukuna tries to mount some kind of offense here, whether it be dismantles or cleaves or whatever, Yuji's just like, nah. Then he counters him with a black flash. Now, in between this battle, we're cutting away for a little bit, and we're going to another flashback of the 1 month skip before Gojo fought Sukuna, and we're coming back to that moment where Ino came into the room with Sukuna, Shoko, and Ichiji, asking them about Nanami. And that was like the cliffhanger. We didn't know what he was saying, but this whole sequence eventually came down to them allowing him to use Nanami's curse tool, the blunted axe, that now has Nanami's curse technique imbued in it. 7-3. Because, Nanami, I guess, was closest to Ino. Because Gojo says that he's the one that Nanami trusted the most. So still not explaining why Nanami's blunt axe has his curse technique imbued in it. But I guess because he used it so much. And, I don't know, maybe he did some kind of binding vow. Or just because he died. And the curse technique was transferred onto it. Don't really know. Probably won't be explained. But just the fact that it is now a curse tool with Nanami's curse technique in it. And then after that, it comes back to real time. And Ino finally uses the Ryu aspect of his curse technique, Auspicious Beasts. Because we didn't get to see it before. He was trying to use it in season 2 during Shibuya, but it was interrupted and we didn't get to see it. But now we're seeing the dragon, the Ryu aspect of it, and he launches it at Sukuna. It's pretty cool, and it does hit Sukuna. It does some kind of damage to him somewhat, but Sukuna ultimately just shakes it off and then just steps on Nanami's blunted axe and then just tries to put Ino down, but of course our boy Yuji comes in and hits Sukuna with another black flash here, saving Ino. Then going further, Yuji hits Sukuna with another black flash. And Sukuna's credit, he's taking these, but he eventually grabs Yuji by the face and cleaves his face. Like, he marks up the right side of his face, which is, the interesting parallel to Sukuna's right side of his face that looks like a curse. But Yuji's just bleeding from the right side of his face here, but he just counters yet again with another black flash. Man, he's just hitting them at will. It is wild. And this is like causing Sukuna to scream. Like, this is the most emotion I think we've seen of Sukuna in the series, possibly. Like, he is getting angry by this. Like, he's really being challenged. Like, this isn't him just being nonchalant anymore. Like, he's really getting affected by these consecutive black flashes. But then after that, Yuji grabs Nanami's blunted axe and hits Sukuna with it. So he's just going all out, and Ino's like, yeah, good job. Thanks for using it. I wasn't useless after all. And then the chapter ends with Yuji hitting Sukuna like in the kidney from behind with another black flash. I think that's the 7th black flash of this chapter. It'll be the 8th overall that Yuji hit since the end of the previous chapter. And Sukuna is getting really affected by that too. So, wow, things are getting wild. Yuji is finally coming to his own. He is awakened. And even the narrator is like, like a king, but superior. Like, Yuji has matched Sukuna and is slowly surpassing him, if not already has. So we're finally seeing Sukuna activate, I guess, his ultimate ability, which is Fuga, the big fire arrow thing that we saw him use in Shibuya against Jogo and Maharaga, and he's about to use it against Yuji. That happens at the end of the chapter, so of course there's a lot that we have to go over. So coming off of the previous, we saw Yuji essentially awaken, as it was said, by hitting Sukuna with black flashes, and after that had happened, he awakened his own proprietary version of Sukuna's curse technique, Cleave, where we saw it manifests through these scissor cutting marks on things, which is pretty interesting. So now Yuji has Cleave and blood manipulation, which we'll get into because it's further explained in this chapter. But coming into this one, we see that due to Yuji hitting Sukuna with so many black flashes, apparently it was 7, and hitting him in between the boundary of Sukuna's soul and Megumi's soul, because we have to remember that Sukuna is is still currently taking over Megumi's body, and they're both inhabiting the souls at the same time. And Yuji, reading Tsukumo's diary that she left behind about soul research, he figured out how to basically hit between souls, or just hit souls in general, as he has been doing against Sukuna throughout the majority of this fight. So doing that has basically stopped Sukuna's ability to use reverse curse technique, as well as, dampen his cursed energy output in the process as well. So that's why Sukuna still hasn't regrown his 2 left arms. Currently, he still only has his 2 right arms. And I guess he still has that gaping hole in his chest that Maki hit him with, possibly. It's hard to make out in this chapter, but I assume he still has that. Or if he doesn't, let me know in the comments if he healed that or not. Can't really see in this chapter. But you might be thinking, well, Sukuna is probably going to lose at this point. The cards are stacked against him. The MC is finally getting his late series big power up where he's just overcoming the villain. Well, no. Sukuna still has a lot of tricks up his sleeve because he activates his domain expansion Malevolent Shrine once again. We haven't seen him use this since his fight with Gojo. Like, that fight took so much out of him that he wasn't really able to use it again after that. But this is Sukuna after all, and he obviously has unrivaled knowledge of Jiu-Jitsu. I mean, I guess it could be argued maybe Kenjaku is a close second, and then Gojo might be third or up there, but he obviously understands almost every single nuance of Jiu-Jitsu. So that being said, he's still able to activate Malevolent Shrine again despite his back being against the ropes here. And even the narrator is kind of like unsure of how he's doing this, because he says, including uncertain components, a post-Black Flash Sukuna reproduced Malevolent Shrine with impromptu binding vows without lowering its output. So yeah, Sukuna with those binding vows once again, I guess, activating them in his head. Who knows what they are? They're usually something kind of simple once it's actually revealed to us. Like, for example, the last binding vow that Sukuna made that was revealed to us, at least, was how he took out Gojo. Like, at that time, he made a binding vow to be able to use the World Cutter Dismantle against Gojo with one hand, by making a binding vow that every time afterwards that he were to use the World Cutting Slash, he would have to use hand signs and chants. So it kind of like puts him at a disadvantage every time after that, because, he's giving you the tell of that he's going to do it, but just so that he was able to kill Gojo at that one specific time. So that just gives you some insight into like what these binding vows are like, especially with Sukuna. Thing like that, I guess, to be able to activate Malevolent Shrine once again, as well as with some other quote-unquote uncertain components, and it looks very different here. It looks like some kind of Final Fantasy final boss creature. It doesn't look like the typical Malevolent Shrine, because the typical Malevolent Shrine actually looks like a shrine. It's based off of the real-life shrine of Michizane Sugawara, a character who's actually mentioned in the series. You probably heard me mention him a few times in my videos, but Gojo said that he's a distant relative of both he and Yuta, and that he eventually became like one of the big 3 vengeful spirits or something. Don't know if he's ever going to come back. That's besides the point. Apparently, Sukuna's Malevolent Shrine looks like this now because it's an incomplete domain. I guess with his hindered cursed energy output from the soul punches that he's been taking from Yuji, along with all the damage from the battles, mainly against Gojo and everyone else, and I guess the uncertain components and the binding vows, this is the best that he can really produce at this point. But it's still ridiculously powerful, because as soon as he activates it, it goes off, similar to how it did when we first saw it like fully go off in Shibuya. And it's still not a closed domain. Like, that's kind of like the hallmark of Sukuna before we saw Kenjaku do it. Like, having an open domain with no barrier, where it had like a binding vow on it, where it could expand its radius in exchange for allowing the opponent to escape. Because you can technically just run out of Sukuna's domain. Like, if you run out of the bounds of it, then you won't get hit by the cleaves or dismantles that rain down on you. However, it's such a big radius, you need to be like as fast as Gojo essentially, to be able to escape it before you get killed. Because normally, you know, with a domain expansion, it'll be comprised in a sphere and you'll be trapped in it. And the only way to get through it at that point is like brute force, or you overpower it with your own domain. Or you're just like Maki and have heavily restriction and you can just bypass it because you have no cursed energy. Which is actually what Sukuna was kind of worried about in this chapter, but he could still hit Maki with the slashes that come with the domain expansion anyway. But as he is destroying this entire radius here with all of the sorcerers in its vicinity, we cut to a flashback from the 1 month time skip. This is the time that happened after Gojo was unsealed and before he fought against Sukuna, where we see Hikari, Choso, Shoko, Yuta, and Yuji and Maki all pretty much going over like the pre-planning coming into this final battle here. And they're mainly talking about reverse curse technique and anti-domain measures, because Yuji doesn't have either of those at this point in time. I mean, we know that he does currently, but coming into this training, he didn't. And we're essentially finding out more nuanced stuff on reverse curse technique, like the healing aspect of Jujutsu Kaisen, where Shoko reveals that you basically just convert cursed energy like into blood. So that's how you would compensate for that, because you can regenerate like a limb or something, but then you also have to have the blood to go into it and everything. So it ultimately all just comes down to cursed energy just producing a facsimile of what was lost, I suppose. And I also like how Choso is asking Hikari and Yuta like how they do it, and Hikari's like, well, I don't know, my reverse curse technique is on full auto, which is, you know, funny because when Hikari activates his domain expansion, which is essentially like his curse technique at the same time, like he has to use his domain expansion, once he hits the jackpot, which is inevitable, he just gains perpetual reverse curse technique. Like he doesn't really have to do it himself. And as for Okkotsu, he's just a genius, so he can do it instinctually. He doesn't really have to think about it and explain to you like, oh, I just convert cursed energy into lost blood. Like he just does it. He can't explain it. So Shoko, like I said, is the one that has to explain it to everyone here. Shoko being the best healer that we currently know of, I suppose, other than like Sukuna and Kenjaku probably, but you know, given what Sukuna said. But as for Shoko, I don't think we've still seen her currently. We know that Yui has been taking like the wounded / dead away with his teleportation curse technique, which we'll get into because it's actually getting explained in this chapter. But I assume it has something to do with Shoko, especially since she's being brought up here, and also the whole explanation of converting cursed energy into lost blood. Maybe that has something to do with what she's doing with helping them. You know, we've talked about this many times. I do think that it's going to come back into play. Like she has to have some kind of grand purpose here. We still don't even know where a curse technique is. But anyway, speaking of the cursed energy into blood stuff, it turns out that Choso's body is special and that he doesn't even really have to do this. It like does it for him because of his curse technique, blood manipulation. You know, back in the day, Kenjaku took over the body of the old 400 years ago Noritoshi Kamo and then made the Curse Wound Death paintings, and then, you know, one of the 3 successes was Choso. He was like the best success, you know, somewhere between a human and a curse. So with that curse technique and his special body that he has, he doesn't have to use as much cursed energy as you normally would with using reverse curse technique. It's almost kind of like how Gojo's 6 Eyes works, but, you know, to a way lesser extent. So that being said, Yuji is now inheriting this like passive ability as well, because we found out that Yuji did in fact eat the rest of the Curse Room Death paintings that Choso was able to recover from Jujutsu High before they had all met Tengen, which are in a way like his brothers or stepbrothers, because, you know, Kenjaku took over the body of Kaori, who is Yuji's mother, and he gave birth to Yuji. So Kenjaku is, in a way, I like literally Yuji's mother, and also like literally Choso's father. So yeah, Yuji and Choso are step brothers. And now that they both share that blood manipulation, Yuji now has that curse technique after eating the Curse Room Death paintings. And with that, he gains that passive ability to just convert cursed energy into blood. So he doesn't have to use as much cursed energy as you normally would with reverse curse technique. Now that we got that out of the way, let's get on to how Yuji learns simple domain. So we saw during the 1 month time skip as well that, you know, really iconic sequence with Yuji seemingly swapping bodies with Kusakabe. And we've been wondering for a while now, like, okay, how is he able to do that? Did Yuji learn some kind of soul manipulation other than him just hitting you and then hitting the barrier between souls and whatnot, as we've seen him doing with Sukuna? No. In a surprising twist, Yuji has not learned the ability to swap souls, so that completely debunks any kind of theory that I had or anybody else had of him swapping with Sukuna and then like having everybody kill him while Sukuna is in his body and vice versa, so that, you know, Megumi could come back. I'm not saying that something like that won't happen, but at least we know for now Yuji does not have like a soul swapping ability, because it turns out that it's Yui that can do this. Yes, the little brother of Mei Mei, the one that we've been seeing teleporting around, taking the injured and dead away from the battlefield, you know, mainly Gojo's body. His curse technique is way more nuanced than we thought. It's not just simple, you know, point A to point B teleportation. It actually goes farther into just straight up taking people's souls and then swapping them between vessels. And we actually get a little more explanation of it, because Yuji is a little more privy to the soul stuff, you know, because he had a big encounter with Mahito. You know, that was like his first big villain in the series, aside from, you know, Sukuna being set up early on. But Yuji's like, you know, according to the technique that Mahito used, if the shape of the soul is changed, it seems to change the body too. So then if we swap, won't the shape of our souls and bodies get strung along? And Yui's like, no, don't worry. He's essentially taking the soul without actually touching it. I mean, this is like a very broad explanation of it, but he uses an analogy of like opening a box that contains the soul. And he's doing this without opening the box. He's kind of just taking the box with the soul in it and then swapping it. If he were to like take the soul out of the box, the figurative box, then it would alter the bodies and whatnot. But Yui's like basically doing it without breaking the seal, I guess you could say. So that explains how Yuji was able to swap with Kusakabe. It was freaking Yui's ability this whole time. And it makes you think like, man, he could have done this to other people. Like, he could have did it with Gojo and Yuji, or he could have did it like on the battlefield, like swap Sukuna's soul with somebody else. I mean, it's implied here that it needs to be consensual, I guess, for this swap to happen. So I guess you can't just forcibly, you know, take Sukuna's soul and then put it in, you know, some human's body and then just annihilate him. But anyway, they're doing this soul swapping so that Yuji can learn the simple domain from Kusakabe faster. Because if Kusakabe is in Yuji's body, then in theory, he can just maintain muscle memory from Kusakabe activating simple domain while he's in Yuji's body. Like, that's literally what the explanation is here. And Kusakabe actually says that Yuji has been able to evolve so fast because Sukuna took over his body a few times and, you know, used his special grade, you know, Jiu-Jitsu and everything, to which Yuji's body just learned inherently. But it's kind of a bad analogy here, to be honest, because Kusakabe says that, well, you know, your body has the memories of a special grade sorcerer, so the speed at which you learn things is abnormally fast. Kind of like with sports training, when you keep training things over and over and over again, your body will remember it. And it's like, I get that, but Sukuna only took over Yuji's body like, what, 3 or 4 times for like a couple minutes? It's, you know, a little too quick, but, you know, it is Yuji after all. And we did find out that he is the son of Kenjaku, but also Yuji's dad, Jin, is the reincarnated soul of Sukuna's brother that he ate in the womb. I don't know why it took so long for the father to reincarnate, but, you know, it is what it is. Yuji is a special vessel, of course. So, you know, he just has MC biased. He can learn a lot faster. So, all of that being said, Yuji now has simple domain because of all of that stuff, and he activates it in response to Sukuna using Malevolent Shrine here. But we're also finding out that Sukuna can only use the Malevolent Shrine for like 99 seconds because of, you know, all of the restrictions and with his cursed energy and the binding vows and basically him being exhausted at this point, along with having like the incomplete domain that it is. So basically everybody just has to survive for 99 seconds and they're all activating their simple domains. However, Yuji can't maintain his, and the cleave and dismantles just bust through it eventually. Like, Yuji can't hold it, and he winds up getting his freaking leg chopped off. Now, normally this wouldn't be a big deal because Yuji can just use reverse curse technique and grow it back, but Yuji's back is against the wall as well. Despite him being awakened with the black flashes and everything, he's still not 100%. He has been taking a beating as well. But, we just found out with the blood manipulation stuff that it's not as taxing on him or his cursed energy output to do this anyway. So it'll probably just be healed in the next chapter or something, if he does survive, because as soon as Yuji's domain breaks and his leg comes off, from the automatic cleave and dismantles from Malevolent Shrine, Sukuna activates Fuga. But we're actually seeing the same kind of chant that he used to open it against Jogo and Mahoraga with the open. Apparently, it says furnace and then Fuga, or it just says open. I guess we'll just have to wait for the official translation on Sunday to fully see what he's saying here. Because, the black box was always just like a black box on the screen. It was never like revealed what it was actually saying. But I guess it's like furnace or stove or kindlin, like kamino or kamato in Japanese. And of course, this is supposed to like parallel to Sukuna's like cooking and eating theme, because I guess it all comes back to him eating his brother in the womb. But we've seen cleave and dismantle. When they were first explained, it was shown as like 2 pairs of sushi knives, and now he has like the fire for cooking. And like we've seen in the Crunchyroll translations for Malevolent Shrine, it was translated to Malevolent Kitchen. So yeah, there's like an eating, cooking type of theme to Sukuna's power set here. Now, as for him activating the Fuga, we're not seeing what happens with it because this is just the end of the chapter. He's activating it with his 2 right arms because, like we said, he wasn't able to regenerate his 2 left yet. Now, we haven't seen it since he used it in Shibuya, and we still don't know like what this is exactly and why he can do it. We do know that Sukuna's curse technique is straight up Shrine or Malevolent Shrine. Pretty sure it's just called Shrine, despite what the Viz translation says. Now, considering that Yuji inherited Shrine, as we knew that he would, as Gojo said back in season 1 that his body would learn it, we've only seen him use cleave. So it's like, did Yuji take Shrine and then cleave was a part of it that came with it? Or is Shrine, cleave, and dismantle at the same time, and then Fuga is something else? Is Fuga not even a curse technique? Is it just something that, I don't know, Sukuna could do or something? I'm going to assume that it is a curse technique, because how else is he doing this? We haven't seen, as far as I know, anything like this. Usually abilities come down to either it being an inherent or just a learned curse technique or something like that, or it's like some kind of base jujitsu thing that you can do, like simple domain, for example. Like anybody that's a sorcerer can use like simple domain or domain amplification, things like that. Falling Blossom Emotion, Hollow Wicker Basket. There's also the other stuff that Kusakabe was able to do, like generating that like cursed energy blade, but more nuanced stuff like making a freaking giant fire arrow that has like a nuclear explosion attached to it. That's not like a base jujitsu thing that anybody can just learn. So it's probably a curse technique, and maybe Shrine has the ability to have multiple. Now, as for how Sukuna got the multiple, maybe it parallels to how Yuji got his multiple curse techniques, because we saw that he ate the Curse Womb Death paintings, and then Choso said that he would gain blood manipulation from that, which he did. So is this confirming, the speculation that we had about Sukuna all this time, is that he is eating people and gaining their curse techniques? I don't know if it's that simple, because he would have been eating people at this point to get their curse techniques, kind of like All For One, how he just takes quirks that he, likes in My Hero, he just immediately takes them from people. It's more simple for him, but you'd think that we'd be seeing Sukuna eat more people. He did chomp on Angel, but obviously he didn't take her curse technique, Jacob's Ladder, or at least it hasn't been shown that he has.
So, we have lost a character, but we have also gained one, because in this chapter, Choso is unfortunately dying, but Todo is returning. Yes, Todo, who we haven't seen since the Shibuya arc way back in season 2, has finally come back, and it seems like he has an arm again, and we'll go into all of that, as well as, I guess, Sukuna's full curse technique finally being explained here, and we'll get into that as well. So coming off of the previous chapter, we saw that Sukuna was activating his Kamino, or furnace, multiple translations to this, his fire arrow ability, which has become iconic to him since we saw him kill Mahoraga with it, and we've been waiting for him to use it again since that moment, and he's just ready to use it against everyone and just end the fight, essentially. And that is what he is trying to do here, but before that sequence concludes, we're going to a flashback to the month time skip where everyone was training in preparation before Gojo had fought Sukuna, and we're just seeing this very short sequence where Choso and Kamo are training Yuji on blood manipulation. We knew that Yuji had acquired blood manipulation by eating the Curse Wound Death paintings that Choso had gotten from Jujutsu High's inventory before they had met up with Tengen a while ago. And by doing that, Yuji essentially gained like the same body and abilities that Choso had by being a Curse Wound Death painting himself. And with that, he essentially gained the passive ability of converting cursed energy into blood, therefore making reverse curse technique, like the healing ability, that much easier, since that is a process to using that. This sequence is more so just showing that Kamo, who is also a blood manipulation user, helping in this training, which we didn't know before, but also showing why Choso is more inclined to sacrifice himself later on in this chapter, since he wasn't able to really help Yuji in this sequence, since he can't really explain how blood manipulation works that well, since it all comes inherent to him. He didn't really have to learn it. But anyway, now we're getting into Sukuna's fire arrow, which is also being referred to as Hearth in this chapter. I guess that's one translation. Again, this has like 4 different names to it. Just call it the fire arrow because that's what we all know it as. But I'll break it down as best I can here without going into too much unnecessarily complicated stuff like Gege typically likes to do in this series. So he essentially needs to hit you with cleave and dismantle, and then he can access the fire arrow ability, because it's supposed to represent like cutting the meat and then preparing it with another knife and then I guess cooking it with the fire, which I guess means that the fire arrow was always an inherent part of Sukuna's curse technique, meaning that Malevolent Shrine or Malevolent Kitchen has like 3 abilities to it, because yeah, just Sukuna's just that dude. He is him. It could also go into him consuming his brother in the womb. Maybe both of their curse techniques fused together and it gave him access to this unbelievably busted curse technique that has like 3 techniques in one, possibly. Not really sure if it's going to get further explained than this, but at least we now know that it's very likely Sukuna doesn't have multiple curse techniques, or his curse technique isn't like gaining other curse techniques. It's just cleave, dismantle, and the fire arrow, furnace, hearth, Kamino. Now, typically, the speed of this fire arrow is like slow, I guess, and the effective range of it is small. So, you know, good old Sukuna, as he typically does, used a binding vow to alter this. And essentially, it's always going to have like the same power that we saw back in Shibuya that he used against Mahoraga. So it essentially will always get the job done in killing you, I suppose. It also explains why he couldn't use this against Gojo, because this is something we were talking about a lot during that fight. And it's essentially because he kept altering the conditions of the barrier and its sure hit effect. Because as we saw Gojo and Sukuna fighting and having their domain battles, they kept altering them. And because of that, I guess he just couldn't use the fire arrow. So I guess that it just explains, you know, why he didn't use it against Gojo. Maybe also it was just a little too slow for Gojo, possibly. But I don't know, at least I guess it's being explained here. Gege also goes more into like how the explosion of the fire works and creating a vacuum inside of the domain and everything, but it's not really necessary to get into that stuff. It's just a big, powerful, hot explosion that's just destroying everything, essentially. And when this happens, Urarame is like, victory is in our hands. And in this panel, she looks very similar to Gojo saying, nah, I'd win. which is probably Gege, like, drawing a parallel to that sequence, meaning that this is likely where Sukuna and Urarame are going to lose, or this will lead to them losing. But anyway, after Sukuna fires off his fire arrow and the big explosion happens, in theory, everything should have been destroyed here. Like, all of the main characters that were in the domain should have died. Like, there's no way anybody could have survived this. However, this is where Choso comes in to save Yuji. Because before the explosion goes off, or as it's about to happen, Choso in his last moment forms like this big thick blood barrier around Yuji that almost resembles like a closed domain expansion. However, he couldn't cover himself as well, so he is being burnt to a crisp here by the fire arrow, while Yuji is able to survive within the blood barrier. And yeah, that is the end of Choso. He sacrifices himself to save his brother Yuji. And they have like this nice little moment where they are saying goodbye to each other, like in the soul world or the dream soul world, whatever you want to say this, where they're actually sitting at that table where we initially saw Choso like imagining Yuji and the other Curse Wound Death paintings as like a family, like having I don't know, like a picnic or something. And like I said, he's essentially doing this because he said he wasn't like a good enough teacher to Yuji leading up to this fight with everything, but obviously it's more than that. We saw that throughout the series. Choso is very dedicated to his brothers. I mean, it's like one of the main aspects of his personality, so it's completely understandable that he would sacrifice himself for Yuji here. And just a quick reminder in case you're confused or you forgot, Choso and Yuji are related because they were both created by Kenjaku. I think it was like 400 years ago or something. Kenjaku inhabited the body of Noritoshi Kamo back in the day, like the ancestor of the current Noritoshi Kamo who we saw in the first page of this chapter training Yuji with Choso. And when he was in that body, he created the Death Womb curse paintings with like a woman trying to create like a human cursed hybrid. And the only real, I guess you could say, success of that was Choso. And then, you know, fast forward to the present time, Kenjaku took over the body of a sorcerer named Kaori, and then got together with Yuji's father, Jin, who also turned out to be the reincarnated soul of Sukuna's brother that was eaten in the womb. I know. Which means that Kenjaku literally gave birth to Yuji, so that he could be a vessel for Sukuna. So that means that since they are both coming from the same parent, Yuji and Choso are quite literally stepbrothers. And as Choso dies, he says, "Thank you, Yuji, for being my little brother." And then Yuji finally acknowledges Choso as his big brother and calls out to him as he dies, and the blood barrier dissipates, saying thank you. And that is unfortunately the end of Choso. But I guess this was necessary for Yuji to have more sacrifice so he could further develop as a character, because it even says here that he had convinced himself that he was a cog in the wheel, you know, one of Yuji's iconic lines, and that he would just play his part, you know, eating Sukuna's fingers, becoming the vessel for that, and eventually sacrificing himself so that Sukuna would ultimately die forever. But maybe he's going to see himself more than that at this point, possibly. But like I said, with the loss of one character, we gain another, because right after this, Todo reveals himself. He is here, and he has like a bandage on his hand, the hand that he lost against Mahito. So before we go further into why Todo is here and the plan that they did, let me just quickly explain how Todo lost his hand and the last time we saw him. So way back in Shibuya, around like the chapter 130s range, when Yuji and Todo were both fighting against Mahito, Mahito activated his domain expansion for like 0.2 seconds, which he, you know, learned from Gojo. And he was just that much faster at doing it than Choso was at activating his own simple domain. And just a little bit of that domain, I guess, was able to hit Todo's left hand with idle transfiguration. And before it was able to spread to the rest of Todo's body and, you know, make him explode, Todo chops his own hand off. So that's how he lost it. And then, you know, after that, the Mahito fight wrapped up and everything, and we didn't really see Todo since the end of Shibuya. Like, I'm not even sure if he was mentioned, to be honest. I don't really remember. But now he is finally back. And like I said, he has seemingly a left hand back or something. He has like a bandage on it. Now, we're going into a flashback to Todo talking with Mei Mei, and this is them planning on how to use his ability to save everyone from Sukuna. So what essentially is happening here is that they're going to use Todo's Boogie Woogie curse technique on Mei Mei's crows to swap them with the people inside of Sukuna's domain so that the crows will be, charred by the flame arrow. And then the people that are inside of the domain, mainly like Ino, Maki, and Miwa. Because using his Boogie Woogie technique, he can just swap places with himself and another thing, or just two things entirely separate from himself. However, there is like a limited range to it. And Mei Mei says that they need to expand the effective area of Boogie Woogie because, it needs to reach inside of the domain to get them out. And she says that she'll be able to do it with Okkotsu because it says that she was accompanied by Okkotsu to adjust the curse technique. So I don't know, maybe they're doing some chance or something. I don't know. It's not really fully explained here. It doesn't really matter. They do something to expand the effective range of Todo's Boogie Woogie so that he can save the sorcerers inside of Sukuna's domain expansion by swapping them with the crows. However, he's not able to reach Yuji and Choso because they're at the center of the domain, and that's why Choso has to sacrifice himself for Yuji. There's also this whole segment about why they don't tell Yuji about this, because Sukuna might find out about this because the resonance between Sukuna's soul and lingering cursed energy in the fingers, and Yuji might still have resonance with the fingers. I mean, I guess there's just a way to explain why Yuji didn't know about this. It doesn't really matter, but I guess Gege is just trying to cover all of his bases here. But Todo's back here, and he's on the battlefield with Yuji, and they are both staring down Sukuna. So he's like, I'm sorry, brother, but maybe it's okay. Do you know why it might be okay? For believing. Now all we must do is believe, because essentially this is where Sukuna is most vulnerable, I guess, because now that he has activated the domain expansion and I guess it's over, he's in a state where it's difficult to use his curse technique, which we saw many times in the battle against Gojo, where he had to heal his brain with reverse curse technique. But it's going to be difficult now because, Sukuna is so exhausted from the fighting and everything that's been going on. He still can't fully heal from taking all those shots from Yuji and weakening his cursed energy output and the barrier between his and Megumi's soul and everything. Sukuna really has his back against the wall here, especially now that Yuji is having his end of series Shonen MC power-up moment, and he's got his boy back in Todo. Now, Todo also refers to him as brother here. And we've seen before that Todo, when he first met Yuji, had this, dream sequence where he and Yuji were actually brothers or something, and they went to a school or something. Sequences that we didn't see in the series before. And it's never been explained what that is. I guess it could be taken as a gag, Todo is insane or something. But knowing Gege, maybe it means something more. Maybe Todo is actually Yuji's brother in some way. I don't know. Kenjaku made him or something. I don't know. Not much about Todo has really been explained, to be honest. We just know that he was trained by Tsukumo. Other than that, we don't really have too much of a backstory on him. I mean, we saw him as a kid. That's when Yuki Tsukumo met him. But other than that, not much is known about him. So I don't know if he is literally Yuji's brother or if it's just him being a crazy person. I don't know. Maybe it's the latter. But I guess he's just supposed to replace Choso here as Yuji's big brother in combat, which essentially he needs up until this point. It just would have been nice to see all three of them work together, Choso, Todo, and Yuji, but, we'll take what we can get. Now, let's get into what's going on with Choso's left hand. So like I said, he had chopped off his own hand to prevent his full body from being taken over by idol transfiguration. So, in theory, he should be able to have it reverse curse technique back to his regular hand, right? Because Hakari can do it with his domain expansion jackpot, and Sukuna was able to do it as well. I mean, it's not just anybody can regenerate limbs. You need to be pretty powerful. I'm not sure if Shoko can do it. I mean, maybe she can do it, but maybe even Okkotsu can do it as well, even though I don't think we've seen him do that, and I don't think we've seen Shoko do it. But in theory,
they can do it. Now, you might also be thinking, well, his hand was altered by idol transfiguration, therefore the soul was altered, so it wouldn't be easy to heal it. Well, I don't know, because his left hand itself was, triggered by idol transfiguration, but then Choso himself lopped off his hand. So I don't know what the nuance is there to that and what rules we have to go by, but Sukuna already proved that even if you have been damaged by soul manipulation, or your soul has been damaged, as long as you can quote-unquote see the outline of your own soul, you can heal it. I know, easier said than done. Sukuna is the GOAT. It's not like everybody can do that. But I don't know if that's necessarily going on with Todo here. The way that it's being talked about here, especially by Mei, when she says that it's likely that there will be more than 4 targets for the curse technique, can you do that with that arm? That arm, meaning it's like there's something special about it. Obviously, since it's being covered by bandages. Alright, so I'm sure as you've seen or heard by now, it seems like Gojo has returned. Well, maybe. We're not really entirely sure what's going on, but at the end of this chapter, it looks like a person resembling Gojo has returned. I mean, even the narration is saying that Sukuna is seeing the ghost of the strongest, the one that he buried with his own hands. So, I mean, that's heavily implying that it's Gojo. It looks like freaking Gojo. But is it Gojo? Well, we'll talk about that later on. But first, there's a whole bunch that's happening before that, such as Todo returning. We saw him come back in the previous chapter. He was helping Yuji against Sukuna, and he had like this bandage on his hand. Well, he's taking it off in this chapter, and we're seeing what was underneath it. And it's what's referred to as a vibra slap. It's like this metal ball coming off of like a metal rod that's connected to another metal rod with like this wooden cowbell looking thing at the other end that you slap the wooden ball onto, and it makes like a sound. So this is good, I guess, because it alters Todo's boogie woogie curse technique to the point of where all he has to do is just slap this vibra slap that's attached to him, and then that will activate the curse technique instead of him having to clap his hands, which what he originally had to do to meet the conditions for it. Now, how did he do this? I don't know. It's not being explicitly explained in this chapter. Normally they would say that he did like a binding vow or something, but I don't think he did. I mean, I guess he had to have or something, but it doesn't say that he made a binding vow to make this happen. It just says that he altered the clapping activation condition to make it the impact of the metal piece and the wooden box instead of slapping his hands. Now, a binding vow is being made by Todo to alter the condition and just the activation in general. It's being later explained here, but not just how he just simply replaced the slapping with that. Maybe he did something with Okkotsu, because we'll find out that he worked with Okkotsu to alter this curse technique further. But I guess you could just, I don't know, change the conditions of your curse technique if you're skilled enough or something. Maybe we've seen this another time in the series. I don't really remember another case of this being used without just a binding vow to some extent. But I mean, it's better than slapping, because he can just repeatedly slap down on this thing, kind of like hitting a buzzer or something. And it says that he can even switch targets up to 50 times in a second. Now, he doesn't necessarily do that in this chapter. I mean, it's really hard to see it if it is happening due to it being a manga panel, but I'm sure in the anime, once this sequence comes around in like 6 years or something, maybe a little later than that, it will be pretty grandiose, and we'll see like 50 swaps in a second or something. But given what we just went over, Todo and Yuji completely wreck Sukuna in this chapter using this synergistic method where he's constantly switching himself, Yuji, and Sukuna all at once, which is being referred to like a roulette here. And because of this, not even Sukuna is really able to keep up with it.
And like I said, he's getting wrecked. Like Todo and Yuji just landing combos and combos on him. Very reminiscent to when they were taking on Hanami, and even more so when they were taking on Mahito. Sequence, especially seeing Sukuna get beat up, of course. But also we have to remember that Sukuna is very whittled down at this point. Like, it's been a continuous fight against him for the last almost year at this point. You know, everybody taking him on. It all started with Gojo. It's even being mentioned later on in this chapter that his cursed energy has been whittled down to making him like the equivalent of Okkotsu at this point. And I think during the Sukuna and Gojo fight, it was said that Okkotsu only has half of Sukuna's full cursed energy or something like that, which is, you know, pretty incredible considering that Okkotsu was being built up as having like the highest cursed energy output at that point, even like more than Gojo. Not meaning that he has more cursed energy than Gojo, just a higher output. But I think it was also said that Sukuna was like whittled down to Okkotsu before, right? Meaning that he, or at least it's implied that he has like half of his total cursed energy output at this point. I think it's a little less than that. Maybe he has like 40% or something, just taking a guess. And coming off of the previous chapter, he had just done his domain expansion, to which, you know, he was only able to kill Choso, unfortunately, but everyone else was able to survive that due to Todo. So because of that, Sukuna's cursed technique itself is quote-unquote burned out temporarily, so he can't even use that. So at this point, Sukuna is just like vanilla, just like vanilla sorcerer mode essentially, and still, you know, trying to heal himself. He still hasn't even really been able to heal his left hands at this point. So going back to Todo's curse technique, because in between Todo and Yuji swapping out and just beating the crap out of Sukuna here, it goes more into the nuances of it. So it says, additionally, against the quantity of the impacts of him hitting the Vibra Slap, through a binding vow placed on himself to limit the number of switches, he succeeded in having multiple targets of the technique and widen its range of effect. So let me try to break that down the best I can. So going back to it saying that he can hit it like 50 times in a second and then have multiple switches throughout that point, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to do it 50 times or that he even has to. It just means that he's capable of that, but he ultimately has to limit the amount of times that it is switched through him hitting the Vibra Slap. Because later on, Sukuna thinks that he can time when Todo is going to switch, but he also says that he can just alter the amount of switches that happen when he slaps the Vibra Slap thing, meaning that even if Todo, like if you see him just hitting the Vibra Slap, it doesn't mean that every time it makes like a connection that it's going to switch. He can just hit the thing and then it doesn't mean that it's going to switch, like, which also I guess is going back to the binding vow, but also stifles any kind of rhythm that you thought you were going to get off of that. So he can just fake switch essentially by hitting it, which he's doing throughout this chapter, but it's just really hard to see when he is doing it because, like I said, it's drawn on the manga page here. And, you know, Gege, you know, not the greatest at paneling. I'm not saying that he's bad, but, you know, we all have issues with his paneling from time to time. So it's really hard to say, like, what's going to be a feint and what's not going to be a feint, but he is doing it in this chapter. So going further into the nuance of his technique being explained here, it says that with support from Okkotsu, he finished the adjustments of his technique, and from the outside he completed his mission to retrieve all the ally sorcerers from inside of the domain from the center of the explosion. So that goes into how he was able to widen the range of Boogie Woogie, as well as having multiple targets, because like before he can only really do one at a time. So he saved Ino, Miwa, and Maki from Sukuna's domain in the previous chapter. Now, all of that's fine except for him getting Maki out, because originally Boogie Woogie was explained for it to have to latch onto some cursed energy in order to have like a target for it to switch out. As we know, Maki has Heavenly Restriction, which reduces her cursed energy to 0, and in exchange it makes her like a superhuman. The same thing that Toji had. So on paper, Todo shouldn't be able to swap with Maki, but maybe Gege wasn't thinking about that. An explanation for that is that, you know, Miwa was there with Maki and she was using her own simple domain to like shield Maki from the slashes
from Sukuna's domain. So I guess you could just say Miwa grabbed Maki, and because she was grabbing her, when she got teleported with Boogie Woogie, she took Maki with her. And it's like, I don't know if that's possible. I mean, I guess it happened, but it just shouldn't work, you know? Like, only Miwa should be transported and then Maki should be left behind. But I don't know. Maybe that's what happened, or maybe Todo further altered the curse technique to where he doesn't even need to latch onto things with cursed energy. He could just teleport anything now. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Maybe Gege will explain it later on, or maybe he'll make amendments once the volume comes out or something. But yeah, that just explains what's going on with Todo and his altered Boogie Woogie curse technique now, which is way better than what it originally was. Like, him losing his hand essentially made him twice, if not 3 times more powerful than what he was before. So going further into this fight, Sukuna gets a little breathing room, and he's trying to analyze what's going on with Todo, and he's coming on top of him here, and Todo is trying to switch out, but then he realizes that Sukuna is jumping midair, which is one of like the deadly sins of battle anime, at least from what I've come to see. Like, we come to these moments in fights or whatever where people will be like, yeah, you can't dodge midair or something like that. Well, Sukuna can. And Todo is confused by that. He's like, you know, he jumped midair. I don't know how, but I just need to understand how he can do it. Now, how does he do that? Don't know. I said in my spoilers video yesterday, maybe he made a binding vow with the air. Probably not. It probably has something to do with cursed energy manipulation. I don't know if he could just manipulate the cursed energy around him or his own, or I don't know, he can like move himself to some extent. Maybe not. Maybe Gege never explains it. Doesn't really matter. Sukuna can move midair. But it doesn't really matter because Yuji does something pretty cool here. He throws a rock at Sukuna, and then of course Todo is going to switch that out with Yuji himself to where he's doing like this missile drop kick, reminiscent to the sequence where we saw early on with Rika throwing Yuji, and he was also in the missile drop kick in that sequence as well. Pretty cool. Landing on Sukuna, and Sukuna's rebounding here, grabbing Yuji and trying to throw him. Sukuna looking like he's having a good time here. And once again, Todo swapping out with his new improved Boogie Woogie. And this is where we get the explanation from Sukuna that, like, just because he's slapping on the Vibra Slap doesn't mean that it's going to activate a switch. Like, some of them could be feints, some of them could be real switches. It's just that he can alter it on the fly, essentially. Like, Todo could just decide how many of these taps are going to cause a switch and how many are not. To where Sukuna's like, oh, I guess it's impossible to predict the timing of the switch with certainty then. However, he's going to try to use another method of figuring it out because he thinks, oh, well, I could just focus on when Yuji is increasing his concentration here. When we see Yuji getting his focus on, then that probably means that there's going to be a switch. But in this case, he's like, okay, so he's probably going to feint instead. So when he taps, nothing will happen. So Sukuna banks on that and tries to punch Yuji, but then he sees a crow come out of the smoke to the side of him. And he's like, oh, you know, that's Mei's crow. He's going to switch position with that. So Sukuna focuses on that, thinking that's going to happen, but it doesn't. It was actually a double feint. No switching happened at all. So it was like, yeah, Yuji visibly focusing. That made Sukuna think that there was going to be a feint. And then he saw the crow come out, and he's like, oh, they're going to switch with that. But no. Double feint. No one switched, which kind of just leaves Sukuna, like, stuck in this situation here, to where Yuji lands a freaking black flash on him yet again. I think this is like the 8th or 9th, maybe the 9th in total black flash that he's landed on Sukuna in this fight. And there's probably going to be more than this, because I think it was like 2 or 3 chapters ago when Yuji was landing these black flashes on Sukuna. The narrator said that Yuji would wind up landing more than like Gojo ever has or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but I think that was the implication. So we're probably going to see more here. And after he lands this black flash on Sukuna, he straight up grabs his chest with like his claw fingers and like digs into it, like grabbing his heart pretty much, or trying. And it's looking pretty bad here. I think this maybe could parallel to when Sukuna took out his own heart, you know, way back in season 1. You know, playing those games with Megumi to where like, hey, you know, I'll kill him right now. Which he technically did kill Yuji, but then he ultimately wound up healing him, you know, in exchange for that binding vow that they had made. Now, before we go further into this, let me also go a little more into binding vows, because they've been coming up a lot, and we've been kind of frustrated with them. So got that Kenjaku had actually talked to Mahito about this way back when they had encountered Mekamaru, when they were finishing up their binding vow with him, in exchange for him giving them information and him being the traitor and everything. Mahito was thinking of just breaking the binding vow, and Kenjaku was like, don't blame me if you turn into a caterpillar. And then going further, he says, a binding vow made with another person is a whole different beast than a binding vow imposed on oneself. One of the differences is the penalty is unknown. When breaking a binding vow with oneself, the worst that can happen is losing what was gained. So that puts a lot into perspective and why Sukuna uses so many binding vows on himself, because he realizes that it's kind of broken. Because if the worst that can happen is losing what you gain, then, there's really no consequence, essentially, other than just losing what you gain. However, if you break a binding vow with another person, apparently you could just turn into a caterpillar. I mean, that's not like guaranteed, but something, as horrific as that could happen. And I guess Kenjaku knows this because he probably saw it firsthand. He probably saw someone break a binding vow with another person and then that happened. I mean, he's lived for 1,000 years. I'm sure he's seen everything. Well, almost everything. So I just wanted to put that out there before we go further into this fight, because I'm sure there's going to be more binding vows made. But anyway, as Yuji is digging into Sukuna's chest here, Sukuna goes to activate his domain expansion, because apparently he's able to do it now. The narration says that, due to his high efficiency with cursed energy, even if Sukuna's cursed energy has been whittled down to the equivalent of Okkotsu, so long as the burnt out technique is restored, he can expand his domain expansion multiple times. So I guess that enough time has passed for his burnt out technique to be restored at this point, and just being so good at utilizing cursed energy, he can just activate his domain expansion at this point, which he's trying to do. However, we do see domain expansion being said. Now, I don't know if it's Sukuna that's saying this, and we'll get more into that, because he looks off to his left, and it says Sukuna saw it, the one he buried with his own hands, the strongest's ghost. And like I said at the beginning, it looks like Gojo. And it's heavily implied to be the strongest's ghost. The one he buried with his own hands, obviously that's Gojo. I mean, even going further, it says, those eyes cannot be mistaken. So, is this Gojo? And again, I don't know. No one knows. Maybe even Gege doesn't know. I'm not sure. But going back to the domain expansion being said here, it's possible that Sukuna isn't the one saying this. Maybe before he's even able to say domain expansion, maybe it's said by Gojo here. That would be pretty wild. Not really sure. I'm not going to put too much into that, but a domain expansion is being activated here, whether it's Sukuna or it's Yuji or it's Gojo. Now, how could Gojo come back? Well, we talked about this many times. We know for sure that Yui teleported Gojo's corpse away from the fight. Like, that was specifically mentioned to us by Sukuna, which I always thought was like a big deal, because we didn't have to know that, and they didn't even have to take the corpse. It could have just been laying there. But the fact that they took it away and it was made clear to the audience that that happened, I think was showing us that there is a chance that Gojo could be coming back. Also, the fact that no one really reacted to Gojo dying. It was like immediately after he died, everyone just kind of just kept conducting business and going after Sukuna. They didn't cry, they didn't say anything. I mean, he's hardly ever mentioned again after that happened. Now, I guess it's possible that Yui took Gojo back to Shoko and whoever else is there helping out. Maybe that one sorcerer who was helping with Nobara. It's possible that Arata is there. He was like the sorcerer that was helping with Nobara when she was allegedly killed by Mahito. He has an innate technique called Painkiller that allows him to stop existing injuries from getting any worse. He can't heal wounds, but he can stop the bleeding and reduce the pain for anyone he applies it to. So maybe he was already there with Shoko and they worked together to bring Gojo back to life. Like, he stops the bleeding or whatever, then Shoko does her reverse curse technique on him and then heals him, and then I don't know, maybe there was some kind of binding vows made that increased the efficiency of this to some extent. Or maybe there was more people there using more binding vows or using more cursed energy or chants or something. I mean, it's all possible. This is all like stuff that could realistically happen in the series. Maybe even Gojo himself helped with this because, you know, he was killed by Toji and he just reverted all of his focus and cursed energy into learning reverse curse technique, and he was able to heal his brain at that instance. So maybe he's helping along too. I mean, also, his right eye is kind of shadowed here. It's possible that maybe he doesn't have his right eye because maybe he made some kind of binding vow to where he loses one of his eyes, and in exchange, I don't know, he can like heal himself or something better. I don't know, maybe something like that happened, which I think would be a good exchange here because, you know, his eyes are very important. He has the 6 eyes. So losing one of the 6 eyes would nerf Gojo possibly to some extent, but bringing him back would obviously be more important than anything. So Gojo has returned, but not in the way that we thought he was going to. He's actually come back as a vessel for Okkotsu, because it turns out that Okkotsu was able to take Kenjaku's curse technique, you know, due to Yuta's own curse technique copy, which, you know, pretty self-explanatory, allows him to copy others' curse techniques by apparently eating them or a part of them. We'll get into that. And he took Kenjaku's brain hopping curse technique, which we still don't fully understand. Maybe we never will, but we'll get a little more into that as well. We're going to do a bunch of things in here, but he did that to go inside of Gojo's dead body, and now he's taken over Gojo, and he is fighting Sukuna with Gojo's body. Because, you know, at the end of the previous chapter, we saw Yuji and Todo taking it to Sukuna, and that chapter ended with Yuji like about to gouge Sukuna's heart out, only for us to suddenly hear domain expansion, and Sukuna sees something in the corner of his eye that looked like Gojo, and yeah, it's actually Yuta in his body. Now, before we go any further, let me just say, I don't really know how I feel about this. I'm just more confused as to why didn't Gege just bring Gojo back normally? You know what I mean? It's just superfluous, to be honest. Like, this whole plan that they come up with, that they go into full detail in this chapter, and we'll go over it, but it just seems unnecessary. You know, why can't he just bring back Gojo normally, like I said? And I've said this a few times also, it's like, I don't personally need Gojo to come back. Yeah, he's a cool character, and if I was in control of Jujutsu Kaisen, I certainly would bring him back simply for the marketing. I mean, a large part of this series and its popularity, especially with the majority of the fandom, which are casuals, rests on Gojo, right? I mean, he's like the main guy that brings people to this series. And the fact that, you know, you were kind of dangling it in front of us and them, I mean, they're not really going to know about this for a few years because it's probably going to take 6 to 7 years before any of this stuff reaches the anime, especially just Gojo versus Sukuna in general. So we're still just regulated to the manga fandom, and anybody that's just catching stray spoilers here and there, or, you know, the casuals that became hardcores because they wanted to find out more. But other than that, it just seems like an unnecessarily wasted opportunity. I mean, just don't even dangle the carrot of Gojo in front of us at all if you're just gonna do this. I don't know how many people agree with me. It doesn't really matter. It's just that it just keeps me coming back to thinking this is just unnecessary for them to go through this just to bring Gojo back, but at the same time having a Okkotsu stick around. But again, you know, I guess it's ultimately what Gege wanted, or I don't know, maybe he's just coming up with this on the fly. Not really sure, but one thing's for sure, and that is Gojo is like dead now. Like, we don't really have to speculate about him possibly coming back or whatever. Like, this is it. His fate is sealed. He's done. And yeah. But anyway, let's get into the chapter. So, like we said, Sukuna sees that it is now Okkotsu that has taken over Gojo's body. Like, he's immediately aware of it. He even calls out Okkotsu by his name. He's like, I didn't think you were someone who would go this far, Okkotsu Yuta. And then we go into a flashback of the month prior, before Gojo had fought Sukuna, when everybody was game planning and everything. And one of the things that they had actually game planned was this very Gojo were to die against Sukuna, which they're seemingly banking on here, which is also odd. It's like, yeah, if he dies against Sukuna, then worst case scenario, we'll have Okkotsu eat Kenjaku, copy his technique to move between bodies, and then Yuta will fight using Gojo's body. So they're jumping way ahead here. Like, they're already just assuming that Kenjaku is going to die, because at this point he hasn't been defeated yet. He hasn't fought Takaba. They haven't done anything. So they're just assuming that Kenjaku is going to lose here or get defeated. Like, they're not even questioning if that's going to be a thing, which is, not really that smart, because Kenjaku is pretty accomplished. Like, he's a big threat outside of Sukuna for sure. At least he was. So I guess they just automatically assumed, yeah, Kenjaku's going to lose. He's going to die, and then we're just going to be able to take his technique. I mean, yeah, it worked out. And like I said before, I guess this confirms how Okkotsu / Rika's technique works. His copy curse technique, he needs to have Rika eat a part of someone. I thought maybe it was blood or something, but I guess he needs to consume flesh or something, because it's pictured here as like Rika eating Kenjaku's head, which, definitely happened because Okkotsu cut off Kenjaku's head. Like, that's how he ultimately defeated Kenjaku. So I guess Rika ate Kenjaku's head, and then that gave Okkotsu his brain body swapping technique. And as for that, I guess that's as far as it goes. He can just implant his brain into another person's body. And I guess he needs assistance with that as well, because in this chapter we pretty much see, or at least it's implied, that Shoko is like straight up transplanting Okkotsu's brain into Gojo's body. So I guess it was Urarame this whole time who was like helping Kenjaku swap the brain in and out of the body. And that's like a really weird curse technique, It's like, yes, my curse technique is that I need to have my brain surgically removed and then surgically implanted into another body, and then I can take over their body. Like, you think that there would be some kind of like, I don't know, soul swapping aspect to it, or some kind of like wireless connection, but no, it's pretty hands-on curse technique. But aside from just this plan, you think that there would be a better plan than this. Like, them just putting everything on Gojo here, I guess also goes more narratively into what Gojo ultimately always was and what he became. I guess he was kind of just a tool of Jiu-Jitsu society in a way. He was just born to be, as they say, a monster. More of like a utility than an actual person. I guess in the grand scheme of things, something like that. But it just would have been better to have everyone just gang up on Sukuna here, right? Like, if Gojo was being assisted in his fight against Sukuna, the way that everybody is working together to fight Sukuna after he dies, the job would have gotten done. For sure, there's no doubt about it. So I don't know why they just all sat around like Dragon Ball Z characters and just watched Goku fight, when this isn't Dragon Ball Z and not everybody is useless aside from Goku and Gohan. Like, they could have all helped him and could have easily taken out Sukuna in a matter of minutes, probably. And even if they didn't want to do that, they could have just had Todo come in earlier and then use his new Vibra Slap Boogie Woogie to swap around Higuruma to stab Sukuna with the Executioner's Blade, right? Because that was like their second plan, which they also didn't really execute that well, and it ultimately faded into nothing. And it's like, I guess Higuruma's dead, because we don't see him. He was transported away by Yui Yui, and we were thinking like, maybe all of these people getting taken away by Yui Yui are being, revived or fixed or something, but considering that Gojo was just dead, I guess Higuruma is dead as well. And I guess Kusakabe's dead. I guess everybody's dead except for Okkotsu. Okkotsu was only able to survive this because of Rika. And we'll go a little more into that once we get to that sequence, but I'm just mildly frustrated by this, I guess you could say. It just seems like this could have all been handled better. And I don't know, I'm kind of having the same issue with My Hero Academia at the moment. I won't go into spoilers for it in case you don't follow it or you don't want to be spoiled by it, but it just seems like these authors are not taking the swings that they could be, especially with their series ending. Like, just go all out and just do cool things rather than like restricting yourself. It's like Gege is putting a binding vow on his own writing for some reason and nerfing it when it doesn't have to. He's putting all the rules out here so that he can have these logical conclusions and pretty cool outcomes that can appease to everyone, like all of the hardcores and the nitpickers, which I guess you could say that I am at this point, and even the casuals who are barely even really paying attention and just want to see cool stuff happen and see the characters have interesting interactions or whatever. You can have all of that. You can feed everyone by just having more cohesive sequences here rather than just having to go through these unnecessary loopholes, and every chapter has to be like, oh, here's a cliffhanger that ultimately just goes into something odd that maybe just didn't need to happen. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a little frustrated by the outcomes of this final battle against Sukuna here. It just seems like they didn't have to do this. But I'll stop beating a dead horse here. But anyway, it seems like the group that's discussing this plan here is coming to somewhat of a moral and philosophical dilemma with the logistics of using Gojo's corpse, essentially, and banking on him to die, in a way, and having Okkotsu transfer over to his body, because essentially Okkotsu, in a way, has to die as well, or at least his body does, and there's even a chance that he just might die altogether because they don't fully understand Kenjaku's curse technique and how it would work with Okkotsu's, because Okkotsu can use copy for about 5 minutes after Rika fully manifests. So it's like, okay, he uses Kenjaku's curse technique after Rika is fully manifested, copies it, and then goes into Gojo's body. So it's like, okay, what happens after the 5 minutes? Does the technique stop working and then he dies? Or will he only be able to use Gojo for like 5 minutes? Or will it just work out and then he just stays inside of Gojo's body and now he's just like Gojo from now on? And then I guess there's also a possibility that Meimei brings up here that Okkotsu's technique could be discarded, which I don't know if that's like the full accurate translation or if that's what she's trying to say, like Okkotsu's copy goes away and then he just has Limitless in Gojo's body. Because Sukuna himself, when he's fighting Gojo, he says that curse techniques are engraved somewhere around the right prefrontal cortex in the brain. So in theory, Okkotsu would still have his copy curse technique, right? Because Kenjaku still had his curse techniques when he swapped bodies. He even had multiple. Like, he had Yuji's mom's curse technique, Kaori's gravity curse technique, still engraved to his brain from when he was in her body somehow. And then, of course, he kept whatever his own curse technique is called, that comes with, I assume, the domain expansion curse womb profusion. Unless that isn't his and it's actually the curse spirit manipulation domain expansion, that comes with what Geto had. But regardless, he still had his brain swapping curse technique. So Okkotsu still should have both, but maybe, I don't know, Gege is going to nerf him or something. But either way, it just seems like Okkotsu, I don't know, is he going to die again, or is he going to have like a 5-minute limit, or is he not going to be able to fully stay as Gojo? Because I talked about this in my spoilers video, but he's ultimately going to steal Yuji's thunder, right? Like, if he does stay as Gojo and defeats Sukuna, then it's like defeating the shonen battle manga blueprint, where the MC has to defeat the final villain, right? Like, this isn't like the Okkotsu story, it's Yuji's story. Even though Okkotsu is like the deuteragonist in a way, since chronologically he was was kind of like the first MC if you go by like JJK Volume 0, but still, like, Yuji has to have the last laugh here. He has to be the one that defeats Sukuna. So I'm thinking that this is just ultimately going to be for naught. Like, whatever Okkotsu is doing with Gojo is going to fail, or maybe he'll get Sukuna to the point of where he can be killed by Yuji or something. But regardless, that's the dilemma that they come across here. And we even come to the point of where they're going over this with Gojo himself, you know, a month ago, going into this flashback. And Gojo's on board with it. He's like, yeah, it's fine. Go ahead, take my body. Who cares what happens with the corpse? But I don't intend to lose. So, yeah, Gojo consented. So it's fine, guys. Also, another little interesting bit of dialogue here is that Okkotsu's like, yeah, that reminds me that I was told that I have Fujiwara blood in me. But Gojo, didn't you say that I was a Sugawara? And Gojo's like, yeah, it is Sugawara. You and I are distant relatives. Gojo actually brings this up in Volume 0. I talked about this a few times. He said that Michizane Sugawara is a distant relative of both Gojo and Okkotsu. He also became like one of the big 3 vengeful spirits. What does that mean? We'll never know. Is he still around? We'll never know. It doesn't matter. Let's just forget about him. But anyway, now that he's bringing up the Fujiwara stuff, this goes back to what Uro was saying to Okkotsu when they had fought back in Sendai Colony. I think that's what it was, right? She was saying that he was a Fujiwara. And now it seems like he is. He's both a descendant of Fujiwara and the Sugawara. And these guys were like really powerful clans back in the Heian era. So think of the way that we have like the Kamo and the Zenins now. Like those are the major players aside from like Gojo. Well, back in the day, there was the Sugawaras and the Fujiwaras. And it seems like Okkotsu is a descendant of both of them. So it's kind of like being a descendant of like the Zenins and the Kamos. Like that's how grand Okkotsu's lineage is. Are we going to go any more into that? Are we going to get any more insight into the Fujiwara and the Sugawaras? Probably not. I was really hoping that we would get like a Heian era flashback. You know, I've been talking about this for years now. Maybe not. Doesn't really seem like it. I hope so. There's still a chance. But after Gojo has this conversation with Okkotsu, he's like, hey everybody, sit back here. I don't want you to see me get messy. Because this is finally revealing that Gojo is the one who killed the Jujutsu higher-ups. Which we assumed that it could have been him or it could have been Kenjaku. We just didn't know because we saw that they were all killed like before Gojo had fought Sukuna. And now it's confirming that Gojo straight up murdered all of these dudes. Which is hilarious. I mean, he kind of had to, but I like that Gege kind of pulled the trigger on this. I mean, I'm not saying they're innocent. They were definitely, like, not good people, but yeah, this is like pretty heinous murder by like, shonen battle manga protagonist standards for sure. But he did this in order to put Gakuganji at the head of the table, essentially. So, it's not going to be corrupt anymore. At least things will fall into the favor of the Jujutsu High and the quote-unquote good guy sorcerers. And, going further, Gojo says if that happens, then a mess like after Shibuya will not happen. The mess after Shibuya was they put out all those orders to kill Yuji, keep Gojo sealed in the prison realm, and then, ultimately kill Principal Yaga. So that flashback ends, and then we go into another flashback of Shoko setting up her recovery unit, because we're finally seeing what that was. And apparently it's Shoko, Amai, the guy that Yuji met in the Culling Games that helped him a few times, and then Nita. And we were actually talking about Nita in the previous chapter. We were saying that he could be a part of this team due to his curse technique that basically stops injuries from getting any worse. Like, he can't heal wounds, but he can, like, stop bleeding and reduce pain and stuff like that. Like, we saw that he was essentially doing that to Nobara, but that ultimately didn't go anywhere. I guess Nobara is dead too, so we can kind of stop expecting her to come back. She's done. So if you were hoping Nobara's coming back, it doesn't seem likely. But anyway, after Okkotsu got hit with the world-cutting dismantle by Sukuna and got transported by Yui back to this medic place with Shoko, this is when the whole brain-hopping surgery happened. Also in this instance, we're finding out what Amai's curse technique is, which we didn't know before. Apparently he can convert his blood sugar or the sugar in himself into like a physical manifestation. Like he converts his own sugar into like a pudding. and Yuji eats it. And then he can also like inject his own sugar into other people. So in theory, that would supplement the sugar that gets burned up by the brain using curse techniques. So yeah, and as for how Okkotsu was able to survive getting cut in half and Gojo wasn't, well, I guess he just had some help from Rika. Like, she was able to help him maintain consciousness, and I guess he was transported there quick enough to have Nita stop the bleeding. Why wasn't Gojo? Not really sure. Gojo just had to die. But anyway, it's all of this that leads to Okkotsu swapping with Gojo and taking over his body. And we're coming to the present where both Sukuna and Okkotsu in Gojo's body are activating their domain expansions. And it is definitely Okkotsu using Infinite Void here. He's not using his own domain expansion, that comes with his copy curse technique. And the narrator says that Gojo Satoru had already devised a barrier technique solution against Sukuna's domain without a closed barrier. And that's because, we found out that when Sukuna was fighting Gojo, last year, since Sukuna's domain expansion is like an open barrier, as it says, it's kind of like a flat plane that takes up a wide area. And as for Gojo's domain, which is like a traditional one that closes like a sphere, it's a sphere sitting on top of an open plane, so it is vulnerable to being attacked from the outside by like the cleaves and dismantles and whatnot. So we saw that he broke it multiple times by doing that. And what Gojo figured out to overcome that was that he shrank his own domain to like smaller than a basketball. And by doing that, it made it denser and more resistant to the outside, attacks that Sukuna would hit it with. And he also reversed the polarity of it, essentially. And what I mean by that is that Gojo swapped the internal and external conditions of the domain. So the outside became the inside and the inside became the outside. Therefore, it increased the durability of it from those attacks. So it stopped it from being instantly destroyed and gave it a durability of about like a little over 3 minutes of being able to take damage from the outside attacks of Sukuna's domain. And also to accompany that, Gojo would also attack Sukuna while he was in his own domain so that he couldn't focus on launching off those cleaves and dismantles while he just sat on top of the malevolent shrine. So that's basically how Gojo was able to overcome Sukuna's domain advantage, and he already laid the blueprint out there for everyone. And Okkotsu is obviously going to learn from that and probably adapt the same strategy.
So we're seeing the fight between Yuta and Sukuna in this chapter. Yuta inside of Gojo's body, because we saw in the previous that he was able to use Kenjaku's curse technique to switch his brain with Gojo's body. And he's not doing too hot against Sukuna, as we kind of expected, because, he's not Gojo. And I guess that goes into the iconic sequence that we saw between Gojo and Geto before Geto had defected from Jujutsu High, where he asked Gojo, is he the strongest because he's Gojo, or is he Gojo because he's the strongest? And, I guess it turns out that he's the strongest because he's Gojo, and not vice versa, if that makes sense. But at the end of this chapter, we're also seeing that Rika is fully manifested, as it straight up says, and she's like holding Yuta's implied corpse, ? We'll get into that because we're going to go into a lot of speculation about what could be happening with Rika here, because it's very important that Gege is showing us this, of course, and I want to talk about that a lot because we're going on a 2-week break. In fact, it's going to be 21 days until we get a new chapter after this, and also this chapter is only 7 pages long, and the typical Jump chapter is around like 15 pages, somewhere 15, 18, somewhere around there. So very short. The author, Gege, needs to take a break. He's not feeling well or something. But at the end of the previous chapter, we saw that both Sukuna and Yuta activated their domain expansions. And we knew that Yuta was pretty much going to employ the same strategy that Gojo used against Sukuna with their domains, because when Gojo used his domain originally against Sukuna, it just kept getting destroyed, because Gojo has like a orthodox type domain where it's just like a black sphere, as where we know Sukuna has an open domain which does not close itself like a sphere, and it's kind of like a flat plane, meaning that it can attack Gojo's barrier from the outside and just destroy it. So what Gojo did was shrink it down to like the size of a basketball or something to make it more compressed and dense. And he also reversed the polarity of it, kind of, by switching the inside structural integrity with the outside so that it would be reinforced. Now that's not being mentioned in this chapter, but I guess it's just implied that he's doing it. Unless he doesn't do it, I don't know. It seems like Gege kind of rushed through this chapter, and it's understandable. It's only 7 pages long, so I guess he just had to get it out. But Yuta does say that he was training in Gojo's body during the time skip, you know, when everybody was training, preparing for this final battle against Sukuna and Kenjaku, you know, after Gojo was released from the prison realm. And he was able to do that with Yui's curse technique, because apparently on top of teleporting people, he can also switch souls between bodies. We saw Yuji do it with Kusakabe. That helped Yuji develop his barrier techniques. And the same thing happened with Yuta and Gojo. Now, I also talked about this before in my spoilers video, but it just seems like such a waste because they were like essentially banking on Gojo to die here and like getting all of this preparation just for this weird elaborate plan for Okkotsu to take over Gojo's body, just for this to happen and him to get stomped anyway. It just seems like I said before, unnecessary. With what they had on their side, you know, Higuruma with the Executioner's sword and Todo with his Vibra Slap Boogie Woogie and Gojo, they could have probably killed Sukuna within minutes if they really wanted to, but you know, I guess it just would have been too easy, right? And I'll go more into Gojo and Yuta swapping bodies because it's probably going to play into what's happening at the end of the chapter here. But just like before, Yuta essentially has 3 minutes to defeat Sukuna at this point because he needs to beat him down within their domains so that Sukuna is unable to use Malevolent Shrine. Now Sukuna kind of has to do the same thing. He needs to defeat Okkotsu in less than 3 minutes because he's using another Binding Vow, go figure. Originally, he had like the Binding Vow to be able to manifest Malevolent Shrine in the first place because, you know, he's so fatigued and battle worn and brain damaged and all that stuff. Because, you know, we see that he's still using that weird, incomplete version of Malevolent Shrine that doesn't even look like a shrine, it looks like some kind of monster. And that allowed him to use it for 99 seconds. Now, the Binding Vow that he's using instead here is removing that 99-second time limit, but it's minimizing the range of Sukuna's domain to just surrounding the outline of Okkotsu's domain. So just like that basketball, essentially. And then he says, well, you know, I'll kill him in less than 3 minutes. And then after that, he'll expand the range and just kill everybody else that's in the vicinity. You know, like Yuji, Todo, whoever else is there. Because he was on his way to doing that before. And another, you know, time limit that comes into play here is Okkotsu using Kenjaku's curse technique to take over Gojo's body. Like, it can only essentially last for 5 minutes because that's like how his curse technique works. Once Rika is fully manifested, he can use the copied curse techniques for like 5 minutes, and that was the whole question. It's like, okay, so once the 5 minutes is up, is he still going to be in control of Gojo's body, or is the curse technique just run its course and then he goes brain dead or something? Still don't know, but I would say it's probably not going to work out in his favor, because if he could just infinitely be Gojo, then that would kind of steal Yuji's thunder. Unless Gege doesn't care about that and something else happens. But coming back into the fight, going into Okkotsu's plan here, trying to beat down Sukuna, you know, enough so that he can't use Malevolent Shrine. He tries to suck Sukuna towards him using Gojo's blue application of his Limitless Curse technique, which is just like when you enhance the curse technique with cursed energy and you amplify it, he can create like this vacuum type ability. However, it doesn't work on Sukuna because Sukuna he's Sukuna. And he can just pretty much do whatever he wants, essentially. And by that, I mean he can use domain amplification while activating his domain expansion. Now, domain amplification is where you basically like kind of coat yourself in a domain in a way, and this allows you to bypass curse techniques. This is how Sukuna was able to fight Gojo in the first place, because, you know, if he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to touch Gojo due to how Infinity works. And in order to use the domain amplification, you need to give up the ability to use your curse technique. But I guess since you're using your domain expansion, that's kind of like the workaround to it. And you kind of need to be Sukuna in order to do both at the same time anyway. Like, it's such a high level tier 0 technique and strategy that it even surprised Gojo when it initially happened. And this surprises Okkotsu. Like, he didn't know that Sukuna could do this. And he gets caught off guard by Sukuna just bypassing Limitless and just punching him in the face. And Sukuna says, naturally, what occurred within a domain, your crows wouldn't be able to know, you know, and relay that information to everyone else. The crows referring to Mei Mei's curse technique, you know, the way that she can manipulate them and receive info through the battle and whatnot, as well as like transmit that live stream, which we haven't got any updates on. Maybe she doesn't even have any left. I'm not sure. But this is interesting because I think that Okkotsu should technically have Gojo's memories, right? And I say that because of Kenjaku's curse technique. So we gotta go to the Jujutsu Kaisen data book for this, because the page for Kenjaku where it talks about his curse technique, it says, a taboo technique wrapped in mystery that controls a physical body, curse technique and all. And that still applies to today. Like, we still haven't gotten a full breakdown of what Kenjaku's curse technique is. We don't even know the name of it, if there is even a name. But going further, it says, in addition to the sorcerer's own innate curse technique, it allows them to use the innate curse techniques already ingrained into the controlled body and take on their memories as well. Now, either Gege forgot this, which is possible, but I'm not saying that's the definitive answer here, or maybe it has something to do with Okkotsu's copy ability, because while he does copy curse techniques, he doesn't copy them like a facsimile. It's not a one-for-one recreation of the curse technique, as we've seen before. Like, when he recreates the abilities, they're kind of altered somewhat, at least in some cases. Like when he was replicating Drew's curse technique, which needs a whole video in itself breaking it down, but where he essentially creates like barriers, and the barriers can like force these attacks on you in a way. It's like a manual domain expansion that's not actually a domain expansion, if that makes sense. He used like these little Rika bats to manifest, as to where like Drew used like these bird type things and this big giant mole rat. It was very ambiguous when it was happening because we didn't get any explanation on exactly what he was doing. So maybe it could work like that. Maybe he can swap bodies, but he doesn't get like the full extent of like regaining the memories of the host as well, because I don't know, maybe it would be too easy, or maybe Gege just need to exclude that so that he would be surprised at this moment so that Sukuna could get the, you know, upper hand on him. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't even really matter. But that's where that portion of the fight ends, with Sukuna just beating Okkotsu down, bypassing Infinity, using domain amplification while still in his domain expansion. Then we're cutting away to Rika, and she's crying while fully manifested, holding Okkotsu's supposed dead body here, saying Yuta. And then in the very final panel, we see a close-up of Okkotsu's face, or the body of Okkotsu's face. Now, Rika being fully manifested, of course, is necessary so that I guess Okkotsu could use Kenjaku's curse technique in the first place, but also she could just use her full power and act autonomously at this point. And I guess she's still back at Jujutsu High or wherever they were with Shoko and the others that were like in the medic portion of the team, you know, where Yui was transporting the injured and deceased members of the fight. Now, either she's going to go berserk and have like some kind of crazy unleashed power up that we haven't seen before. Like maybe we haven't seen 100% of Rika's power, or maybe there's some kind of maximum technique that Okkotsu has that Rika can use. I don't know if the beam cannon thing, the cursed energy blast that she's able to do, is like the maximum technique, because it's never stated that it is. But even then, that's still not enough. It was only really powerful enough to match Ryu's granite blast. Maybe it can surpass that at this point, I don't know. But I still don't think that's enough to necessarily kill Sukuna, even in his weakened state at this point. So she could probably do something else. I'm thinking if it's not some kind of fantastical thing that I'm going to go into, then it's just some kind of thing that Rika can do. Or she just straight up joins Okkotsu in Gojo's body to fight against Sukuna here, and then, I don't know, eventually does something to help Yuji end him in some way. Now, the other fantastical option here is them zooming up on Okkotsu's face here at the end. Maybe it means that Gojo is gonna wake up in Okkotsu's body. I know, in the previous review, I gave up on Gojo coming back because it seemed like it was pretty much done at that point, but now it seems like it's another possibility, because I guess Shoko put Gojo's brain into Okkotsu's body, right? Because his head is like sealed, right? I don't think we see the stitch mark on his head unless it's covered up, but his head is like together. So what did she do with Gojo's brain? Did you just throw it out, put it in a jar or something? Or is it in Okkotsu's body here? And is Rika gonna do something to bring Okkotsu back to life? Because he still has the ring on his body. And it goes back to what I was talking about earlier about how Gojo and Okkotsu did like the body swap training, the soul swap training thing. So while Okkotsu was in Gojo's body, Gojo was in his. And they were doing something.
All right, so in this chapter, we're seeing Inumaki show up at the end using his curse technique, curse speech, to freeze Sukuna as Gojo, who is actually now Yuta, is going to fire off a hollow purple at him, which may or may not kill him. We'll see what happens, and we'll talk about that extended sequence, of course. But coming off of the previous chapter, we saw that Yuta inside of Gojo had like this domain clash with Sukuna, where they're both fighting inside of their domains, which are closed, or at least Yuta's is. And that's kind of like where the cliffhanger was for about 3 weeks now. And when we're coming back in, we're essentially getting a time update, I guess, because it says there's only 3 minutes left, meaning that I guess we've gone through 2 minutes at this point, considering that Okkotsu's technique only lasts for 5 minutes. His copy ability, which he's currently copying Kenjaku's to inhabit Gojo's body. So it's also being mentioned here that Rika doesn't come with Okkotsu when he is in Gojo's body for some reason. And that was also like a part of the cliffhanger from the previous chapter. We saw Rika still manifested, like crying, holding Okkotsu's body. And we had some wild theories, of course, like, is Gojo's brain in there? Is Rika gonna bring Gojo back? Still remains to be seen. Probably not, but Rika is definitely going to do something for sure. She's also in the very beginning of this chapter too. We see her still holding Okkotsu crying. And the fact that they're mentioning if he can even still use copy abilities on top of being in Gojo and using Limitless, because apparently that's not possible, which is interesting because I think that like if Kenjaku, I don't know, where to do this or something, he would still, in theory, have access to his curse techniques, right? So why doesn't Okkotsu have access to copy on top of having Limitless inside of Gojo's body? I guess it would ultimately just be too broken, right? Because if he had Limitless and copy, and then he can use all of his copied abilities, then he's just unstoppable. So it's still a possibility, I guess, that could happen if Rika eventually shows up. Which I'm pretty sure that she will, one way or another. Also, speaking of Okkotsu using Limitless here inside of Gojo's body, it's also being pointed out that it's extremely difficult. Like, on top of us getting the confirmation, which I think came out years ago, that like you can't use Limitless without having the 6 eyes. It was also, I think, confirmed 2 chapters ago or something, when they were going over swapping the bodies between Okkotsu and Gojo. And he's just realizing now that it's like, yeah, incredibly difficult to use, kind of paralleling it to like a high-end sports car, which are, kind of difficult to drive, I suppose, especially at fast speeds. Or they're just more powerful than what you would think, so that, you have to have better handling. Also, we're seeing that Okkotsu is having difficulty not just using Limitless and, trying to maintain the techniques and whatnot, but Gojo's body is also like difficult to use because it's longer
than Okkotsu's. I think it said that Gojo's like 6'5" or something, or 6'3". I'm pretty sure is his height. I'm not sure how tall Okkotsu is, but he's not as big as Gojo. So that's a interesting factor that Gege is pointing out here. So as they're continuing to fight, Sukuna starts to wonder himself, like, oh, can he use copy on top of being inside of Gojo's body? Also, I guess he's confirming here from what he heard from Kenjaku about the copy ability that Okkotsu has, that apparently like its requirement for copying is having Rika ingest part of their body or something, the person technique that they're copying. I mean, I guess it's still not even being fully confirmed here, because he says like, oh, most likely that's the condition for it, but I guess that's what it has to be, right, to some extent, because that's all of the clues that we've seen up until this point. And that could also come back into play too if Rika shows up again. We just see her in real time activate the conditions to copy an ability, whatever ability she copies, at that point, hypothetically. Also, Sukuna starts wondering about like what happens once the activation time of copy is done. And he doesn't know that it's like 5 minutes that Okkotsu could do it. He just knows that there is a time limit, which really helps them out, because if Sukuna knew the time, then he would just, fight around them and use that to his advantage. And he's also wondering like, okay, once that time is up, is he still going to maintain Gojo's body, or is Kenjaku's technique going to come to an end? And then like what happens? Does he die? Does he just stay like that? Which is like the big question we've had for the last 2 chapters, but now Sukuna is pondering it himself. I guess just keeping that notion fresh in the audience's mind. And also this sequence too of Sukuna just having like an entire page dedicated to his internal monologue is very Hunter x Hunter, if the chapters haven't been even more so lately. So after a quick flashback of Gojo talking to Okkotsu and the other second year students, we come back to the real time, and Okkotsu has essentially decided that has to hit Sukuna with Hollow Purple. Because earlier on in this chapter, he realizes that Sukuna can only fight back against him using domain amplification, which was like another big aspect of the previous chapter. It's that Sukuna can use his domain expansion while also using domain amplification, which is like, I don't know, kind of breaks Gege's rules in a way, but I guess it does only cut off your curse technique, and it doesn't cut off your domain expansion, since I guess that is an entirely different thing. But with the domain amplification, he's able to get past Limitless and just, hit and make contact with Yuta and Gojo's body, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to. But also because he's missing his 2 arms, he's unable to use his World Cutting Slash, which is like essentially how he killed Gojo in the first place. But since he can't use the hand seals and the chants at the moment, he can't activate the ability. So at this point, Okkotsu's like, okay, I'll just kill him with Hollow Purple, which is easier said than done, because, like we've been seeing in this chapter, Okkotsu's having a difficult time controlling Gojo's body. So activating his ultimate ability, combining blue and red, the 2 aspects of Limitless, when you either enhance them with cursed energy or use reverse cursed energy, combine those together and you get purple. On top of that, he has to do like chants and stuff. Like that's how Okkotsu is able to activate it at this point. But Sukuna's aware of that, because he's obviously fought Gojo before, and he knows, okay, so I'm not just going to let you do these chants and the hand sign that you need to do to activate Hollow Purple. So he grabs his hands and stops them from moving. But that's when Okkotsu like pulls this tape recorder in the domain. I guess he had it with him or something, because remember, they're inside of their domain expansions right now, so no one else can really get in. So he has this like tape recorder that he, I guess, pulls out with blue, which is like the vacuum aspect of Limitless, and on the tape recorder is Inumaki's voice, and Inumaki is like struggling, like he's bleeding through his mouth and everything, but he's able to activate cursed speech through the tape recorder
which I guess is getting through the domain expansion, because otherwise Inumaki wouldn't be able to be in there. And Sukuna hears it and he freezes. And I guess Inumaki is struggling so much and it's so taxing on him because it's Sukuna. Like, I guess the more powerful the person is that you're trying to use cursed speech on, the more it takes out of you, possibly. Because this is by far the strongest person we've seen him use cursed speech on. But now that it's worked, Sukuna cannot move. And now he's essentially just going to get hit by Hollow Purple. And in theory, this would kill him. Now, obviously, it's not going to be that easy because, you know, Yuji probably has to defeat Sukuna in the end. But this could be payback for Inumaki because Sukuna did take his arm during the Shibuya arc. You know, when he had that big massacre, you know, activating Malevolent Shrine in the city. So maybe instead of just completely killing Sukuna here, the Hollow Purple, I don't know, winds up taking off his other arms. Like, maybe that goes into Okkotsu having difficulty using Gojo's body. Like, he can't just perfectly aim the Hollow Purple or something. Or, I don't know, Sukuna's able to, like, brute force through the cursed speech and just move a little bit so that it only takes his arms off. So then he would just have 4, like, you know, damaged arms with no hands, essentially. And then I guess he would still be able to fight back at that point. But also goes back into me saying what I've said before in a couple of these reviews, is that they could have just had Inumaki come in immediately, use cursed speech on Sukuna, and then have Todo warp in Higuruma and then just stab him with the executioner sword. It would instantly be over. Like, they wouldn't have had to have so many casualties here. Gojo still could have been alive. But I digress. So I think we might be seeing Sukuna's death in this chapter. And I think I said that in the previous chapter too. But like, for real this time. Because at the end, he's getting hit by Angel's curse technique, maximum output Jacob's ladder. Which apparently has the effect to strip Sukuna from Megumi. Like, split their souls and essentially kill Sukuna in the process as well. And I'll get more into that because a lot more happens in this chapter, of course. So coming off the previous one, we saw that Yuta inside of Gojo's body fired off a hollow technique purple with the assistance of Inumaki's cursed speech through a tape recorder, freezing Sukuna in place. And that was like the cliffhanger, and we're seeing that, no, it didn't kill Sukuna. It kind of hurt him, I guess, but it did more damage to Yuta because it destroyed his infinite void domain barrier. Now, that's eventually going to help the team here, but it just makes it seem like it was all for naught because of what happens after this. Because once they regroup, suddenly Yuta just collapses on the ground. And that's because after you use a domain expansion, you're unable to use your regular curse technique for like a little bit. And you'd think, oh, well, it's just going to take away his limitless since he is in Gojo's body. But no, it actually takes away Kenjaku's curse technique, the brain-hopping body-possessing ability that he copied. So now the body is just useless. But the brain of Okkotsu is still alive inside of him. Like, he's thinking to himself. And he's like, yeah, Rika didn't come along, so I thought that the copy technique was no longer mine. Because we did see Rika back at presumably Jujutsu High or something, holding Okkotsu's body, crying. So Rika's still a thing, but she just didn't come here. And it makes me think like, okay, so Okkotsu is still alive somehow. So does that mean that once his curse technique isn't burned down anymore, then he's going to come back and beat Gojo again? Because also we had the whole ticking clock of Kenjaku's curse technique only working for 5 minutes. And it's like, does that mean that he was going to die after that? Or was he just going to take over Gojo's body forever? Still a lot of unanswered questions, but I assume that something is going to work out here since Okkotsu is still like alive inside of Gojo's body here. But Todo, noticing that Okkotsu passed out, gets distracted, and he just gets black flashed by Sukuna here. And when Sukuna hits him with it, he also breaks part of his Vibra Slap, like the ball part. So now he, can't use it, or presumably can't use it, because apparently he still can, despite it being broken. He just slams it on his forehead, and he's still able to teleport Yuji and get a clean hit on Sukuna. Now, also in this sequence, which is pretty cool, Todo is actually targeting the broken fragments of Okkotsu's domain expansion barrier. Because, we see that when it gets destroyed or when it dissipates or whatever, it kind of mimics like broken glass. So all of those little shards, which are apparently tangible things, they're not just like intangible cursed energy or whatever, can be swapped out with whatever Todo wants using the Boogie Woogie technique. So he has thousands of these shards, so he can just keep swapping Yuji with them while he's like landing all of these blows on Sukuna, which we see happen. Then after softening Sukuna up enough, Yuji then hits him right like in the kidney section with a cleave. Except this isn't a normal cleave. Yuji's able to target the barrier between Sukuna and Megumi's soul with this. And this just completely wrecks Sukuna. More than anything we've seen so far, I guess. Actually, since he got hit by Jacob's ladder the first time, really. But Sukuna figures out that through a binding vow to limit Cleave's target for Yuji, he's able to cut the soul with it. Apparently better than the punches that he was landing on Sukuna before. So this is crazy, and I guess Sukuna could probably do this too, but I guess he's never really needed a reason to. We've always just seen him cleave like tangible things. But now Yuji's just targeting that barrier between the soul, which is obviously like the best play here because he's trying to free Megumi. He actually keeps saying that in this sequence. He's like, as many times as I have to, wake up, Fushiguro. Because, you know, he got to him before, but he was super emo, and he was like, nah, I don't want to play anymore. So he's going to just keep doing it until Megumi wants to wake up and come out. But this messes up Sukuna so bad that he just starts throwing up fingers. And it's like, whoa, I didn't know that this was a thing. So this posits that, like, when you consume a Sukuna finger, it's always kind of just chilling in your stomach and you never digest it. Which I guess was plausible before, but does that mean that Yuji just had, like, an undigested Sukuna finger in his stomach all that time? And it's like, if that is also the case, then Rika technically should still have a Sukuna finger inside of her, right? Because she apparently ate a finger so that Okkotsu could learn Cleave. And it was stated by Gojo way early on in the series that you can't destroy these things. So if that is the case and Rika does have a finger inside of her still, then I guess it could come back into play later. But maybe not, because this actually legitimately might be the end for Sukuna. And at the end of the video, I'll also go into Gege's comments on the possible ending of this series, which we may or may not be in currently. But anyway, back to Yuji, you know, messing up Sukuna here, spitting up those fingers. About time that the good guys use binding vows here. I mean, we know that Todo used a binding vow to expand the target range of Boogie Woogie, which actually allows him to warp in Angel at the end here. But, you know, these guys should be using these more, because we've seen that Sukuna has used like a dozen of them, all to get to this point, you know, using them like a game. Because that's essentially what Jiu-Jitsu is, I guess. So it's like, yeah, you know, the MC should be using these to his advantage. But Sukuna swallows the fingers again, and I guess he goes back to full power. That sequence very reminiscent of when Super Saiyan 2 Gohan like punches Perfect Cell in the stomach and he like throws up 18. But after they exchange some more, we come to like this standoff where Sukuna is expecting Todo to like Boogie Woogie swap Yuji again. And he's like anticipating it as the debris is falling from the domain expansion. But then suddenly Hana gets swapped in. Or should I say Angel. Hana in Angel's body. Above Sukuna. And he did not expect this at all, because, you know, Angel has been MIA for the longest time since she got like bitten by Sukuna way back when he first possessed Megumi. And she was kind of just chilling with everyone up until that point. And we see this flashback quickly where she is talking to Okkotsu, and it essentially gets to the point of it's like, hey, you know, you don't have to fight, but man, it would be pretty cool if you did, because, you know, your technique is so powerful. And that's exactly what happens here. She gets swapped in, and above Sukuna hits him with the maximum output Jacob's ladder. And that is the ending of the chapter. So normally Angel's curse technique, I think, is called technique extinguishment, where it just, you know, as it says, extinguishes curse techniques and essentially kills you in the process. But then there's like an extension of it, which is the maximum output Jacob's ladder, which is what she's hit Sukuna with twice now. First time she hit Sukuna with it, it like really wrecked him. He actually had to like act like he became Megumi to trick Angel enough so that she wouldn't hit him with it again. And then that's when he bit her arm off. But this is one of the most powerful things in the series for sure. And going more into it, it says that apparently any curse bathed in the light of Jacob's ladder will be extinguished without prejudice including special grade cursed objects, such as Sukuna's finger apparently. So this might be the only thing that can destroy a Sukuna finger. So if she does this, then she could just destroy all of the fingers, and also in the process separate Sukuna's soul from Megumi's, and in theory would just be Megumi's body left, not killed. So, I mean, that could happen here. This could be the end of Sukuna, especially since Yuji did his part, but you'd think that Yuji would have to have, like, the final, part in this. Like, it can't just be Angel that defeats him. Yuji is the MC, so you just think, oh, he has to have the last hit here. He has to do the thing that fully separates Megumi from Sukuna. And that might happen. Maybe he comes in at the last second. But let me go into why I think this could very likely be the end of Sukuna here. And it's because of what Gege apparently said at the art exhibit that they are having right now in Shibuya. He had like these Q&A little questions there that you can go up and read yourself. And one of the questions was, so as you approach the turning point that is the Culling Game arc, did you roughly have a concept of what it would be like? And then Gege said, I thought of it as a crutch for taking us towards the inhumane Makyo Shinjuku arc, which is what we're in right now with the whole Sukuna fight. And then in parenthesis it says, final section / saga. I had already decided on things that had to happen, like the characters and colony stuff, but I kept each colony segment contained to be its own individual volume. So the whole big uproar that we got in the community was him saying, in parenthesis, final section / saga. So Lightning Claire on Twitter, who's one of the best Jujutsu Kaisen translators, said that in the image there's kanji which could mean section saga, and that Translation Kun also said that it means more arc than chapter, and album means most likely music album, not photo album. So it's not exactly clear if this means that after Sukuna is defeated that the series is over, but I do think that this little part that we're in is for sure the end, or it's leading us to the end. Also, I feel if we had under 5 chapters left or whatever, Gege would have made an announcement now. Since Horikoshi, the author of My Hero, he at least told us when there would be 5 chapters left in the series.
So in this chapter, we see Yuji finally activate his domain expansion. Something we've pretty much been waiting for the entire series, I guess. And we weren't even really sure if he had one or was able to activate it or not, given that he only really had that 1 month to train. And he had already learned so much on top of learning a domain expansion, but apparently he did. And we'll go into a little bit more what exactly he did. But it's not what we thought it would be, or at least what I thought it would be. Given that Yuji's ability is based off of Sukuna's, you would think that his domain expansion is going to be some kind of parallel to Sukuna's Malevolent Shrine, but it doesn't seem to be that at all. Also, given that we've seen how Yuji adapts Sukuna's cleave into his own variation, I thought it would just follow suit with the domain expansion, but no. And we'll go into what I think it is and where it's leading to. But coming off of the end of the previous chapter, we saw that Yuji and Choso essentially had Sukuna trapped and about to get hit by Angel's Jacob's Ladder. And that was the cliffhanger. But coming into this chapter, it doesn't really seem like it's that big of a deal. In the previous chapter, it was setting it up to be Sukuna's death, essentially. But no, it's just kind of an afterthought coming into this chapter because Sukuna just sprints up through the Jacob's Ladder itself, while I guess it's charging, and it's just still that light pillar. He figured out that it's not going to just target him, it's going to also hit Yuji and Choso, which Okkotsu's own variation that he used did not do, but that was because he was in his own domain expansion. Therefore, it would just target Sukuna. But given that this is the actual thing, it's going to hit Yuji and Choso if they try to follow Sukuna. So he can just jump up to Angel without anyone stopping him, and that's exactly what he does, before she's able to, I guess, fully engage the Jacob's Ladder. Because if she would have and hit Sukuna, like I said, she probably could have killed him, or at least stripped him from Megumi's body. And as Sukuna's charging up this punch that he's going to hit Angel with, Choso comes out of nowhere and takes the punch for her, but the punch turns out to be a black flash. So this is like the second time that Choso's been hit by a black flash from Sukuna. And Sukuna like acknowledges Choso in this moment. He's like, all right, man, you're a sorcerer. And he just sends him flying like through a building and then just crashing into like the ground. And he's done, I guess, for now. He's not dead, but he's benched along with Hana and Angel. Like they got sent flying too. But I guess, I don't know, Choso protected them a little bit or possibly. But because they're down, that means that only Yuji is left now. And Yuji himself comes up through the Jacob's ladder pillar of light, hurting himself in the process, but it's like not enough to, you know, do anything substantial. Sukuna like just leveling him and even like throws him through a building like vertically. Then he starts trying to hit him with his new cleave, because if he hits him like once or twice with this again cleanly, he can continue to erode the boundary between Sukuna and Megumi's souls and, you know, stripping them and or just killing Sukuna as well. So Sukuna's extra careful to not get hit by these, and as he's countering Yuji, he suddenly regrows his arms and heals his wounds that he's had for like 20 chapters. And it's because that second black flash that he hit on Todo gave him his reverse curse technique back. It's because like black flash is like this phenomenon even within like the Jiu-Jitsu world. So like if you hit it maybe once or twice or something like that, 3 times maybe, you go more into this like critical state. Like you rolled a d20 or something and you're getting an additional buff and it just boosts you overall. As we saw, Yuji was reaping the benefits of that earlier. Well, now Sukuna is again as well, and he's getting his ability to use reverse curse technique back. So now he's pretty much back to normal. I mean, he's not 100% like full cursed energy level. He's probably still, I don't know, around a Okkotsu level, I assume, but he's just not down limbs and having to beat his own heart again because, you know, he got stabbed by Maki, and he's been dealing with that the whole entire time. And I guess this is setting up like the final fight here, like Yuji and Sukuna just going at it. Also, I wanted to point out that Sukuna's eyes like go back to being on top of each other again after he heals himself. And for the longest time, it was like being depicted as one like giant eye. Even at the very beginning of this chapter, it's just one giant eye. So I guess that means that the eye closed or something, or the more damage Sukuna takes, the bigger his eye becomes. I really wonder what's going on with the right side of his face. Like, it's never talked about. It's possible that like he, I don't know, tried to become a cursed spirit or something and stopped halfway. But there's obviously something going on with that, and it's like, you know, cursed spirit related. I know that he's like a combination of his brother, but still, it doesn't make you look like that. And the fact that he's been compared to Tengen on like, I think 2 separate occasions, there has to be some kind of parallel there. But anyway, going back to what I was saying about Yuji's cleave and how it can hit the boundary between souls, Sukuna again acknowledges that that's like Yuji's game-ending card here, so he can't let him play it. So he's just going to be faster than Yuji and just avoid getting hit by that cleave. And Yuji pretty much knows that. He's like, okay, gotten to the point of where, you know, it's just us. He's regenerated. You know, he's definitely faster than me. And the fact that Sukuna's burnt out curse technique is like still regenerating right now from when he just used his domain expansion. So once that fully recovers, then he'll just use Malevolent Shrine and like instantly kill Yuji essentially, right? So Yuji has to take out Sukuna before that. And it's like, I don't know, less than a minute or something like that. It's not said, but it's very fast. So there's only really one thing that Yuji can do to hit him with the dismantle at this point. And it goes back to the flashback of season 1 when Gojo was like educating Yuji on Jogo's domain expansion, where he says like, you know, it eats up a ton of cursed energy, but it's worth it because it's so advantageous. And you also get like a stat increase coming from the environmental factor. Think about it like a buff in a game, but then also when activated, a technique imbued into the domain will definitely hit. So that is what Yuji is going to do, and he activates his domain expansion, finally. And he was able to do this because of his body swap training with Kusakabe, where they were, you know, learning barriers and stuff, and he was incorporating that muscle memory into Yuji's body so he'd be able to learn like 3 times faster or something. And with understanding barriers, Yuji was able to use simple domain, but on top of that, he was also able to figure out how to activate his own domain expansion. And he's doing that here because of what Gojo said. When activated, a technique imbued into a domain will definitely hit. So he's going to imbue his soul-cutting dismantle into the domain, which, in theory should hit Sukuna at that point. Even though, he can use like Hollow Wicker Basket, which is like the old version of Simple Domain, to prevent him from getting hit by the sure hit from the domain expansion. There's still other ways that he can get to him, just like physically. But after Yuji activates the domain expansion, suddenly it like takes us to a different scene. And it's like Sukuna waking up. But Sukuna looks like how he does when he takes over Yuji's body. Like he even has the school uniform on. And we see that he's like at this train station. And Yuji's walking up to him. And he's like, "Let's go, Sukuna." And the narration says the showdown between the two goes to a mysterious domain. So this is really interesting. We're seeing Yuji's domain expansion right here. It's not like Sukuna's malevolent shrine. It's something entirely different. It's like a genjutsu. And if it's not a genjutsu, then he's just straight up altering reality or warping reality. And he's suddenly changed everything into this environment, kind of like how Wanda does in WandaVision. Now that's a little extreme. I more so think that this is going on like within his domain. Like I don't think it's like an open domain, the way that Sukuna's is. Because you'd think that if he is adapting Sukuna's domain, then it would be open, but Sukuna like is manually doing that. It's not like what his, domain is supposed to be just like from the get-go. Like out of the box, I don't think Malevolent Shrine is an open domain. Although I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Sukuna is like doing that himself. So Yuji, even with this savage plot armor that he gets from the 1 month body swap training, I don't think he would still become that skillful to start using open domains too. I mean, it's possible. Maybe he hits like another 6 black flashes, then he could do like an open domain, but I think this is closed. And inside of the closed domain, he's like altering reality to an extent. Or this is just happening in their minds, and they're both just standing there. Like it could be, kind of like how Infinite Void works with Gojo, how it like hits your mind. And another thing that this reminds me of is when Yuji had like that breakthrough with Todo and Choso. Like they both had visions of memories with Yuji of events that never happened. Like Choso believed that Yuji was like his best friend and they went to school together and like had these adventures and stuff, and pretty sure that didn't happen. Same thing goes for like Choso sitting at that picnic table with Yuji and his brothers and the Cursed Womb death paintings. That obviously didn't happen. So was that like some kind of subtle foreshadowing from Gege as to what Yuji's domain expansion was going to be? Because if that is the case, that's incredible. Another little interesting thing about those sequences was that before, Yuji's curse technique was revealed, like way before that, like this was like 2 or 3 years ago, when we were still, speculating about what Yuji's curse technique could be. A popular theory at the time, which I subscribed to, was that Yuji's curse technique was like memory manipulation, essentially, right? Because it seemed like that's where things were headed. Kind of like Tsukishima from the arc before the last one in Bleach. But no, Gege actually said in one of his rare interviews that that was just a coincidence and that wasn't his ability, which turned out to be true, of course. But it's like, maybe it was his domain expansion the whole time, or Gege drew inspiration from the fandom picking up on that, possibly. Another interesting thing about it is that Yuji's not hostile here. Like the way that he's looking at Sukuna is like, hey bro, hey friend, like let's go Sukuna, like we're going to school or whatever, catching the train. But that makes me think that this is how he beats Sukuna. Like he lulls him into like this false sense of security or something, or just straight up just, breaks through to him. And this is also, of course, giving vibes of Takaba versus Kenjaku, where Takaba almost straight up defeated Kenjaku like in this dreamlike world. So this is a really interesting chapter because Sukuna and the audience are trapped inside of Yuji's domain expansion.
where we're subjugated to this interestingly odd slice of life sequence that ultimately ends in something really cool. Actually, one of the coolest sequences in the series, where it's probably showing us how Yuji is going to kill Sukuna, because that seems like an inevitability at this point. So coming in from the previous chapter, we saw that it came down to Yuji taking on Sukuna, also a Sukuna who just regained his reverse curse technique and basically regenerated back to like his full form. Meaning now, in theory, he could use the world-cutting dismantle again since he has all his limbs. And Yuji has been trying to hit Sukuna with his own version of dismantle that can target his soul and the boundary between Sukuna and Megumi's soul. But Sukuna's just too agile and he's not able to land cleanly. So then Yuji remembered back to when Gojo explained how domain expansions work to him and how a technique can be applied to the domain itself as its sure hit move. Then after that, Yuji activated his own domain expansion for the first time in the series, where presumably he's going to apply his soul-cutting dismantle to the sure hit of it. But once he activated the domain expansion, it suddenly took them to like a different place, where Sukuna looks like how he does when he possesses Yuji's body, and Yuji looks normal. And coming into this chapter, Sukuna's like, I've experienced this before, the rare phenomenon of connecting with a sorcerer during the height of battle. I had thought that it was a side effect of some sort due to cursed energy being born from humans. Yet, this is different. What is this? Your domain? So previously I thought Sukuna was talking about Yuji's interaction with Choso and Todo, where they had like these false memories of him being their brother, but no, Sukuna's talking about his own experience, and I assume that he's talking about when he's defeated characters like Kashima, where he went to like this afterlife sequence with him after he killed him and was able to have like this one last conversation with him. And that's basically what's happening here with Yuji and Sukuna, because they may or may not be dead at this point, or approaching death. Even Yuji, he knows that he's probably going to die in the resolution of this sequence. But then after Sukuna asked Yuji like if this is his domain, Yuji's like, you know, shut up, I did this frantically, I really don't get it either. So not even Yuji understands what this is. He had only just figured out how to activate a domain expansion in the last month, doing that body swap training with Kusakabe, to where Kusakabe's muscle memory would remain with Yuji, so he could learn way faster. So I guess he's kind of just doing this on the fly, activating his domain expansion, and then what happens within it is kind of just like a spur of the moment, stream of consciousness type thing, where Yuji's able to just go to a different reality altogether. Like he's seemingly visiting these cities or these places that he grew up. Like they're walking around it like it's like a video game or something. Like they're the only people there. And for some reason, Sukuna is just cool with this, because Yuji's like, you know, I wanted time to talk to you, so just indulge me for a second. And Sukuna does. Like they walk around these places and things that Yuji saw or did as a kid, and Sukuna just listens to Yuji talk about it, which is really interesting. And it goes back to me thinking like Yuji is essentially accepting death here. Like this is his one last moment to like relive his life or things that he's done in his life, I guess. And it also shows us like how little we know about Yuji. Despite him being the main character, we don't really know much about his backstory, him growing up, or things about him in general. Like the things that he reveals in this chapter the first time we find out about it. Like, for example, he says like he lived here until he was 6 or 7 and then moved to Sendai. He was born in Sendai and he lived there for his grandpa's work. Another thing is that we still are not getting any info on like his parents, like what happened to them. I mean, we know that his mom, Kaori, was taken over by Kenjaku, but we still don't know like, did he take her over and then become Yuji's mom? Or was it like before? Was she already interested in Yuji's dad, Jin? And then it's like after Yuji was born, then Kenjaku like left Kaori's body and killed Yuji's father? Like we still don't know. And at this point, I wonder if we ever will. But after going around the city more and doing a few more things, like fishing for these crayfish and then firing arrows and whatnot, it eventually gets to the point of where Sukuna's like annoyed. And he's like, enough already. And Yuji goes into like another monologue And while it's happening, we see like all of the deceased characters that meant something to him. Like we see his grandfather, we see Junpei, Nanami, Choso, Gojo, Mahito, and then we see Nobara. And I guess this confirms that Nobara is in fact dead. I mean, Gege kind of confirmed it himself in a Q&A that he recently did at like his art exhibit in Shibuya. But I guess this fully confirms it. Like, yeah, Nobara is dead. She is not coming back in like the next chapter. She's not going to have like a Todo appearance where she comes to save the day at the last second. It's like, nah, she's dead. Mahito killed her. So yeah, thanks for playing. But then when we come back to real time, Sukuna's like, you know, I'm dumbfounded by how cowardly you're being. It's like all that rage towards me, your hatred. Is this what it all amounted to? Like, he's basically saying, like, you're trying to talk no jutsu me after all of our history and the big final war battle that we just had. He's like, are you pitying me? Is this your way of showing compassion? And Yuji's like right on the mark. And then suddenly his demeanor changes and he just goes on like demon time. And he's like, Sukuna, I can kill you. Release Fushiguro and return to my body and I'll spare your life. So this was such a cool 180. Really exciting stuff here because Yuji just suddenly drops the act. And he's like, yeah, I can kill you. Which I think means that Sukuna is already trapped. Like, Sukuna just existing inside of Yuji's domain here means that I guess Yuji can just hit him at any time he wants with the cleave. Or maybe even dismantle. Maybe he could do both now. But either way, he can one-shot Sukuna with the cleave that's going to target his soul and the boundary between Megumi's. But maybe he's having like difficulty fully doing it and saving Megumi at the same time because he's like, hey, you know, I can kill you, but release Fushiguro, return to my body, and I'll spare your life. And that could also be like a little white lie right there, because if Sukuna does release Megumi and return to Yuji's body, then Yuji would technically spare his life, but Yuji would take his own life. Because I'm thinking that's what he wants to do here. He wants to have Sukuna back in his own body, and then Yuji, you know, takes himself out and deletes Sukuna in the process. So coming off of the previous chapter, we saw that Yuji had trapped Sukuna inside of his domain expansion, which essentially just creates a facsimile of Sendai, the place where Yuji grew up. Other than that, we don't really know too much about Yuji's domain expansion. It does have a sure hit to it, which allegedly, according to Yuji, can straight up kill Sukuna. And that's where the previous chapter ended, with Yuji telling Sukuna that and basically saying like, hey, I'll spare your life if you leave Megumi's body and come back to me. So now coming into this chapter, we're seeing that somehow Yuji is able to listen to Megumi's soul. Like he's seemingly interacting with him here and coming face to face with him in some plane of existence. And we're finally hearing Megumi talk. Like, we haven't really heard him say anything since Sukuna took over his body. He only really said one or two things the other time that Yuji was able to get through to him, you know, landing like his soul reverberating punches on Sukuna. And we saw that Megumi pretty much said that he was done. He didn't even want to like get up off the ground. But now when Yuji faces him again, he's at least standing. And he says that he wanted to create a world where Sumiki, his sister, wouldn't be subjected to unreasonable happiness. Or at least, you know, as much as he could while he was alive. And basically just wanted to live in a somewhat comfortable world where even like Yuji was her boyfriend. Meaning that, you know, Megumi of course sees Yuji that highly and knows that somebody like him would be the optimal suitor for his sister. But now that Sumiki is dead, and that overall she was just like a pawn in Kenjaku's plan, as well as Megumi, he really has nothing left to live for at this point. You also have to remember that Sukuna has suppressed his soul using that bath ritual thing that he did before he fought Gojo. So I'm sure that also has something to do with how Megumi is feeling here, but still, he's essentially at his wit's end. And Yuji kind of understands where he's coming from because he relates Megumi to his grandfather, who we're finding out here died of lung cancer. We didn't know that. We just knew that his grandfather was like terminal, but we never knew exactly like what he had. And he compares how Megumi is feeling to his grandfather's like final days, essentially. So he's like, hey, you know, the way that you are now, I can't really tell you to live. Like, he's just trying to be like realistic here. But after he says that, Sukuna suddenly activates Hollow Wicker Basket, and he's like back to his normal form again, because before this, when he went into Yuji's domain expansion, he suddenly took on the appearance of like when he took over Yuji's body, which was interesting. Like going inside of Yuji's domain expansion like altered his own appearance. But I guess now that he's activating the Hollow Wicker Basket, Yuji's domain isn't really affecting him as it would, since just like a simple domain, it can protect him from domains, except both simple domain and Hollow Wicker Basket can only be so powerful. Like, they're obviously way weaker in comparison to the power output of like a domain expansion, considering their only function is to protect you from the sure hit of the domain. And that being said, they'll eventually break, as we've seen many times in the series, but using Hollow Wicker Basket can account for that discrepancy in power, allegedly, because Sukuna holding his hands together to keep it activated strengthens it. It's almost like an unspoken binding vow, if that's a thing. But it also goes into why Sukuna having 4 arms is so incredibly overpowered in the Jiu-Jitsu world, because, you know, he has like the perfect domain counter here. Because normally, if you were just a regular person, your hands would be bound holding together the Hollow Wicker Basket. But now that Sukuna has 4 arms, it doesn't really matter. Now, I don't know what came first here. Sukuna being born conveniently with 4 arms, or he like somehow did something to give him 4 arms. Yes, I know that Sukuna is a fusion of 2 people, technically, like his unborn brother, but I don't know if he came out of the womb looking like this. It seems like the body that Sukuna has here was made with purpose rather than he kind of just came out that way. I mean, maybe he did, but like, still, what's going on with the right side of his face? But anyway, Sukuna starts thinking about maybe using Gojo's technique of healing his brain, because when he was fighting against Gojo showed him that like, hey, after you use a domain expansion and your curse technique gets burnt out, you could just use reverse curse technique to heal that part of your brain where the curse technique is burnt out. I mean, yeah, of course, it's not really good to do that, but in the midst of battle, it's like a quick fix. But Sukuna realizes that it's just too risky to do that at this moment, because he is just coming off of his fight with Yuta inside of Gojo's body, and he did get hit by Unlimited Void. So after this, he goes after Yuji, and they have like this extended hand-to-hand sequence where Yuji is like somewhat getting the upper hand on him. But as usual, it ultimately ends up with Sukuna getting like the final counter in with like a big right cross or something. And as he knocks Yuji away, he's like remembering how angered he was by what Yuji said at the end of the previous chapter. Because he realizes why Yuji was like talking to him in the previous chapter and like walking him around Sendai and being very passive. He was like, oh, you know, you're taking pity on me. You're trying to be merciful. And Yuji's like, yeah, that's right. I can kill you. So free Megumi and I'll spare you if you return to me. And it's like, yeah, that must have really boiled Sukuna's blood, because how many times in his life has somebody actually looked down on him? As we've seen so far, everyone reveres him as like some kind of deity. So of course he's going to be upset when the shoe is on the other foot. And he says like, because of that, I'm going to make everyone other than you pay for that. So by that line, you know, you just assume, oh, he's going to kill everybody. But he's already kind of killed everybody anyway. I mean, yeah, there's more people, but maybe he more so means activating the merger, because he does have the key to do that. He has like that Tengen curse womb inside of him that Kenjaku prepared. Now also, of course, the culling game needs to come to an end, as per the rule that Kenjaku set up. And then the culling game barrier, like the thing that makes up the game, will like merge everyone in Japan with Tengen inside of that barrier, and then it'll make like that big curse monster, which is essentially the apocalypse. However, like I said, culling game needs to come to an end, and for the culling game to come to an end, everyone besides Megumi needs to die. And considering that we are seemingly in the final arc here, and I don't know if we're going to make it into 2025, I doubt that the merger is going to happen unless it's just rushed. But suddenly Yuji sees like a young Megumi, like similar to when we saw Gojo taking care of him back in the day. And he's talking to Yuji and he's like, what's with your face? And Yuji's like, you know, I'm just lonely when you're not around, Fushiguro. And then suddenly Sukuna steps into like a 10 shadows puddle similar to what he did to Gojo in their fight. And he's shocked by this. He's like, wait, Mahoraga was destroyed and my 10 Shadows techniques lost its ability to function. This is Megumi. The soul that was submerged by the bath has been revived by the boy's dismantle. So yeah, when Yuji was hitting Sukuna with those dismantles, it was targeting his soul as well. And that was also weakening his hold on Megumi. So now that Yuji's been able to have like a breakthrough here, Megumi's finally able to fight back. And from the depths of his soul or wherever he is, he's able to like activate his curse technique, the 10 Shadows, to use it against Sukuna here. Now also Sukuna's saying that Maharaga's destroyed. The 10 Shadows technique lost its ability to function. That's interesting. We didn't know that. I mean, we knew that Maharaga was dead, but like, I didn't know that he was dependent on the technique functioning. Now, Maharaga died in like the last moments against Gojo. Like when Gojo fired off that huge hollow purple. And I guess that's why Sukuna hasn't been using the 10 Shadows, because that's it. He used it against Gojo and then he just burnt it out. But I guess Megumi could still use it. I don't know if they're tapping into 2 different 10 Shadows, but I'm assuming that there's something that Megumi's doing that Sukuna can't. And while Sukuna's like distracted by that, Yuji lands like this big blow on him that goes into like this huge combo, like almost like machine gun blows. But Sukuna's getting like his own shots in here too, but Yuji's really laying it on him. And Sukuna realizes that Yuji's strikes still have like an effect on him that can't be healed by reverse curse technique. And as he's saying this, Yuji's hand breaks. But not like breaks, but like the thing around it breaks off. For the longest time, we didn't know what this was. I mean, technically, we still don't really know what it is. But when we first saw him drop in to fight against Sukuna, after Kashima had died, we saw these things on his hands. And we're like, what is that? And I guess we were just led to believe that it was some kind of curse-like transformation that happened from Yuji consuming the Curse Womb death paintings that Choso had gave him, like his other pseudo-brothers, and it gave him like a power-up, and I guess the ability to fully use blood manipulation, but it did not give him these hands. These hands are apparently just cursed tools? Still not sure, but once they break open, we see that Yuji's ring finger on his left hand is missing. And I guess that's why he was wearing these, to cover up that his fingers were missing. And this is important because only Yuji's left pinky was missing before, because that's how Sukuna transferred himself to Megumi. He like transferred his soul to Yuji's pinky, ripped it off, and then force fed it to Megumi. However, Yuji still had his ring finger, but now it's missing. And in the final panel of the chapter, we see that Sukuna's final finger still exists. And it's like suspended somewhere in this like spiral staircase by wires. We could assume this is with Jujutsu High, forces somewhere. But this is interesting because we thought that all of Sukuna's fingers were accounted for. Especially because Yuta told Sukuna that Rika basically ate his finger to gain Sukuna's curse technique that we saw him use. Like he did use cleave against him, but that was it. He didn't have dismantle or divine flame or anything. But now it seems like that was maybe a ruse, because now that Yuji is missing his index finger, I guess this means that he cut it off and gave it to Rika so that she would gain Yuji's cleave. I mean, that's maybe what happened. Still unsure. I mean, it's even possible that the finger that we're seeing in the final panel here is Yuji's index finger turned into a cursed object the way that Sukuna was. Now, that's a little far-fetched because I don't think they know how to do that, and it seems like it's like a pretty extensive ritual to be able to do that. So, Occam's razor kind of says that this is Sukuna's last finger. Also, all of Sukuna's fingers look different, which is pretty interesting. It doesn't really mean anything. Like, we at one time thought, oh, they all give different abilities. No, they just kind of just look different, I guess. And going off of all of the fingers that we've seen so far, I don't think we've seen one that looks like this. So it might be, like just the last finger. And I guess they lied to Sukuna for this very reason, so that he would just think everything's fine. All of my fingers are accounted for. I don't have to worry because of this final plan that they have here, maybe. And then, what are they going to do with this last finger? Especially if it's in a remote location. And I'm not really sure. I mean, there is a fantastical theory that we can go with where Nobara comes into play here. Now, I don't think Nobara is alive. Gege more or less kind of double confirmed that she's dead. I mean, there still is a chance, of course, that she can come back and she just shows up at the end here, but I don't think that's going to happen. More likely, maybe her hammer comes into play here, and it has like her curse technique imbued into it, the way that we saw Nanami's cleaver had his curse technique imbued in, and it was used by Ino. Maybe somebody is going to, I don't know, do something like that with Nobara's hammer, and then use soul resonance on the finger, and then that's like the final nail, pun intended, in Sukuna's coffin here that releases Megumi from him. So Nobara has returned. She is not dead, which is a huge surprise because I thought that she was. The last time we saw her was chapter 126 and 127. After Mahito had hit her with mild transfiguration and popped her left eye, Arata, who was there, used his curse technique to essentially stop her from getting any worse than what she was at that point. But he also mentions to Yuji that she has no pulse and isn't breathing, but not much time has passed since she received those injuries. So let's just say it's not a 0% chance that she'll survive. I'm taking her and retreating. It's not a 0% chance, okay? But please don't get your hopes up. And then after that, we kind of saw like this small interaction between Yuji and Megumi talking about the ambiguous fate of Nobara, which led me to believe that she didn't make it. And then recently there was like that montage that Yuji was kind of seeing of characters who had died, and Nobara was included in those. But no, it turns out that she survived. I guess Arata coming in at the nick of time saved her, and that not 0% chance was enough. So apparently this whole time she had been in a coma or something, and she just recently woke up in time to bring this plan together that we'll talk about. But yeah, Nobara is back, and I'm very happy for all the Nobara fans out there and all the people who have been wanting this. Let me also point out, I know I made a video talking about her being dead, but let me just say that it's not what I wanted. It's not like I don't like Nobara or anything. I just thought she was dead, given from the clues and stuff that we got from Gege. Which ultimately means that Gege wanted us to believe that Nobara was dead so that he can pull in this swerve at the last second. And by last second, I mean like within the last 5 chapters of the series. Like I said before, the last time we saw Nobara was like 126. So it's been like 140 chapters, only for her to just come back in the last 5. Don't get me wrong, it's better than nothing, and I'm glad that she's back, but it just seems like wasted potential, But then again, I guess we're mostly in agreement that Gege appears to be rushing the ending of the series, despite having them fight Sukuna for like 65 chapters. And also, in case you missed the announcement, like I said, there are only 5 chapters remaining in the series. It was announced by Gege earlier this week, and it will conclude on September 29th for us Westerners and September 30th for the Japanese audience. But anyway, coming into the beginning of this chapter, we're seeing a flashback to that 1-month break before Gojo had fought Sukuna. And we're seeing Gojo talking to Okkotsu as they're doing like that body swap training. Talking about, let me also point out that the fate of Gojo Okkotsu body swap thing is still unclear. I suppose in the, obviously next 4 chapters we'll find out what happened with them, but it's either going to be Okkotsu winds up just living in Gojo's body from now on, which is weird, or he dies and Gojo's corpse, goes with him, or Rika does something that brings Okkotsu back to his original body because she was like harboring it. And Gege, I think, was showing us that for a reason, because she's probably going to do something crazy. Like, I know this isn't My Hero Academia with the quirk awakenings, but there could be some kind of, like, I don't know, Jujutsu awakening, curse awakening. I don't know, just something crazy. Like, can Rika herself make a binding vow? I don't think she can, but that would be insane if she could, because she could just do some insane binding vow that ultimately sacrifices herself to, like, bend reality. Like, I'm sure you could produce an extremely powerful binding vow if it's ultimately giving your life in exchange for it. And then there's the very, very, very small chance, I'm talking like even less than Nobara coming back to life odds, that Gojo somehow survives all of this and the brain gets put back in his body and then he's brought back to life. Because that raises the question of like, okay, that's great that you brought Nobara back, but why not bring Gojo back too? Like, if you could bring back Nobara, then you easily could just bring back Gojo. They both were dead, right? I mean, Nobara was dead for way longer than Gojo was. And while Nobara coming back is a very big deal, you know, virality-wise, imagine if Gojo came back to life, especially at the end of the series. You could send everyone home happy. But I digress, we've already passed through this bridge many times now. But anyway, they're talking about potentially getting Sukuna's final finger and giving it to Rika so that Okkotsu can copy Sukuna's shrine curse technique. But Gojo's like, nah, it's not gonna work because of how Rika's and Okkotsu's copy curse technique works. So we're finding this out for the first time in this chapter, is that it's not just her eating the part of a person or a sorcerer to gain their ability. It depends on the strength of the ability they're trying to copy and how much of the person Rika is consuming. So if she consumed just like one of, 20 Sukuna's fingers, then it wouldn't be enough to quote unquote analyze the technique information of Shrine. And Okkotsu like further elaborates saying that he wouldn't necessarily be able to use Inumaki's cursed speech the way that he does with just the amount that he got from Inumaki, which is ambiguous. We don't know how much he consumed before this chapter. And I'll go into what he does consume because he mentions it. But before this, I think he only had blood that Rika consumed. The blood that he shed from, I guess, coughing against that curse that Geto sent after them in Jujutsu Kaisen 0. But anyway, he supplements that with the information that Inumaki himself gives him about the curse speech, curse technique, which obviously he wouldn't be able to get from Sukuna, so it's unnecessary to consume his finger. But they also don't address that, Sukuna's finger can't be destroyed, so Rika eating it would be odd. However, they do mention another thing about how you can get around the indestructibility of the Sukuna fingers, and I'll get into that. So it's also mentioned here that in order to gain, I guess, a better version of cursed speech from Inumaki, and then in order to copy Angel's curse technique, which is called technique extinguishment. I thought it was called Jacob's Ladder. Actually, Jacob's Ladder is like the maximum technique of technique extinguishment. But apparently, what happened here was Rika ate the arms of Inumaki and Hana. So that means that they somehow found the arm of Inumaki that was cut off by Malevolent Shrine in Shibuya. And then they also recovered the arm that Sukuna bit off of Hana/Angel. And they somehow determined that they can't be healed through a reverse curse technique because I guess Sukuna did whatever with Jiu-Jitsu and you just can't bring it back for some reason. I mean, you can, but I guess they're just not skilled enough for some reason. But they use that as justification to consume those limbs so that Okkotsu gains those curse techniques. And speaking of the whole reverse curse technique, it's also pointed out that if he eats the limb or portion of a person, but then they reverse curse technique and heal that, then the information that they copied is null, and they can't use that curse technique for some reason. I don't know why that is the way that it is, but it is. And also they gave Charles's rib to Rika, like the future sight ability that he has that is like based off manga panels. And then I guess Hikari said that he'll heal him later, which is hilarious. And as for how Okkotsu/Rika got cleave, boils down to what we were speculating about in the previous review. It was in fact Yuji who gave him his ring finger. Because Okkotsu confirmed with Gojo that Yuji did learn Sukuna's curse technique from inhabiting Sukuna for all that time. And obviously we saw that it manifested in its own way, but I guess Okkotsu kind of got the alpha version of it. And Rika eating Yuji's ring finger, I guess, was enough information to develop some form of cleave because he did it. And then, of course, that winds up tricking Sukuna with that misdirect of him thinking that Rika ate his final cursed object finger, but no, it was actually Yuji's. And as we saw in the previous chapter, they do have the final finger like wrapped up somewhere. And we're coming back to that location, and it turns out that Urahime and Gaku Ganji are there. I guess they've been holding it, I guess doing some kind of barrier technique to prevent the resonance from it to pick up with Sukuna, so he just doesn't know it exists, essentially. I'm assuming that's what's happening, because that's why they didn't want to tell Yuji like certain plans and aspects of things, because of Yuji's like resonance that he gives to Sukuna. Since he was within him so long, he could still read Yuji's mind and memories to an extent, but they just don't want to take a risk. And as they're here, they're talking about how Sukuna's finger is indestructible. You know, like it was mentioned by Gojo, I think in like the second or third episode. And before I go further, let me just point out that we still don't know how this is even possible. We don't know how Kenjaku made these Sukuna fingers, but it says that his fingers were encased in Sukuna's quote-unquote grave wax, and then they ultimately became these indestructible things that were passed on throughout history. But it's like, how did he do that? Because if you could just make something that is literally indestructible, nothing can stop it, then you could use that for other things, right? You could make like cursed tools or armor, or I don't know, something. I mean, there's still a chance we'll get a flashback, a quick, 3 or 4 panel flashback of what transpired in the Heian era when, I guess, Tengen, Kenjaku, and Sukuna all decided to come up with this big elaborate plan because they all knew each other, but we just don't know their history. But anyway, to bypass the invulnerability of Sukuna's finger, Gaku Ganji and Urahime point out that you can just make a binding vow to where instead of destroying it, you can affect it in some other way. So, for example, what they do in this chapter, or what I'm assuming what they do, is that they make some kind of binding vow to where Sukuna's finger won't be destroyed, but it can be pierced. And then you give something else in exchange for that. I don't know what is given up, but they do this because Nobara is back. They're like, yeah, I guess it's time to use that ability, quote unquote. And they're like, yeah, but she just woke up. So yeah, everybody knew that Nobara was like in this coma and that she was going to wake up, but they never talked about it, of course. I mean, why would they, at least to the audience, because it was supposed to be this big surprise reveal at the end. And we see Nobara here, and she's lively, and she has an eye patch, of course, because she lost her left eye. That's definitely not coming back. But she's right there with the Sukuna finger that they have suspended, and she uses her resonance ability on it immediately and jams a nail into it. So Nobara's curse technique, which is straw doll technique, allows her to like use her cursed energy through the hammer, the nail, and the straw doll that she has. And the one aspect of it, resonance, allows her to establish a link between the aspect of a target that she has and her cursed energy. But she could just straight up hit your soul with this. So her jamming this nail into Sukuna's finger is targeting Sukuna's soul like remotely. Like they're very far away, I'm assuming, and Sukuna is also inside of Yuji's domain expansion right now. And he's just getting destroyed by this thing. Like, this is one of the worst panels of Sukuna getting destroyed we've seen, like, since Jacob's Ladder and Yuji hitting him with black flashes. And he's like, oh no, this is that girl's technique, I can't expand my domain. So yeah, as we saw, Sukuna did recover his domain expansion, manually healing the damaged parts of his brain like Gojo did, but he wasn't able to activate his domain. And now he definitely can't with Nobara's assistance here. Then Yuji just goes after Sukuna and hits him with a dismantle and follow-up strikes as well. And Sukuna's on the ropes here, and he's like, no, not yet. And he's thinking that he could still beat Yuji at this point, because he's assuming Yuji's past his limit, and that him activating the domain expansion used all the cursed energy that he has, and he's thinking that he could just wait him out at this point. But Yuji's like, nah, and then hits him with a divergent fist, the delayed impact. The signature trademark of Yuji. We actually haven't seen it in a while. And this, like, stifles Sukuna, only for Yuji to wind up hitting him with another black flash at the end of the chapter, which just seemingly KOs Sukuna. Like, this is monumental. So Sukuna has finally been defeated by Yuji. Megumi has been saved, and he reunites with Nobara and Yuji in this chapter, and we're going into the very end of the series since there are only 3 chapters left after this. But, of course, there's so much that we need to talk about in this chapter, especially breaking down the sequence where Sukuna is ultimately defeated. So coming off of the previous chapter, we saw the final moments of Yuji and Sukuna's battle, as Nobara awoke from her coma, hitting Sukuna's final finger with her resonance, hitting his soul directly and giving Yuji the opening opportunity to hit him with his own dismantle from the sure hit of his domain. Then ending this sequence with a divergent fist and one last black flash. And as he hits Sukuna with that black flash, it's essentially the end. Because he's going into this sequence where we see him talking to Megumi's soul. He's trash-talking him, of course, telling him to give up. But Megumi refuses. He's stronger now due to his own resolve and Yuji's help from weakening Sukuna's hold on him, of course. But he realizes that Sukuna is desperate in this sequence because he thinks he could probably still live on because of that last finger that's out there that Nobara hit in the previous chapter. And Megumi's like, nah, if the 19 fingers that comprise you currently are stripped away from me by Yuji, then you're gonna die. And resonance won't really matter anymore. Resonance meaning like the Wi-Fi connection between the fingers. Because if the 19 fingers disappear, then the last one that Nobara hit in the previous chapter won't have a connection anymore. And then Megumi's like, I never intended to live a righteous life from the start. I mean, it's obvious there's more people in the world besides oneself, so I think I'll try living for someone else once more. So this is pretty cool. Megumi getting his groove back here, finding his resolve, him saying, I think I'll try living for someone else once more, since Sumiki unfortunately died, who he was essentially living for before. Now he's just going to be like the defender of humanity, like essentially what he kind of always was by being a Jiu-Jitsu sorcerer. But I guess he's just going to be more accepting of it. But after that, we come back to Yuji hitting Sukuna with that final black flash. And as he hits him, it breaks through Yuji's own domain expansion that comes crumbling down, with Sukuna like coming off of Megumi, finally freeing his body. And Sukuna is like this monster flesh curse thing. He doesn't even look like a human anymore. And I guess this is what is comprised of the 19 fingers and whatever other special jujitsu that Sukuna is doing, because after he defeated Gojo and he was about to fight Kashima, he suddenly was able to activate his Heian era transformation, because before that, obviously, he was just in Megumi's body. And then suddenly he got huge, got the forearms and the messed up right eye thing, mouth and the stomach. And I guess that's what this is the residual of, this massive tissue. And it's also like dissolving away. And it's coming down to like this little pile of flesh with like a mouth and an eyeball. That's all that's left of Sukuna now. I guess because he doesn't have like his host. He doesn't have like a source of power anymore. It's really like weird how all of this works, to be honest. Because if you think about it, it's like he shouldn't need Megumi in the first place, considering how freaking powerful he is. It's kind of like giving car batteries to a nuclear submarine. Like, it's unnecessary, but in theory, I guess it could kind of power something. But it goes back to what Megumi was saying when he was talking to Sukuna earlier in, like, the Soul World. But first, guys, have you ever wanted to talk to your favorite anime characters? Well, now you can with Talkie, where he's like, if there's a specific way to become a cursed object, getting carelessly stripped off Yuji will mean your death. And it's like, what even is the way of becoming a cursed object? We don't know. We just know that Kenjaku did something with Sukuna, and he became like a mummy, and then his soul was transferred to his fingers, and then they were spread out the world, or I guess just mainly Japan, for the last 1,000 years, until everything culminated now. And that's another thing. It's like, why did they do this? Why was anything done? How did they meet? Who did what? And considering that we have 3 chapters left, it's probably never going to be revealed, unfortunately. I mean, it'd be cool if in the next chapter we just get one full Heian era flashback chapter. We see like Kenjaku meeting Sukuna, or maybe even Sukuna in his upbringing, maybe even Tengen, what was going on with Tengen when she was still like a person, because they all knew each other. And it's like, was there a culling game back in the day? Because it seems like there was. And it's like, who made the culling game? Again, unfortunately, we're probably never going to know any of that. And there's another thing that I need to talk about with the culling game, and we'll get into that. But Yuji is staring down the little pile of Sukuna here. And he's like, what are you going to do? Sukuna, you are me. Unknowingly burdened with a curse from birth. What kind of monster one becomes depends on luck. But I had my grandpa. So this is really cool, actually. And you're probably reminded by this from Yuji's sequence with Mahito. Because as he's defeating Mahito, it leads to a very similar sequence, where both of the villains he's defeating are at wit's ends, scared looking up at Yuji. When Yuji was going against Mahito, he said, I'm you. I wanted to reject you, convince myself that you were wrong, but that doesn't matter now. So I think the quote-unquote resonance between these two sequences is that I guess it represents the two sides of the coin of Yuji and his relationship to being a sorcerer and what he's ultimately had to do here. When he tells Mahito that I'm you, I guess he's saying that he is human in the fact that it's the worst aspect of humanity, because that's what Mahito is comprised of. Like, he became a special grade curse from the manifestation of the fear of humanity, basically. So in that sense, Yuji is Mahito, because he's a part of that, of course. But since Mahito is just a curse, like a demon, essentially, he has no humanity, so Yuji doesn't really care. So he's just going to kill him. And he says, you know, even if you come back as another curse, I'll kill you again. Now, on the other end, with Sukuna, when he tells him, you are me, I think it's supposed to be like the inverse of that sequence, kind of. As to where Yuji was telling Mahito that I'm you because you're made up of the worst of humanity, I think he's telling Sukuna that you are me because Sukuna is human. But he became a curse. So he's like, hey, you know, you're a human, bro. And then going further, he's like, you know, unknowingly burdened with a curse from birth. What kind of monster one becomes depends on luck, but I had my grandpa. Yuji, cursed from birth, obviously being born as this chess piece in Kenjaku's game. He could have turned out bad in theory, but his grandpa put him on the right path. Sukuna, born with his curse of what? Being a conjoined twin that he ate in the womb? I don't know. We're never going to get the backstory on Sukuna. That's all we really know about him. So I guess that led him to becoming a monster because he looked like that. But like, why does he look like that? Why does he have 4 arms and a mouth on his stomach? And why does he have the eye thing? Is that a result of becoming a curse? Like when he was transferred to the fingers, did he become a curse? Because he looked like that before he transferred to the fingers. He looked like that in the Heian era. So it's like, why? But I guess the point getting across here is that if he had a better upbringing and more supportive people around him, like Yuji's grandfather, then in theory, Sukuna could have grown up to be a quote-unquote good guy. Also, Yuji's grandfather is like related to Sukuna, right? If you think about it, because his son is Jin, Yuji's father, and Jin is the reincarnated twin brother of Sukuna that was killed in the womb 1,000 years ago. So, yeah. But anyway, going further into the sequence, Yuji's like, Sukuna, let's try again. To not curse someone, but to live with someone. Even if no one accepts you, I alone can live with you. So I guess that goes into also what he was saying about, you know, you can have a different upbringing. I mean, it's all for naught now because Sukuna is dissipating literally in Yuji's hands as he's saying that. You know, like a piece of paper that you lit on fire burning off into the wind. Like, that's what's happening with Sukuna's amorphous lump of body here. But I guess this could be a way of Yuji reverse cursing Sukuna if he is reincarnated. Because it is possible, right? I mean, I don't know if Sukuna is going to come back as a curse again, because we don't even really know what's fully going on with Sukuna. But since his brother was reincarnated, I guess Sukuna could too. So maybe this, in theory, will bring back Sukuna as a better person. I don't know. And in Sukuna's last moments here, he's like, you know, don't look down on me. I am a curse. And then he's dead. So I gotta hand it to him. I like that Sukuna stuck to his guns till the very end. He rejected humanity, accepted being a curse. I mean, he was a better curse than most curses, to be honest. Like, think about it. He's more of a curse than a lot of the curses that we've seen in the series. But ultimately still a human, kind of. But to wrap this up, I'll say that I do like that Yuji is finally having this Nirvana moment where he decides to show compassion, essentially, to Sukuna, right? I guess showing him a human trait rather than a cursed trait. And, you know, it's fine for the narrative, and I guess the majority of the audience reading/watching this. But to me, it just doesn't make sense because there is no redemption for Sukuna. He has no redeemable qualities. He is a pure psychopath, and he has only done horrible things in this series. I think the only, like, kind of remotely altruistic thing he did was not kill Kusakabe and them in Shibuya after he said that he wouldn't if they didn't move. So yeah, there obviously should be no compassion showed to him. He should have just been killed instantly. But that's neither here nor there. Because we're coming to Urarame and Hikari. Their sequence/fight is finally wrapping up. And it is essentially them coming to a stalemate. There is no winner or loser here, I suppose, because Urarame just gives up. Once she realizes that Sukuna has died, she's like, it's pointless now. But then she's also like, hey, by the way, you guys were just lucky. Like, you didn't really beat Sukuna because you were stronger than him. He only lost because of all of these variables with him having to be a cursed object and having to latch on to Megumi and all that stuff. And yeah, obviously that's true. Like, if they fought Sukuna in the Heian era, he would have destroyed everyone here. But that's not the case because, you know, they kind of had to win and the story needs to go in the direction that it does. Then Urarame, I guess, takes themselves out and, like, becomes ice and just shatters into the sky, similar to Sukuna. So that's the end of Urarame. Hikari kind of just goes along with it. And when Urarame's like, you guys were just lucky, Hikari's like, you know, to me, that's like the greatest compliment because, you know, I'm like a gambler. That's like my thing. So that was a cool little ending sequence for Hikari, despite him not getting a legitimate victory here and kind of becoming a meme for him stalling against Urarame this whole entire final sequence. Also, let me just say it one more time, going into Urarame talking about how, you know, you guys were just lucky. It's like, technically, yes, but also, like, if Gojo and everyone else just teamed up on Sukuna from the start, they would have won. Like, there's no doubt about that in my mind. Like, Higuruma, Gojo, Choso, Yuji, Todo, and Nobara. Like, if they just would have waited to fight Sukuna, like, 20 minutes later than they actually would have, then Nobara would have woken up. So she just hits the resonance, Gojo does his stuff, and then Higuruma hits him with the Executioner's Sword. It's over. And then you've got Todo in there, Vibra slapping everyone around. There's no way Sukuna could have won. But alas, it doesn't matter now. Because we're coming into the ending sequence of this chapter where we're just cutting to, I don't know, days later? I don't know how long it's been. But it's after the culling game. And Megumi wakes up. And he's in the same room with Yuji and Nobara. And this is also like, okay, what happened with the culling game? How did the culling game end? Because I was pretty sure they said that the culling game can only end if everyone dies besides Megumi and Geto, but, you know, Kenjaku died, so it kind of just came down to Megumi. And then, once the culling game did end, then the merger would start with Tengen and Japan, fusing with the culling game barrier and becoming that big monster thing. But it's just like, nah. Everything just worked itself out. Don't worry about it, guys. It's over now. I mean, in theory, I guess they could have just made a few rules to trick the game into ending. I mean, I guess it's possible. Kenjaku kind of bullied the culling game AI with making rules anyway, so I guess they could have did the same thing, which is hilarious because it was kind of built up as the culling game being like this fail-proof thing to where you have to play by its rules and you have to be very sure and specific with what you're going to do. But then it ultimately turns out that you could just bully it and kind of trick it into doing whatever you want. But anyway, the trio here is all catching up with each other. You know, it's been quite a while since they've all been together. I think, man, over 150 chapters maybe. 140, 150, I'm just taking a guess. But Megumi's like, yeah, I knew that Nobara was alive from feeling the resonance that Sukuna was getting hit with. Totally makes sense. And then Yuji pulls out these letters that was given to them by Shoko from Gojo. So before Gojo died in that stupid plan that they all came up with, he decided to write, I guess, final letters to, I don't know everyone, but at least Nobara, Megumi, and Yuji are getting them. Yuji actually didn't get one because Gojo talked to him directly. And I guess we'll see that in the next chapter maybe, or the next two chapters possibly. whatever in the final moments Gojo told Yuji. But his letter to Nobara is apparently about her mother's whereabouts and what she's up to where Nobara doesn't even care. She just crumples it up and throws it away, which is interesting. We don't really know much about Nobara's family situation. We did see that one chapter before she died of her flashback as a kid, but we didn't see her parents or anything. We know that her mom was around in the beginning, but then she eventually wound up living with her grandmother. Her grandmother, by the way, is the one who recommended her for Jujutsu High. So I guess her mom, like, I don't know, left her or something and made her go live with her grandmother. I guess that's why she doesn't care. As for Megumi, in his letter, Gojo wrote, "Too bad, but your dad is no longer around. I was the one who killed him. Sorry." That's a rough translation, but that's pretty funny because obviously, you know, Toji is Megumi's father and Gojo did kill him in the epic, iconic fight. And Megumi laughs at it. Some good old dark humor here. I'm a fan. And then Nobara reminds them that Maki and the others are waiting for them. Like, they all got to get together because they're going to find out about what's going on with Okkotsu. And when they get there, we see that Panda, Inumaki, Maki, Miwa, Momo, and Kusakabe are there. So they all survived, including Kusakabe, who we thought was dead. He got hit with a dismantle from Sukuna and just took it. Or a cleave. He got hit with something from Sukuna and we thought he was dead. But he's not. He's alive here. But as they're walking to the back to find out whatever's going on with this Okkotsu situation, we see an unnamed person saying, "Yuta, you piece of crap!" And it's like, who is this person? Well, since Maki's here, it's not her. And, you know, everyone else here is accounted for. So it's like, is it Gojo? Look, not gonna get your hopes up. I feel like I've been doing that too much with this stuff, even though I say not to, but could be Gojo. Because we know that Yuta was in Gojo's body. You know, he swapped with it after Gojo died, using Kenjaku's curse technique that he copied using Rika's ability, which is also his ability. But we also saw Rika, like, holding on to Okkotsu's unbrained body, or his corpse at this point, I guess you could say, crying. And we never saw any kind of resolution to that. So this could be what that is. Maybe Rika did something, or somebody did something, or something just happened. Maybe some binding vows were made to give Okkotsu his body back, and he could just live. And then maybe the person yelling at him here is Charles, you know, the mangaka guy, because he gave a rib to Rika so that she could copy his curse technique, so they can use it against Sukuna for like that one panel. His premonition future sight curse technique. So now that everything's over, he's like, "Hey, you give me my rib back. You know, I held up my end of the bargain." Or it's just somebody else. Shoko, maybe. If it's not Gojo, it's going to be anticlimactic. I'm sorry. Like, we got Nobara. Should have brought back Gojo instead, but that's just me. But yeah, what do you think's going to happen with this? Is Okkotsu alive? Is Gojo alive? Are they both alive? Are they both coming back? That's just too good to be true. It seems like it's going to be Okkotsu. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. And if you liked the video, please give it a like and please subscribe if you haven't already. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.